Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. We welcome you to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, August the 5th, 2025. Please note that Supervisor Barger will be absent from our meeting today. The Chief Executive Officer, our County Counsel, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist us. We'll begin with the acknowledgement, our land acknowledgement for today's board meeting. So please, let's have that played.
The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov.
The invocation will be led today by Father Miguel Angel Reese, Our Lady of the Rosary Talpa Church in Boyle Heights from the 1st District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Wilfred J. Bernard, former E5 Specialist, United States Army, Inglewood from the 2nd District. If you are all able, please stand at this time.
We stand before you, O God, conscious of our limitations, but aware that we gather in your name. Come to us, remain with us, and enlighten our hearts. Give us light and strength to know your will, to make it our own, and to live it in our lives. Guide us by your wisdom. Support us by your power. For you are God, source of all goodness. You desire justice for all. Enable us to uphold the rights of others. Do not allow us to be misled by ignorance or corrupted by fear or favor. Unite us to yourself in the bond of love, and keep us faithful to all that is true. As we gather in your name, may we temper justice with love, so that all of our decisions may be pleasing to you and earn the reward promised to good and faithful servants. Glory and honor to you. Amen.
Morning. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for the presentation.
I'd like to begin by thanking Father Miguel Angel Reese for leading us in today's invocation. Father Miguel Angel comes from Our Lady of the Rosary Talpa Church located in Boyle Heights in the 1st District. Father Miguel Angel and his family grew up in a small town outside of Guadalajara, Mexico, and they immigrated to the U.S. when he was 10 years old. Since, as early as he can remember, his family frequently attended Mass, Eucharistic adoration, and special devotions, which nurtured his vocation to priesthood. Right away after graduating high school, he enrolled at the Juan Diego House in Gardena, where he lived for 5 years and then spent his last 5 years studying at St. John's Seminary in Camarillo. He was the youngest in his class to be ordained in 2019 by Archbishop Jose Gomez. We want to thank you, Father Miguel Angel Reese, and I would like to present this certificate on behalf of all the members of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for serving our community. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Good morning, Los Angeles. Please join me in thanking and welcoming a 40-year City of Inglewood resident, Wilfred J. Bernard. We have the same middle initial. I'm J also. How about that? Mr. Bernard served in the United States Army from 1959 to 1962. And during his military service, Mr. Bernard attained the rank of E5 and specialized as an administrative specialist. Following his military career, he transitioned to the private sector, working as a self-employed tow truck driver. Now in retirement, he enjoys baking bread and sharing it with Supervisor Holly Mitchell and others. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard, on behalf of all of my colleagues here in the Board of Supervisors, for your service to our country, for your service to your neighbors in Inglewood, and for leading us in today's pledge. We appreciate you coming in.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you. Appreciate you. There's a certificate signed by all of us. You can hang on to that. We're going to take a picture. Thank you.
Nice.
You like that?
Yeah.
Excellent. I appreciate you. We'll go right on this way to the left.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in again. I appreciate you.
Very good, members. Let us move on at this time. The executive officer will please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, set matters 1 through 2. Set matter 1 is a report by the Chief Executive Officer on the county's budget, including the latest federal and state policy changes with potential impacts to county staff, contracted providers, and service delivery. On set matter 2, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be continued to September 2nd, 2025, as indicated on the posted agenda. On page 3, consent calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 3 through 11. On item 4, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 9, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 10, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 11, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 9, Administrative Matters, items 12 to 31. On item 14, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. This item relates to item 32. Also, this includes an amendment as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 19, the Director of Public Works requests that this item be continued to September 30th, 2025. This item relates to item 33. On item 26, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 22, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 23, ordinances for introduction, items 32 to 33. On item 32, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. This item relates to item 14. On item 33, the Director of Public Works requests that this item be continued to September 30th, 2025. This item relates to item 19. On page 24, separate matter, item 34. On page 25, special district agenda. This is the agenda for the meeting of the Los Angeles County Development Authority, items 1D to 2D. On page 27, notices of closed session, CS1 to CS8. On item CS5, County Council requests that this item be continued 1 week to August 12, 2025. On item CS8, this is an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. The requests for continuances through CS8 are before you. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Executive Officer. Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today's meeting order will be as such. Set matter number 1, followed by items 14 and 32, which will be taken up together, followed by items 9, 10, 11, and 26. Then public comment on items not held for discussion by the board, including closed session matters and general public comment, and finishing with closed session. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and explain the speaking roles.
Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely, as indicated on the agenda. To join remotely, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. You will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please state your name and indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you will wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. If you muted your microphone, please remember to unmute when you are called. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. Madam Chair, we'll begin with set matter 1, report on the county's budget. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Representatives from the Chief Executive Office and the Departments of Public Health, Public Social Services, Personnel, and Health Services are present. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Let us begin with our CEO, Phasia Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm here today with the second in our series of weekly budget updates requested by your board. Today, in response to some of your requests from last week, I will briefly provide some additional information focusing on the federal budget impacts. And with that, I'll take the first slide. We continue to look at known impacts of the big bill of about $714 million through fiscal year 27-28, and additional coming federal cuts of more than $800 million for a rough total of more than $1.5 billion in anticipated federal impacts as of today. I want to emphasize once again that this is very much a work in progress. These figures and impacts are estimates, and county departments are continuing to revise their projections, as well we will see on the upcoming slides. And we will need to live with some level of uncertainty, even while planning for service reductions and cuts. But we will be gathering the best intelligence we can as we move forward. For example, we will likely know more in September when the Department of Health Services provides its annual fiscal forecast. This is important because about 70% of the Department of Health Services' $6.5 billion budget for hospitals and clinics is federally funded, with only about 6% coming from the locally generated revenue funding we know as NCC, or net county costs. Before I move on, I would also like to underscore that these federal impacts are not the only major budgetary challenges we are facing. Some of the others are listed on the slide, including the $4 billion AB 218 settlement, as well as still to be determined costs for future settlements, the costs of negotiated labor agreements, the costs and revenue impacts of the wildfires, and possible future costs of a potential probation receivership. Take the next slide, please. This is a new slide. Here is a department by department look at projected, and I want to emphasize the word projected federal impacts. Please note that these are rough estimates that fluctuate week by week as departments receive and analyze new information. However, it is clear that the biggest potential impacts to the county budget by dollar amount continue to be in the areas of health, public health, and mental health services, particularly in the Department of Health Services, which runs our 4 county hospitals. Residents will be directly impacted as we expect federal policy decisions to significantly reduce the number of county residents who are able to access health care services through Medi-Cal and food benefits administered by our Department of Public Social Services. We also expect funding cuts to affect public works construction projects and the LA County Development Authority's energy efficiency projects for public housing. The possible position impacts shown on the right side of this slide would be greatest for the Department of Health Services, followed by the Department of Public Social Services, and then the Department of Public Health, as well as the other departments you see listed on the slide. I want to emphasize again that these numbers represent total employees working in connection with impacted programs, not necessarily layoffs, and that there is a lot of uncertainty about the timing of these cuts and how individual departments will manage personnel changes. I'll take the next slide, please. This is also a new slide. This is a very rough projected timeline for when some of the projected impacts are likely to hit and what the impacts on the public might be. Again, this is preliminary and subject to change. I will mention just a few of the potential impacts that are emerging. Starting this fiscal year 25-26, we are anticipating cuts affecting both the SNAP Ed education programs on healthy, nutritious eating run by public health, as well as impacts to actual SNAP CalFresh food benefits for county residents. SNAP is an acronym that stands for Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, but statewide, the program is known as CalFresh, and it provides food benefits for nearly 1.6 million county residents. Based on state estimates, we anticipate that new work requirements imposed by the federal government could cause more than 113,000 LA County residents to lose access to CalFresh. Moving into fiscal year 26-27, Medi-Cal benefits for some immigrants who are in this country lawfully will be reduced to include only emergency and pregnancy services. This could affect an estimated 47,000 county residents. Medi-Cal is California's version of Medicaid, that's the federal name, and it pays for health care services for low-income residents. We also expect to see county workloads and costs increase as Medi-Cal clients are required to recertify their eligibility every 6 months rather than once a year. Also, next year, if not sooner, we may also have more clarity around whether we will need to take the worst case scenario step of closing a major county facility. This would, of course, be a devastating blow to residents who depend on the county for care and could also lead to extensive layoffs. I know that the county, and particularly the Department of Health Services, is working hard to find other cost-cutting alternatives to manage these drastic federal impacts before resorting to this type of option. Also, in December of 2026, we will see the expiration of the waiver that enabled the provision of healthcare services to justice-involved and low-income individuals under CalAIM, the multi-year program to transform Medi-Cal. Finally, in fiscal year 27-28, we will start to see the start of mandatory work requirements for Medi-Cal. This could potentially eliminate benefits for more than 700,000 county residents, roughly 20% of the 3.4 million people now receiving these benefits. I'll take the next slide, please. This slide is a slide from last week, and it is a reminder of the cuts your board has already taken and made to keep the county budget solvent. In addition to the 3% cuts approved in April, we are planning for 5.5% cuts in the supplemental budget phase, which will result in more public-facing impacts, like the 2-day-a-week closure of regional parks and lakes. And in the third column, we see a list of strategies for managing the known and anticipated federal cuts while maintaining our budgetary integrity and avoiding a structural deficit. These include traditional tactics like hiring freezes and spending the cuts, along with less common measures such as furloughs, which will be implemented in the county as unpaid days off if needed, and even potentially merging departments to achieve administrative savings. And of course, as worst case scenario, there is the possibility of closing one or more county facilities with a corresponding impact on jobs and public services. That concludes my presentation this week, Supervisor. If we could bring up the final slide. So we will return in the weeks ahead with relevant updates on our many other budgetary challenges. I would be happy to take any questions that you may have now, and I would also ask that our departmental representatives also
Please
step
join
forward in
us.
case you have more specific questions related to their departments.
Thank you, Fija, for that update. And I appreciate that every meeting we have, you'll continue to give us any changes that occur that we need to be ready for. I just have one question, and then I'll turn it over to our supervisors. Slide 3 reflects the estimated impact to our departments. I wanted to know if the positions listed full-time are permanent items, or does this include part-time and seasonal employees? And does this already account for any vacancies that have been swept?
Supervisor, I'll allow the departments to speak more specifically. Generally speaking, we look at budgeted items. Budgeted items could be vacant or filled.
So,
I can speak.
yeah, Barbara Ferrer, introduce yourself, by the way.
Yeah, I'm Barbara Ferrer, Director of Public Health. For public health, the 200 positions are full-time
Permanent,
positions.
full-time.
The vast majority, by the time we get there, will be encumbered. There will be people in most of those positions. Most of our vacancies, in order to make the 8.5% adjustment with their NCC funding, so many of our vacancies will have already been eliminated. So we will do our very best because remember, we have a lot of grant-funded positions. So for us, it really depends on which grants are cut and by how much. But you know, we're pretty much at the end of the let's solve this problem by eliminating the vacant positions. We've done most of that work to get to the 8.5%.
And as you said, much of your department is driven by grants. So, and what happens to those individuals once they leave? Maybe HR, I mean, what plan do we have? HR, Lisa Garrett, in terms of what happens once they're issued termination notices, how do we help them find other jobs, or what assistance is provided to them?
Thank you, Supervisor. Lisa Garrett, Director of Personnel. When individuals are notified that their positions are going to be impacted, there is a seniority list that is created for those who are permanent employees to determine seniority. Workforce reduction is largely moved by seniority. And so once those individuals are on their list, if there are ties on the list, or it might be be where there is a cascading and some people will have to be let go. Those individuals will be given notice. However, if there are positions within the department where they can be placed, that is a first option. And if they cannot be placed and they must be laid off, they will go on a reemployment list. And so if the department actually gains more positions later on and seeks to fill this particular position, the department must look at the reemployment list for the individuals who have been laid off before they can hire. So there will be ample notice to the individuals that are impacted, and we will do all that we can to see if they can be placed in the department and or on a reemployment list for consideration when a position becomes available in the future.
Okay. And just quickly, DHS, same question for you with respect
Hi, thank you. My name is Nina Park. I'm the Chief Deputy Director for Health Services. For the number that's noted in the table, they represent budgeted filled actual items. And we do actually have vacancies that we need to fill in order to fully staff our hospitals and the clinics. Therefore, some of the positions that are impacted may be reassigned to those areas. So they don't all mean that they would be layoffs, but we would be reassigning those positions to other places where we're continuing to provide the services.
And I thought I had heard Dr. Galley talk about a potential hiring freeze.
Yes, we implemented a hiring freeze July 21st.
Okay. And then DPSS, I know Dr. Contreras, you.
Yeah, Jackie Contreras, Director, Public Social Services. So the positions are full-time budgeted positions. I shared at the last meeting that our attrition rate is about 70 per month for good reasons, promotions and other movement, much of it. And so we believe we can absorb a good amount of that reduction through attrition. Of course, that doesn't account, at the larger end of the scale. There is always a possibility of layoffs, and it doesn't account for the potential for cascading across departments. We would definitely be impacted differently if that were to happen.
And just to keep in mind, as the CEO pointed out, we still have potential other reductions that are coming our way in terms of another potentially 5%. Is that correct, CEO?
So yes, Supervisor. So just to set the stage, the reason why the budget is balanced and the county is solvent now is because the board implemented a 3% curtailment on the departments. That was to address our AB 218 settlement. And then we will be implementing an additional 5.5% curtailment. That is basically to finance our negotiated labor agreements. So these things that we are talking about today on this slide are over and above that 3% and over and above the 5.5%.
Okay, very good. Okay, I will move on now to supervisors. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. Fija, you are doing this again at the beginning of all of our board meetings, and the public is paying attention. You made big news last week. In fact, you were above the fold in my daily breeze, and the thing that got picked up on was your assertion that we may have to close a county hospital. That's what you said last week. Now it seems like you're saying maybe a facility, but can you address that? Because again, that ended up being the big news from last week. And of course, everyone's wondering what hospital you're talking about, and it better not be the county hospital that is in my district. So can you elaborate on that?
Thank you for the opportunity to elaborate. And we've had multiple conversations with DHS. Let me start off by saying we need to put together plans that we call curtailment plans to address these budgetary impacts that we know that are coming. Not all of them are immediate. Some of them are on a multi-year time frame. In our curtailment strategies, we have some very I think, well-known strategies such as hiring freezes and spending freezes. Those are things that are very simple to do. And the hope is as we deploy more strategies, that at some point we hit an endpoint where we don't have to keep deploying additional strategies. The closure of a county hospital or a county facility, and so I'm being more specific today because the hope is that we don't have to get there. But it is one of the strategies.
So you're basically throwing everything on the wall in these set matters every week. And some will come to fruition and hopefully some will not. That's your strategy.
That is correct.
Because I think, and again, we want the public to see us and this process as transparent, but it is causing some concern out there. I've also had people come up to me and, why are you closing parks 2 days a week? So the words are, it's already getting out there.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, particularly in our parks, are we having park staff, I don't know, communicating? Are we putting signs up,
Yes.
skull and crossbone, this park, because of the bad bill, is closing? I mean, how are we, because I don't want to just sow fear with the public. I want some rational discussions with the public as it relates to specific industries within the county, like Parks and Rec.
No, I completely understand how this information may be alarming to folks, and that's because it is alarming that these curtailments that are coming down from the federal government and from the big bill are unprecedented. In times past, the county has been able to smooth out, to mitigate, to prevent the more impactful things from happening. This is not that time.
Yeah.
And so I do think folks should be tuned in, paying attention. They probably should be concerned, but I don't think necessarily alarmed. And what I would say is because we are not there yet. We know the types of things that will need to be costed out. We're going to have to do some financial modeling. We know that we have some time to do that for some of the extreme strategies here.
And would you say closing parks 2 days a week, where would you put that? Extreme,
so closing
or?
parks at 2 days a week was part of the curtailment.
Well, that's already happening.
Yes. So when we are doing the 5.5% curtailment to finance our labor agreements, the department submitted a curtailment plan. And one of the things that our Parks Department submitted was the closure 2 days a week on our regional parks. The other parks remain open and are not subject to additional closures as far as I know. And they do have a communication plan. They do have signs out at the regional parks. They have did some stakeholder engagement from what I understand, and they actually have for lack of a better word, they have a notice, a booklet online that people can access, and they're telling members of the community, here is what the curtailments look like at your local park.
Okay, that's good. The other thing I think is really alarming is it does look like not till 2027, but the mandatory work requirement could potentially eliminate benefits for more than 700,000 county residents. And the way I understand it, there's paperwork involved. Like some of these residents have a job, they just have to fill out paperwork that proves they have a job, or they lose their benefits. How are we helping them navigate this draconian mandate?
I'm going to ask Dr. Contreras to respond to that question.
Thank you, Supervisor. So there's a number of things that we're doing right now in anticipation of these changes. One is that we're trying to understand the estimates that the state has offered. Right now, we're sort of extrapolating from the state to the county, but we want to understand sort of every element, because that gives us the opportunity to mitigate some of those impacts potentially. The other thing that we're doing is we're partnering with everybody and anybody who's willing to come to the table to partner with us, not the least of which, of course, are our managed care plans, our state departments, labor, our workforce, figuring out how we're going to manage this change. The unfortunate reality is that many of our customers, as you said, are working. In fact, I would say the vast majority are working, and that work, those earnings go into the calculation for their benefit. So some of them are receiving very little benefit, right, because of the work that
they're working.
Yes, because they're working. And now, on top of that small amount that they're getting, for instance, for CalFresh, we're going to add another requirement for them to provide some sort of paperwork. And so this is where some of the attrition will likely come from, where people are not willing to go that extra step or steps in order to maintain their benefits. And so we are working, as I said, with the state departments to look at the technology. That's the other piece. We have to figure out across CalFresh and Medi-Cal, how do we streamline things like work requirements so that we're not asking for duplicate.
And remind me and the public, what is exactly the work requirement? Is it so many hours per week they have to be? I mean, you know, this administration is saying they're all able-bodied, they all should work if they're going to get these benefits, which we know is not necessarily true. But what is the requirement in the bill?
Yeah, so I can provide more detailed information in this space. Some of it is 80 hours per month at the federal minimum wage. So fortunately, because our minimum wage is higher, that may be fewer hours, but that may be a part of it. Some of it, they're allowed sort of community engagement, if you will, activities, things that they're volunteering or other things that they can demonstrate. So it really depends on the benefit and the individual circumstance as far as what will count toward those requirements.
But again, I mean, that's going to take so much drilling down from us with them to make sure that we can protect them going forward. It's kind of ironic that this bill is causing us to have less work opportunities in the county. We're actually talking about furloughs and freezes and maybe layoffs someday. And then this requirement on top of it is asking them to get a job. I'm not sure where, but okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Next supervisor in the queue, we have Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me start by saying I very much appreciate last week's presentation, this week's presentation. I appreciate you making it plain for not only the board, but for everyone across LA County. We are in a crisis, and I don't think we can have the luxury of pretending that it's not a crisis of very significant magnitude, as painful as that is. So I appreciate the full, complete, transparent, albeit painful presentation. I think it probably made top of the fold news because it is news, and everyone needs to be completely aware. Remind me, how many county parks total are in our system?
So we have over 180 parks, splash pads, regional parks. So we have over 180. It's the regional parks that are subject to the 2-day closure.
Of which there are 5.
There are 5, that is
Okay, I just
correct.
wanted to make sure I clarified that. You know, the irony kind of elements of the big bill. Let me clarify. On your chart, the 5.5% and the curtailments that the departments have currently brought forward does not include what we will need to do to make adjustments, to make curtailments based on the contents of the big federal bill, correct?
That is correct. That is correct, Supervisor. So that 3% that we took and the board approved in April of 2025, that was to help the beginning phases of our AB 218 financing plan. That's to finance the childhood sexual assault settlement cases. The 5.5% that we will be taking in September, that is to finance the labor deal that we have recently entered into with some of our labor unions. And so what is unique about that, Supervisor, is normally the way that you finance labor agreements is with new revenue. This year is different from us. We didn't have sufficient new revenue. And so essentially what we have done is cut the budget in order to finance it.
So my question, two parts. So my question is, so since these curtailments that are in front of us, that we have already taken some action on, don't include elements of the big bill, when do you expect to receive proposals from the department heads that factor that in? Or have you received all of the plans from department heads to get to the 5.5?
So yes, we've received all of the plans from departments to
The
get
middle
to this
column.
5.5%,
Okay.
and you will see that in a supplemental budget.
So we'll see the additional plans based on the big bill in the supplemental.
That is, so the 5.5% for labor, to finance our labor agreements, you will see that in a supplemental budget. We have also requested additional curtailment plans from the departments. Those are still coming in. They are not finalized yet. So those remain a work in progress. So there's the 3%, the 5.5%, and we have requested additional amounts that the departments are working through now.
So, you know, the irony, you know, being completely sarcastic there, of how we manage this in you know, an intelligent, disruptive kind of way is we're looking at the previous slide where DPSS is talking about a workforce, potentially 800 positions at risk, and yet the big bill that has additional workforce requirements, that has a biannual reassessment versus annual, is work that county employees must do in order to meet the new requirements of the big bill. And yet, because in large part of the big bill, we're looking at further reductions in our workforce in those departments.
Yeah, it is circular, and it seems counterintuitive. You raise the eligibility requirements, you have less people that will qualify, and then you're taking curtailments at the same time, so you have less people to do the work for the people that remain on the rolls. And then the folks who don't qualify, they will still need services in some shape, form, or fashion, and so they will still show up, I believe, in a county system in some shape, form, or fashion.
Well, you know, it's not counterintuitive, frankly, in terms of the eligibility. That's intentional. Just like this manufactured fiscal crisis from the federal government. This is manufactured. We're not experiencing a fiscal crisis nationally. They are picking winners and losers, and they have chosen to give the top 1% tax breaks at the expense of the rest of us. That, for me, is what is so deeply offensive, that we are in this process based on othering. And it's not a national fiscal crisis. In fact, the big bill is thrust the nation deeper into long-term debt. So it's going to cost us more over time. Thank you for today's presentation. It is painful, it is clear, and it's important, I think, that we continue to have these conversations. I had a reporter yesterday suggest that, you know, the county's hole, if you will, was in the tune of, like, I think he said like 8.9 million. I was like, no, it's 800 million. So I think this is like in speech class where you have to tell them what you told them and tell them again, just to make sure that everyone is really clear about the entire context in which we're operating. And as you've said, and I think we all, as the board and the public, have to internalize, the county will be impacted. Services will be reduced. Workforce will be impacted. Whether it's through attrition or not, those are bodies that are no longer in those seats to do more work that is coming their way. And so that's going to have an impact on us as employers and for those who receive services. I represent a district, 850,000 Medi-Cal recipients out of 2 million. 850,000 people who rely on Medi-Cal, who have been told by the federal government, you are not worthy. And that's painful, and we're going to try to figure out how we manage our way through it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You know, it just dawns on me, CEO and our departments, that we haven't come up with a misery index to show what the impact is going to be on our constituents. Because while we're talking numbers and talking staff positions, departments, we need to also be mindful about the real impact and try to come up with what that means. Fewer people receiving services here, and actually having something like that. I think years back when I was in the federal government, we actually had a misery index. And maybe we ought to look at that, and I'm sure the budget gurus can help us put something together on that. Okay.
I think it's certainly worth having a way to put the story behind the numbers.
Yes.
Like, we talk about the numbers and we talk about it in budget and we talk about it with the departments, but as you have pointed out, it doesn't truly speak to the qualitative, like what it actually looks like in real life in the communities and for those who rely on our services.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much. First, Madam CEO, have you examined the impact that the proposed federal cuts will have to our county's response on homelessness, particularly the proposed HUD cuts to housing vouchers?
So, Supervisor, that work is ongoing. We know that there was an executive order that has implications for public housing authorities. What we can do is, in a future update, maybe as early as next week, if we can get the data together, come back to you with a focus for that week's budget. Consulting with CEO HI, the new Homeless and Housing Director, Sarah Mahan, and then Director Salas from the Development Authority.
Okay, I know we have this conversation now listed every week, so perhaps that can be something that you highlight for all of us as a board, given the changes and the changing landscape. I know this is a question that comes to our office and the conversations that we're having there. I think we need to be eyes wide open on what that means for, you know, as
more specifically.
Yes, I think there's an expectation from our residents who passed Measure A that they want to continue and increase investment in both services and housing, and but if other sources of funding get cut, then we may not be increasing what our level effort actually is. So understanding that, I think, will be helpful. The second thing, obviously, as CEO, you're in charge of developing our budget, and I know that's why you are presenting that, you know, what you are seeing as you are seeing it to us as a board to really paint that picture. So given where you sit, we're hearing a lot of anxiety and concern for obvious reasons for all that you're presenting. So is this, what do you recommend people do with that anxiety and concern? And is it actually at that level where we're not going to be able to do all of the things that are being, you know, discussed here, or are we still in a place from where you sit that we can manage some of these impacts and continue to deliver the level of service that people have come to know and expect from Los Angeles County?
Thank you for that question. Let me start with the last part first. I do not believe, based on what is before us, that we will be able to continue service levels at the levels that the county has provided in the past. I think some of the impacts will be smaller. For example, closing of parks 2 days a week. I think, and maybe those aren't small to some people, because I know we have people that use the parks every day for recreation, et cetera. I think other impacts, if these federal, if the big bill, and it has already been approved, and it is the law of the land, as that move forward, the county will not be able, and what I mean by that is the general fund, our locally generated revenue, we will not be able to absorb or to mitigate those impacts. And so I do think that people, residents, stakeholders, service providers, our contractors, county employees, all of us in this room, we should anticipate reductions in service levels. The question is, what will they actually look like? And is there a pivot? Some of the departments, I think, DPSS, Dr. Contreras, shared that they might be able to absorb some of their impacts through attrition. So that will still have an impact, however, I believe. And so I think the question is, the impacts will come. There might be some opportunities to mitigate them, but what will be left will still be meaningful, and it will be a meaningful impact to our constituents.
So I think understanding what people need to do is an important part of this conversation. I think people left last week's conversation with a lot of anxiety and, what does this mean and what can we do to address what look like the impending impacts? I know prior to that, I spoke at the Independent Cities Conference, and we heard from city leaders who acknowledged that, for example, while we are, their Department of Public Health and providing of provision of health services for their communities, and they don't do that potentially, as local government officials in their respective cities, they count on the county to be able to deliver that. So they will feel those impacts in their cities, even though it's not ultimately their responsibility. So asking, what should our labor partners, what should our community leaders, what should we be asking them to do with this reality? Is it lobby the state? Is it lobby the federal government? What is it
Yes.
that the action item is to to paint a different picture?
Yeah. So phrasing a question that way, then I would definitely say that everyone should be involved and engaged. So it's not just paying attention to what's happening here, although that's very important, and that's the first step. We do need labor to get engaged. Labor has a powerful voice in legislation and in policymaking at both the state and the federal level. Community providers and stakeholders, they are also voters. They have a powerful voice at the ballot box. And so we absolutely should be banding together to push back on, in whatever tools we have available to us, on these cuts and curtailments that are driven by these policies.
Yeah, I want to be clear because clearly we have our labor partners here in the audience today. So making sure that we are working together on what that action item is, I think, is what I'm asking. So as you prepare for your future meetings, your future presentations to us, I'd like to see what you propose as action items for us to be working in partnership together to paint a different picture than what is before us, and what we see coming down the pipeline, to the extent that that's in our control. I think obviously we know that the administration has, in some cases, a different posture than we do on some of the issues that we are entrusted to deliver in Los Angeles County. So that doesn't, in my opinion, that doesn't mean we shouldn't push back on the things that we know are our values in Los Angeles County, but we also have to do both and. And so I'd like to know what both and looks like to you, since you are entrusted with stewarding us and through our budget processes. And to that end, my last question is, as we move into the fall and you begin to prepare for next year's budget, including creating budget instructions for our departments, what will you be doing differently?
So the hope is by the time we get to budget instructions, that we will be instructing the departments that we remain in a season of austerity. We will instruct them to request only the most essential things that they need to move forward. We don't know what our revenues are going to be yet for next year, yet we still have a mounting list of obligations. Depending on where we are and what additional impacts may come down the pipeline between now and then, we might be implementing additional curtailments. And there are other things that we can require the departments to do. For example, a hiring freeze, very important. At this point, a lot of our impacts are from federal funding and federal programs, but we also have our own locally funded impacts to our local funding that we also need to be mindful of. And so that would also include hiring freezes and spending freezes.
Very good. Thank you. Seeing no further questions from the board at this time, then Executive Officer, let's go to public comment. Those that have
Will the
signed up.
following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? David Werlin, Rochelle Lewis, Maria Cibrian, Maria Diaz, Pearl Gonzalez, Dorcas Williams, and Claudia Jerez. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item set matter 1, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. I guess Barger may not be there today, but anyway, welcome back to the season of austerity. Like, very, very upsetting. And I appreciate the verbal report, but even the verbal report was hard to scan off of YouTube. So if we could get a link to that, I wrote to Mr. Yen. It's hard to follow when they make it tiny and unreadable. But we are facing unprecedented difficulty, and fortunately, we are getting Charles Safer, the Metro lawyer, back at $163 an hour, which, by the way, for a full, let's say, 8-hour meeting would be about $1,100. Not bad. What are the Measure G people going to be getting for sitting around that table? I'd like to know before we shutter that and get moving. But I'm happy to hear we're not necessarily closing hospitals. And I'm happy that we've got 518 new employees up to a high of 98,355. Some of the upper level executives, like, for example, Davenport herself.
Thank you. Next speaker.
For some of the staff.
Next speaker.
Rose Kirby, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, good morning, everyone. For the purpose of this testimony, I respectfully ask to be addressed as Jane Doe for the record, as I am a sexual assault survivor. And I do want to put a disclaimer that this comment does contain references to sexual violence. When I went to the ER to request a START exam, also known as a rape kit.
I'm sorry, I believe you're off topic, ma'am. If you want to have public comment, you can wait till the remainder part of the meeting. This is our budget update from the CEO. Let's go to the next caller.
Correct. Oh, I do have it. In terms of that, I do have it where it does relate to budget funding, because I'm asking for board accountability to provide budget funding for issues like this.
Thank you. Next caller.
Karina Macias, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the board. My name is Karina Macias. I am an IHSS home care worker and a proud union member for SAU 2015. I appreciate the budget presentation that was given today. And as I mentioned last time, I'm not, I don't envy your positions in a tough budget, but please continue to work and negotiate with SAU 2015. IHSS home care workers will be the ones that will get our most vulnerable and our most affected in the county with these cuts through these tough situations. And they were the ones that were there through COVID, and they're the ones that will continue to be there to support our most vulnerable. Please don't turn your backs on them. I've been an IHSS home care worker for both my parents and my aunt for 10 years. And like I said, I'm no stranger to tough budgets, but please don't forget our home care workers, our caregivers are on the front line, vulnerable in the county. So thank you again for that presentation.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caitlin Brown, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, can you put me back in the queue for general public comment?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is David Werlin. I serve as SEIU Local 2015's lead negotiator for the LA County IHSS contract. Yesterday, SEIU 2015 filed an unfair practice charge against both the county and PASC due to the county's refusal to engage or allow PASC to engage in productive negotiations with IHSS caregivers. After months at the bargaining table, we had no choice but to take this action. In April, SEIU 2015 submitted our full set of proposals to PASC, including our wage proposal. As of today, more than 3 months later, we've been given nothing. This underscores the county's lack of respect for the bargaining process and our members, and PASC's inability to make any independent economic decisions. While we recognize the challenges facing the county and PASC are still obligated to negotiate in good faith. At the end of the day, it isn't the Trump administration, the state, or PASC that will decide to keep LA IHSS caregivers in poverty or honor their work. Regardless of the parties involved, that power rests solely.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es María Cibrián y soy una proveedora de atención domiciliaria de SIU 2015 y vivo en el distrito de la supervisora Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. My name is Maria Cibrian. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Lindsay Horvath's district.
Supervisora Horvath, apreciamos sus amables palabras de la semana pasada sobre valorar a los proveedores e identificar nuevas formas de generar de ingresos para apoyar a los servicios esenciales en todo el condado de Los Ángeles.
Supervisor Horvath, we appreciate the kind words last week about valuing care workers and identifying new ways to generate revenue to support essential services across LA County.
La atención domiciliaria es uno de estos servicios esenciales. Es un salvavidas para más de 290,000 personas mayores y personas con discapacidades. Y para los 240,000 trabajadores de IHSS que brindan esa atención. Este trabajo es crítico. Esto es lo que mantiene en funcionamiento el sistema de atención.
Home care is one of those essential services. It's a lifeline for over 290,000 seniors and people with disabilities. And for the 240,000 IHSS workers providing that care, this work is critical. This is what keeps the care system running.
Invertir en atención domiciliaria es más que solo salarios. Se trata de prevenir de la falta de vivienda. Se trata de tener acceso a la atención médica y mantener a nuestras familias estables y seguras.
Investing in home care is more than just wages. It's about preventing homelessness. It's about having access to health care and keeping our families stable and safe.
Nuestro trabajo ayuda a las personas a mantenerse fuera de instituciones como hospitales, instalaciones de enfermería y fuera del peligro. Es hora de hacer lo correcto.
Our job helps people stay out of institutions like hospitals, nursing facilities, and out of harm's way. It's time to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Rachel Lewis, and I am with SEIU 2015 Home Care Providers. I live in Hilda Solis's district. During recent negotiations, the county told us no funding for PPE, no funding for training, and on top of all that, they offered no wage proposal. Regarding PPE, I want to remind the board that personal protective equipment like gloves and masks don't stop being essential after COVID. We work with fragile, sick, and aging clients every day. That means we are exposed to germs, bacteria, and more. How can you look us in the eye and say that we don't need personal protective equipment? You wouldn't say to a nurse, go in your facility and you don't have any gloves, you don't have any masks, and do your best. We've done our best. We do our best. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Maria Diaz. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Holly Mitchell's district. Supervisor Holly Mitchell, we appreciate the kind words you said in the past and for recognizing the essential work caregivers do. But words are meaningless without action to back it up. We need this board to do the right thing and invest in the county's largest low-wage workforce. Words alone won't help put food on the table for 64% of IHSS providers who rely on programs like HealthFresh and food banks to keep them from going hungry. We need all of you to see us for the care we provide. The contract is not just about caregivers, but also the lives of nearly 290,000 seniors and people with disabilities needing quality home care. Help us get a contract that reflects the value we bring to LA County every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Pearl Gonzalez. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in the Supervisor Janice Hahn's district. I want to speak from the heart today because I'm tired, not just tired of working, but tired of coming here over and over, pleading for basic respect and getting nothing in return. You sit up there in comfort, but out here it is a crisis, and we feel like you don't care. It is time to lift the veil and stop hiding behind silence. We've been negotiating in good faith, but now you want to take away our PPE. That means no protection to do our job. and you haven't even offered a single cent for wages. Do you know how that feels? It feels like we don't matter. It feels like our pain doesn't register in your mind, and it feels like we are easy to replace. This is a bad leadership, and real leaders don't balance budgets on the backs of caregivers. Real leaders don't ignore our cry for help while families suffer. This county needs to stop being apathetic towards us and start investing in care.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Dorcas Williams, and I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Karen Barger's district. You've heard our stories week after week, and still, we have nothing to show for it. So I want to say, shame on you, shame on the board for hearing our pain and still choosing to do nothing. We're the ones keeping our constituents safe and at home rather than in hospital rooms and ERs. But too many of us can't afford to stay in this job. We're being paid below the federal poverty line, earning roughly $23,000 a year, and we're struggling while the cost of living keeps going up. This isn't sustainable. It's not moral either. You have the power to turn this around with a strong contract and lift caregivers out of poverty. Don't just call us essentials when it's convenient. Sit down and bargain with us. Invest in us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Jerez, DPSS and DWC. As a DPSS worker and former worker, I can tell you, I have to talk about these meaningful impacts. If attrition for DPSS is going to be a meaningful impact, that's very serious for us as community members, as employers of this county and this city. I tell you, attrition is not a very good option and a very good solution for DPSS. I've been in DPSS, I work there, I know the people there, and I'm gonna go and check on my colleagues. I'm telling you, and the meaningful impacts, okay, what are they gonna look like? Who will decide them? And who will decide them, what they're gonna look like, and with what criteria are you gonna decide those meaningful impacts? It's very important that you know that those impacts are very serious for all of us. So who is going to decide what criteria are you going to use? It's very, very serious. And that's why we're all here. We want to know what criteria you're going to use.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. This report will be received and filed.
Thank you. Hearing no objection, that will be the order. Members, we will now turn to items 14 and 32. Executive order, please read the title.
We will now move on to item 14, maximum indoor temperature threshold for rental housing units in the unincorporated areas of the county, and item 32, County Code Title 11, Health and Safety Ordinance Amendment, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 and then 0 now to comment on this item. Representatives from the Departments of Public Health, Internal Services, Consumer and Business Affairs, Chief Sustainability Office, County Council, SoCalRen, and Clean Power Alliance are present. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Members, I just want to clarify, this is going to be probably a somewhat lengthy presentation, and I did want Department of Public Health to kind of set the table, and then I know Supervisor Hahn, you have an amendment, and then we can begin to ask questions, or we can, after the presentation, I want to make a statement and then ask some questions, and then we'll go into your amendment, Supervisor Hahn. So Dr. Ferrer, I'll let you lead off, and everyone please be reminded to introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Barbara Ferrer, the Director of the Department of Public Health, and I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today about the proposed new maximum indoor residential temperature threshold ordinance. And I want to thank the entire board for their support around public health safety measures during this time. I've asked Dr. Quick, who's now our interim chief science officer, and Azar Katan, who's the deputy director for the Health Protection Bureau, to provide a brief overview of our process, to describe some of the new input we've received from stakeholders, and to then go over the draft ordinance as it stands now, knowing full well that there's an amendment on the table. But they'll speak to the ordinance as it was drafted. So I'm going to turn it over to Azar Katan.
Thank you, Dr. Ferrer. Back in January of 2024, your board approved a motion that instructed the department to conduct stakeholder engagement and develop an ordinance to create a safe maximum indoor temperature for rental units in unincorporated Los Angeles County.
Speak up a bit.
Sorry.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. The ordinance instructed us to create a single maximum indoor threshold, require that all rental housing be cooling ready, utilize the health and safety code, use a phased implementation, include anti-displacement provisions, update tenant protections, and include a plan to incentivize landlords. We worked with county council and other county departments to do this work. Just a moment on why residential heat matters. The risks of health, the health risks of heat are well documented. Heat is the #1 weather-related killer, and the health risks of heat include heat-related illnesses such as heat cramps, heat exhaustion, heat stroke, exacerbation of underlying conditions, increases in emergency department visits, and heat-related deaths. Additionally, nighttime heat matters. Deaths from all causes may be up to 10% higher on hot nights compared to nights without elevated temperatures. And as many will remember, in 2021, there was a heat dome in the Portland area that resulted in 72 heat-related deaths. 94% of those were people in their own homes, and 58% of the homes with heat-related deaths were multifamily buildings. Heat events are happening more frequently, and they're lasting longer, and they're having increasing severity. The process the department engaged in to develop the indoor maximum temperature threshold ordinance included literature review, speaking with other jurisdictions that had implemented similar types of ordinances, working with stakeholders, and working with the board offices. Based on the information we worked with County Council to create a draft that was shared through stakeholder meetings. We received feedback from the stakeholders, and over close to 200 individuals participated in these meetings. We took all these components into consideration and developed the final ordinance that is here today. Just a quick overview of the comments we received from the stakeholder groups. Tenants generally supported establishing such an ordinance. Landlords were generally less enthusiastic. Both had concerns about cost. Tenants were concerned about the electricity costs of running air conditioning or other types of cooling units and the need for financial aid to support them. Landlords were concerned about the cost of doing potential retrofits for their buildings should they need to upgrade electricity, install air conditioning units, and the need for financial assistance. They were also concerned that tenants would not be able to afford to use the air conditioning, and that it also could create increases in housing costs and loss of affordable housing. Both were concerned about enforcement. Tenants were worried that if they made a complaint by the time the inspector was out there, the temperature might have cooled and they might not be able to prove that the temperature was high. Landlords had a similar concern, only that they were concerned that people might say that there was a heat incident, but there might not have been, and it could be used against them. They were also concerned about how the temperature is verified and what the tenant's responsibility would be if a landlord did install air conditioning. Would there be an obligation that the tenants were to use it? The temperature threshold, excuse me, which is set at 82 degrees, the tenants thought should be lower, landlords thought should be higher, and there was concern about including it in coastal areas. And then everybody was concerned about education and assistance to implement. We received written comments as well, and those aligned with the meeting groups. And that feedback is what led to the final ordinance. So the final ordinance that is presented here today would set a single maximum indoor residential heat threshold of 82 degrees. It will be the landlord's responsibility to assure that all habitable rooms can maintain that temperature. Tenants additionally, if they want to bring the temperature down below 82 degrees, could add additional cooling through portable cooling events like a window air conditioning unit or other non-mechanical cooling methods. They must notify the landlord, and they would be protected from retaliation or harassment. We kept the threshold at 82 degrees based on the discussions, there's no right temperature, and this kind of falls in the mid-range of what other jurisdictions have done and matches the state recommendations in AB 209. Based on the literature and based on trying to balance the health impacts, the economic impacts, and the environmental impacts, as well as the equity impacts, given that the majority of renters who would require this tend to be in lower income communities and tend to have experienced historic discrimination, we set that at the 82-degree temperature. The ordinance, one thing about the ordinance that is a little bit different than other areas is that it applies to all existing and new housing. The vast majority of jurisdictions that have done this apply it prospectively to new housing. So we are charting some new territory here in the county by doing this for all rental housing. The ordinance maintains and works through the structure that exists through the rent stabilization and tenant protection ordinance that is managed through the Department of Consumer Business Affairs. The landlords will not be able to pass through the costs of minor upgrades like putting in a window unit or maybe changing a plug out. They may request, if they have to do a major capital improvement such as upgrading electrical capacity or installing, central air or something like that, they may apply to DCBA to obtain approval to pass through certain costs, and that would go through the DCBA's existing process for review. We did not include any anti-displacement provisions in the ordinance because those protections are already present under the rental stabilization ordinance. The new ordinance would apply to all residential rental properties within unincorporated Los Angeles County. It would not cover rental owner-occupied units. It would not cover mobile homes, mobile home parks, recreational vehicles, or recreational vehicle parts. It would not cover properties that are subject to routine inspections for habitability by other local, state, or federal agencies, and would not include vacant rental properties. The cities that contract with us can pick up this ordinance through their contracts with the county. Implementation would be through an education and education model. The ordinance does not go into effect until enforcement does not go into effect until January 1, 2027. Tenants will be able to, upon enactment of this 30 days after the second reading or approval by the board, would be able to install their own cooling devices if they so choose to do so. The initial approach will be education. There'll be a year or so ramp up for education for landlords and tenants on passive cooling. We really do want to encourage passive cooling, such as window shades and fans and things like that. The enforcement will be complaint-based, and it will be, as I said, effective in January. If a landlord is unable to comply and needs additional time, they will be able to seek an extension of 2 years beyond the January 2027 date to come into compliance. There will be a fee increase to the rental habitability program to cover the cost of these complaints, responses, and inspections. We are in the process of actually preparing an overall rental habitability, housing habitability program fee update to address the much higher number of rental units in the county than was initially identified when that was passed. And so we hope to be coming back to the board later this fall with a fee package that includes that, as well as the small $7 or $8 fee increase for this program later this fall for the board's consideration. They're presently being reviewed by the auditor. And then finally, the department has been working with ISD and County Sustainability Office and others on technical information advice. ISD has put together a website called coolhealthyhomes.org, which has links for both landlords and tenants on the ordinance, how to comply, what it means, what their rights are, what their responsibilities are. And that is the summary.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. if I could, members, I'd like to begin with the statement and then ask questions, and then go have our round of questions, and then Supervisor Hahn, you can introduce your amendment. So again, to my colleagues in the public, extreme heat, as we know, is very serious. In fact, it's a growing public health threat, as was stated. We know that we are experiencing very high levels of heat exhaustion, I would say, last week and even going into this week. A lot of our neighbors are right now very stressed because of the high incidence of irritability and illness that come with the high temperatures in our area. And while I know that the temperatures in many unincorporated areas, even today and yesterday, can go beyond the 82 Fahrenheit degree, in some places it'll reach 90 to 100 and over 100. We know that as a fact. And just over the last few summers, we have seen a dangerous rise in the temperatures with more and more 100-degree days, especially in the San Gabriel Valley and San Fernando and Antelope valleys in particular. These record-breaking temperatures each year are a result of, as we know, of climate change. And unfortunately, a recent trip by the Trump administration to have the US EPA repeal scientifically backed policies around greenhouse gases will have a further negative impact on climate change that our descendants will have to contend with. Since there is no known end to climate change, the extreme heat it has resulted in, on November 1st of 2022, the board unanimously passed a motion that I put forward to begin exploring safe indoor heat thresholds for unincorporated LA County. And since then, I've been working with Supervisor Horvath in the Department of Public Health, Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, the county's Chief Sustainability Office, and the County Council to prepare a universal indoor maximum temperature ordinance. And as we continue to face warmer summers, the ordinance is meant to provide relief to our unincorporated residents and to protect them from the dangers of extreme heat in their homes, which we know will impact and can impact their health and well-being. The ordinance is simply clear and based on the needs of our community. And it would require rental units to be kept at or below the 82 degrees Fahrenheit, because research has demonstrated that anything higher is dangerous. This is especially true in those most at risk, including infants, young children, seniors, people with underlying illnesses, people with disabilities, pregnant people, those with asthma, heart disease, and other illnesses. The ordinance also protects our low-income residents, many of whom live in decades-old housing stock that was built prior to World War II and does not have cooling systems that newer buildings have. Once this ordinance goes into effect, renters will be able to install a variety of cooling mechanisms into their apartments without risk of retaliation from their landlords, because we know many could potentially be evicted. And as demonstrated in the slides behind me, you can see that there are a number of other ways of cooling an apartment unit. It doesn't all necessarily have to center around an air conditioning unit. A landlord could also repaint their roof. Instead of a black top, a white top. They could put shades, they could put curtains, they could do many other things and fans to help alleviate that stressful heat. Once this ordinance goes into effect, renters will be able to install, as I said, a variety of mechanisms. But it doesn't just end there. I do believe that there are methods and ways that we can help enhance this upgrade to these apartments. And I hope that we will, as part of an amendment that I'll introduce later, is to ask for our departments to look to see what kind of aids we can receive, rebates possibly, and even state assistance. And there are programs in place right now that many of our consumers and landlords could apply for. So, as we know, in 2027, landlords will be responsible for ensuring an indoor temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit with a 2-year extension in cases, as was mentioned by the Department of Public Health. And if they need more reprieve, they can ask for an additional 2 years. So it's really almost 4 years that they could use to help upgrade their facility. The ordinance will be enforced with a compliant base mechanism through the county's renter housing habitability program, which we know has already been in place. The cost for renters will be controlled and managed through the county's rent stabilization and tenant protections ordinance, which exists. But I do want to hear that it isn't known, or I would want to rephrase it from being called an air conditioning ordinance, because that's not what this is. In fact, landlords are encouraged to utilize, as I said, other cooling mechanisms and their buildings, like weatherizing their windows or roofs, installing blackout curtains and ceiling fans. There's so many other things that are now available, including solar panels. The county is also working to ensure that landlords and tenants understand the ordinance and connect them to the resources available. That includes numerous state programs, as I mentioned, rebates that'll help reduce the cost for landlords and their tenants. And colleagues, I believe that the ordinance is necessary to help protect some of the most vulnerable residents in our unincorporated areas. This includes many of our immigrant communities, African American, low-income communities, who right now are staying indoors. Latino immigrants especially are staying indoors out of fear of immigration enforcement. They're not even going to cooling places like libraries and parks. They're sheltering in place during the hottest days of the year with few options for relief. So this ordinance, for many of us, is a groundbreaking step forward that will save lives as we continue to live with the consequences of global warming. And now I have a few questions for the department. So for the Department of Public Health, why is a proposed indoor heat ordinance needed, and how will it protect our residents?
Yeah, thank you so much, Supervisor Solis, and I really appreciated your comments. I'm going to ask Dr. Quick, who's been working on this with many of your offices for a long time, to go ahead and.
Good morning. Nicole Quick, I'm the Interim Chief Science Officer here at LADPH. So to answer your questions, heat is the #1 cause of climate-related deaths right now. So really this ordinance is trying to get at protection for our most vulnerable in their homes. And as you mentioned, a lot of folks do shelter in place and stay in their homes during these heat events. And what we're going for here with this ordinance is really to protect those vulnerable populations in their home. I also want to mention that folks have different sort of tolerance from a biological perspective to heat. And so the way this is designed now was an attempt to take into account that some people are going to be more susceptible to heat and to really be protective of those individuals and ensure that when they're in their home that they're going to be at a threshold, a temperature threshold where folks will not be having the worst effects of the high heat events.
And how will this ordinance be enforced?
So it is going to be based on complaints. So essentially, individuals will, if they're in a home and with their existing infrastructure in there, whether that be air conditioning or fans and so forth, is not able to maintain an indoor heat of the 82 degrees, they would call us, and it would be complaint-based, and that would be managed through the same staff that are working on the rental habitability, where it would be environmental health inspectors that would go out and respond to those complaints.
I do want to note, though, that with all of the routine inspections under the rental habitability ordinance, our inspectors will immediately begin working with both landlords and tenants so that they understand. I mean, we're not waiting till we're not waiting till 2027 for people to understand how important it is to take steps to make sure that the units are actually habitable. We're just not putting in place a complaint system until 2027, and we're giving landlords plenty of time and ample notification so that they have the time and the ability to go ahead and get those units ready to be in full compliance. But we will be using our inspectors that are out there. There's about 100,000 units in the unincorporated areas. The vast majority of them, frankly, are in SD1 and in SD2, with smaller amounts in SD5, SD4, and SD3. But so obviously, in those places, we'll also be doing a lot more work to make sure that people understand. For us, really, it's about education. Right. And also, the idea behind this is to do as much passive cooling as possible. And that is not the approach that most jurisdictions have taken in the past, but I think it is the forward-looking approach, understanding that we don't want to really exacerbate climate change issues. And we want to really look at all of the options that we have to sort of bring those heat temperatures down to what's a reasonable level that protects our most vulnerable.
Right. Thank you. I want to turn to the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, Rafael. How will the indoor heat ordinance work with the existing rental housing habitability ordinance?
Thank you, Supervisor Rafael Carvajal. Privilege of being the director here at the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs. The program will align clearly with the habitability program. Our RSTPO, our Rent Stabilization Tenant Protections Ordinance, applies specifically to the program, including this. So this includes extending all the protections afforded for tenant protections that include the raises of the rent, the enforcement requirements, and the protections for discrimination and harassment as well.
Or potential eviction.
And potential eviction.
Right. Okay. And again, education program will also be included?
Yes, we've already started our work with our partners and colleagues here at DPH to get the information out. We're packaging it, and we'll be sharing through our collective websites and our collective channels the information. We have our tenant protections hotline where we field calls from both tenants and landlords that we will leverage to provide information and consultation to both landlords and tenants on this, as well as our partners at DPH through their hotline will be providing the same.
Great, thank you. I know that there are several other programs that landlords and tenants can also tap into for financial support, and I wanted to ask Min or someone from ISD to please tell us what those programs are. I understand ISD oversees the Southern Cal REN programs. If you could kind of touch on that, so if you could come forward.
Yes, thank you. Min Lee from the Internal Services Department. Our department administers the SoCal REN program, as you know, which
Explain what that is, because the public doesn't know what that is.
It's actually a program supported with ratepayer funds through the California Public Utilities Commission, and we operate across a 13-county region to support owners of buildings, including multifamily buildings, do energy efficiency upgrades in their buildings so that they can reduce the energy use and also improve the comfort inside those buildings. And so for a number of years, we've been running a multifamily residential program that supports on the order of 4,000 to 6,000 housing units per year to do both passive and active energy efficiency measures. We also, as you know, last year won the Equitable Building Decarbonization Program from the California Energy Commission. This is $329 million in support of installing heat pumps, which are basically, they work as both air conditioners and heaters in and across about 12,000 housing units across the territory that we serve. And so there are, our department runs a number of programs that can support multifamily property owners install energy efficient upgrades that will reduce the indoor air temperature in these housing units. Furthermore, there are programs from the utilities as well as the clean power lines that can support these efforts as well.
You know, there's questions regarding electricity usage and the burden that places on some of the tenants. Can you address that and then talk a little bit about some of the other cooling, passive cooling tools that are available?
Hi, it's still morning. Good morning. I'm Ted Bardicke. I'm CEO of your Clean Power Alliance, which serves in an incorporated county almost 300,000 customers. It's 94% of the eligible customers in with electricity service. I'll say a couple of things on the bulk system and reliability question, and then also note about the cleanliness of that electricity. So by the time this ordinance would be enforced, 100% of the electricity supplied to unincorporated LA County will be 100% renewable, carbon-free. So we're not exacerbating climate change with any increased level of electricity consumption. At the bulk system level, California has made, excuse me, California has made amazing strides in reliability since the last rolling outages in 2020. We've added 10,000 megawatts of battery energy storage to the grid. We haven't had a flex alert in 3 years. Our analysis has shown that if we added air conditioning, and I know there's lots of passive strategies, but if we added air conditioning to every residential unit in unincorporated LA County that doesn't currently have it, we would increase demand by between 100 and 250 megawatts, which may sound like a lot, but in context, our peak demand, our absolute ever peak demand across our entire system was 3,400 megawatts. 100 to 250 megawatts is is variability. We have as low peak demand as 1,500 megawatts. So in terms of the reliability question and whether folks will have access to the electricity, we don't see this as an issue that should prevent you from going forward.
Thank you. And then I didn't hear too much about more about the passive cooling. What kinds of actual equipment or items could landlords and tenants really utilize?
I can speak more to that. I'm Ali Frazzini from the Chief Sustainability Office. So passive cooling, as folks have been referring to, includes design features or operations or technologies that can reduce the indoor air temperatures without the use of power. So again, helping to minimize any impacts to the grid. And those strategies can include anything that shades a building from direct sunlight. So that could be landscaping such as trees or trellises. That could also be awnings and overhangs. It can include light-colored and high-albedo materials on the building exterior that actually help to reflect that light away when it does hit, such as cool roofs and light-colored siding or solar film on windows. It also includes insulation and weatherization measures that can help reduce the transfer of heat from the outer layer of the building to the inside, such as sealing of ducts or installation of double or triple paned windows. And of course, you can naturally ventilate and open windows at night when indoor air is cooler to flush warm air out. That's an example of a practice that can help as well.
Right, and I know we had our slides that we were showing some of those other passive cooling systems that exist. And I think the bottom line too that we need to think about is always the costs. So I'll be introducing a motion later to see how we can provide further assistance and research that to make sure that we're really trying our best to make this an equitable and something that's cost effective for a lot of our landlords as well as for our tenants. So I appreciate it. As someone who grew up in an unincorporated area and not having air conditioning for all the years that I lived there, I can tell you at 75, it gets hot. And I'll never forget those evenings in the summer where we would lay out all 7 of the children in the living room and keep the front door, sliding door open just to let the air in the evening. That was our way of cooling down. I would regret that people have to do that now, especially if you're in an apartment 2 or 3 stories high and there is no relief. But I understand what we're faced with, but I hope we can move forward on this ordinance. And thank you all for your help. So with that, Supervisor Hahn. Yes, my co-author.
Thank you for that. And thank you to Supervisor Solis for your leadership on this issue and for inviting me to co-author the motion which led to the drafting of this ordinance. I also want to thank our team from the county, obviously Public Health, County Council, Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, our Chief Sustainability Office, Internal Services Department. And while I know you're not a department, I just love the Clean Power Alliance, Ted, so I'm glad you're here. Thank you. I know that also we have hundreds of people who have actively engaged in preparation of this policy, many of whom are present here today, both in the hall and on the line. and you've shared your expertise, you've provided critical feedback in stakeholder meetings, you've participated in discussion at cluster and at board, and this is a significant policy and a step forward to protect the public health of our renters, and because it will be in our county health code, I hope cities will also incorporate these protections themselves. They need to proactively take that action, but we know if LA County leads the way, it will lead to greater action throughout the region. So I am encouraged that many elected officials in many of those incorporated cities have also written in to express their support. We know that the hottest 10 years on record all took place in the last 10 years. Extreme heat is the deadliest climate risk facing our communities, and communities across Los Angeles County, in my district, especially in the San Fernando Valley, are experiencing previously unimaginable temperatures. Woodland Hills alone has recorded 121 degrees. This is unthinkable when you think about the possibility that people are living in housing without any devices to cool them and protect them from this extreme heat. We know communities experience these impacts of hot temperatures in areas with greater urban heat island effect, less green space, and less efficient buildings. These are often concentrated in communities who do not have any number of resources. And it isn't just in the valleys. Even in historically cooler parts of my district, Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, we're hearing from older renters in rent-stabilized apartments whose homes are dangerously hot. And for more than a decade, I personally lived in a rent-stabilized apartment without air conditioning. I found it to be pretty unbearable. My family would refuse to come visit me in the summers because they wouldn't want to stay with me in those conditions themselves. And addressing climate change is about simultaneously reducing our emissions while protecting our community members from increased risk. I believe the ordinance before us is critical and thoughtful. It addresses the urgency of the issue while accommodating many of the concerns that have been raised in our stakeholder meetings. And I believe the ordinance also provides immediate protection to tenants so they can install portable air conditioners, blackout curtains, fans, or other measures at their own expense if they are so able, without retaliation or threats of eviction. It also provides a nearly 2-year phase-in for compliance. Landlords can request up to 2 additional years if they show good faith efforts, and we know, and speaking with representatives of many of our property owners, that there is intention to move forward, but there's acknowledgement that some of what they want to propose may take some time, and so we factored that into what is proposed here today, and I know will be part of this conversation. To be clear, this is not a cooling mandate. Instead, this ordinance encourages passive cooling strategies that will save tenants money and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and it leads with education and outreach rather than immediate punitive measures, as we have heard. So I think all of that factored in, addresses what we've heard in many of our stakeholder meetings as well. Thankfully, there are resources to help landlords and tenants. Our Clean Power Alliance, our county's clean energy provider, created a rebate program that provides a free or heavily discounted air conditioner for low-income care customers. For the residential sector, which we've heard is where the majority of our rental units are in the incorporated county areas, Clean Power Alliance's energy team will provide free technical assistance. That's free assistance. Hardly anything these days is free, but this assistance is. And I know Ted Bardicke is here today. He's been our fearless leader in making sure that we provide those programs. Of course, they're only helpful if they actually reach our customers, so that's why I'm emphasizing it here today in my remarks. Also, County ISD, through the SoCal REN program, which we've heard about, created a very helpful website to support compliance with this policy. And through SoCal REN's Equitable Building Decarbonization Program, they'll have retrofits for thousands of multifamily affordable buildings with modern HVAC systems and other energy efficiency measures to support compliance. I also want to mention, as I recall from the presentation that was brought to us from Artie on the update of State of Black LA report, that protections are especially meaningful to Black residents. We know that environmental justice issues often impact Black and brown communities disproportionately. So to me, this is not only an issue of addressing climate impact, this is a social justice issue. And as we just heard from Dr. Ferrer, districts 1 and 2 are the most impacted. And we've also heard from many of our, at many of our stakeholder meetings, just how critical these protections are for some of our most vulnerable communities. So with that in mind, I just want to ask 2 questions. First, one of the suggestions that has come up is focusing this policy only on areas that are recorded as the hottest in the county. So what does your research say about the increased impacts of extreme heat across Los Angeles County? And that can be for public health, chief sustainability office, whomever wants to address that.
So yeah, I'll start off on answering that one. So essentially, as I mentioned before, each individual has sort of a different threshold of sort of tolerance for heat, and that may be something that's just innate to the person, could be related to medications they're taking, comorbid, other health concerns that they have. We definitely across the county have different climates, and some areas certainly have more susceptibility to hot days, those heat index days, which are related to the temperature as well as the humidity. So there are areas in the county that have more susceptibility to heat days. That being said, individuals across the entire county have variation in how they may respond to heat. So being health protective of those individuals in their homes would be to ensure that everywhere across the county that the home that they're residing in is able to be cooled to a temperature. And as is, the ordinance is that 82 degrees for that reason across the entire county.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense to note that in those areas that are cooler, there'll be less need for aggressive measures. But it does allow for the fact that the climate is changing, it is getting hotter. In some areas where in the past we would not have anticipated there being a set of 4, 5, 6 days in a row of high heat, we're now seeing across the board, not just in this county, but in this country, a very significant shift in the weather pattern. And so I think this ordinance does a good job there by saying, look, if there's not a lot of hot days because you live right by the water, then you're going to go ahead and be able as a landlord and as a tenant to reach this threshold fairly easily with some less extensive measures. But in those places where there could be more days, or there could be more days in the future, we want everyone to be prepared. There is a heat threshold at which people, particularly vulnerable people, and I know Dr. Quick was talking about individual characteristics, but I want to say we know that vulnerable people include people who are older, and we have an aging population, and people who are very young. So again, I think these are sensible precautions to put in place across the county, knowing that in some areas there may be easier routes to being in compliance than in other areas where we're really going to have to prepare for a significant number of days where it's going to be super hot. And I don't, yeah.
Thank you, and Dr. Ferrer, I think you covered it really well, all the points. I would just, again, put a finer point on it, those areas that we think of as mild now are getting hotter, and even the coastal areas. What we found in research is that the 95th percentile temperatures are going to continue increasing over the decades, and again, some of those places that we think of as mild weather may not be over the coming years.
Okay, and my other question, you addressed in terms of what sort of energy we would need to generate in order to meet the increased need should every rental unit come online with a new air conditioner, although that probably won't be exactly what happens. But what about the grid itself? That we have heard concerns expressed that not enough research has been done about the grid and what the impacts will be, and so we need to delay this or maybe not do it at all because the grid can't handle what we're proposing. Can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, again, the grid, we anticipate as much as 250 megawatts of additional energy need. The grid handles that kind of variability on a day-to-day basis throughout the year. So at the grid level, there is not, I don't think there's a concern here. Where we will, more start to, have it is at the building level. Does a building need, if everybody's going to put in an air conditioner, is there going to need to be a new panel or something like that? And I think that both the ISD and REN programs, as well as the landlord assistance program that we will be starting next year, will help with those whole building upgrades and retrofits. Should there need to be something done at the systematic level within a building. But at the grid scale, I do think that's a bit of a red herring.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the authors of this. I know, Supervisor Solis, you've been working on this a long time, and thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for being a part of this. I know your staffs have been working really hard on addressing this heat challenge that we're facing. And there's no doubt that global warming, climate changes are very real. We see it, we feel it. It's getting hotter and hotter every year, and it's lasting longer and longer through the year. And the heat especially impacts our vulnerable communities, communities of color, and underinvested areas that have not figured out a way yet to adapt to this changing climate. But I do believe that today's ordinance begins to be a part of that change. Instituting this maximum indoor temperature of 82 degrees will protect our residents from heat and significantly reduce the risk of heat-related emergencies and reduce the strain on our medical emergency and our first responder infrastructures and resources. Today, even in the LA Times front page, heat is causing students to underperform. Talking about how students who are constantly living in hot environments affects their ability to take tests, affects their ability to learn. So certainly what we're doing today, I think, is very important. And but I think I always like to look at these ordinances that we impose on our landlords. I like to look at a way that we can balance them, protecting our tenants, and also a way to, not burden our landlords, particularly our small mom and pop landlords, so much that, they would really consider getting out of the business. But it was interesting, one of the things I heard from tenants, which I found surprising, was some of our tenants have wanted to install cooling measures and have been prohibited by their landlord. So at least this ordinance will then give them the cover they need to work with their landlord to install something. And I've heard from landlords who felt, once again, that this might be a bit of a burden on particularly our smaller landlords. So my motion to amend is a compromise to create an exception for our small property landlords and those who rent 10 units and under to maintain a maximum indoor temperature of not more than 82 degrees in at least one habitable room. And I know this report that we base this ordinance on quoted from the RAND report that said they recommended at least one habitable room to be cooled. So I'm sort of taking that as a way to maybe compromise so the ordinance applies across the board except for small landlords, which we've would be required for one, at least one habitable room. And I know, Supervisor Solis, you're going to be introducing an amendment that looks for ways to give that technical support, have our county try to identify funds and resources to help small mom and pop landlords to comply with this ordinance. To be honest with you, I would like to see both of our amendments go forward, because I think, giving the compromise to our small landlords with also having resources that could help them. I think, some of our landlords are still reeling a bit from some of our COVID-related ordinances, and many of them would be skeptical when it comes to us identifying resources and funding for different programs. Some of them still feel like they were never made whole during COVID. So this is just a compromise, but I think actually they are both compatible. So I would urge my colleagues to support both of them. One of the things I was going to ask, particularly to DPH, staffing it. I think DPH feels like you will need additional staffing, and maybe DCBA as well. If you could both talk to that. I mean, we're kind of hearing regular reports on Tuesdays of the draconian cuts and curtailment that we're going to be asked to make, and wondering how that reconciles with you needing more staff.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I would say there are two parts to it. One is our inspectors, our environmental health inspectors, are for the most part, not 100%, but supported by fees, and we work with the auditor controller to make sure that the fees that are being charged actually cover the true costs of the work that they do. So obviously, with all of the work we've been doing on housing habitability and the need for an increased staff associated with that, which will complement this, we've taken into account those costs and have recommended a very small increase to manage this, this unique aspect of this program. But the hope would be that we've done our work with the auditor controller, and we're actually charging a reasonable fee that covers the true costs, unlike a lot of the other work that we do at Public Health.
And will that fee increase, add more staff?
It will increase $7 to $8, and we will add some more staff.
Right.
I wanted to say.
And again, how would that might jive with a hiring freeze?
I believe that every time we've done hiring freezes, and even when
You've gotten around them.
Well, you can't freeze everything. There are some essential positions that you never freeze. They need to get filled. Physicians, clinicians. We all have to make really hard decisions, but depending on the services that we're providing, there's some positions that are always exempt, at least as long as we've done it. We have a soft hiring freeze right now that really speak to the issues that we have at hand. But I do want to be honest, Supervisor, and say that one of the challenges we have is to bring in new inspectors. There are criteria that they have to meet to get hired and to be health inspectors, and that right now has frankly been a challenge. So we're working on both sides. I appreciate the concern around what does it mean if there was a hiring freeze. I think there's some places where we need to continue to have our staff, but I also know that there is a very realistic barrier to us getting everything up to where it needs to be in terms of our staffing, because we have challenges bringing in the staff that we need that are qualified.
I appreciate that. I mean, because I support this ordinance, right? I think it's really important to protect our tenants, but it's only going to be as good, I think, as we can enforce it. That's where the real protection can continue to be, and I'm concerned about what we're being asked to look at in the future and how that jives with needing more staff. What about DCBA?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. So we have been undertaking an assessment of all of our procedures, policies, and workflows. If you recall, back a few months ago, we implemented and we changed our rent increase caps. As a result of that, our consultant partners identified the need that if we went a certain direction with the limitations on the rent caps, we would see naturally an increase in requests for rental adjustments, pass-throughs for capital improvements, and primary renovations. So we are currently undertaking, working with that same contractor, a review of our processes to identify efficiencies and effectivenesses that we could put in place to help address the
Without adding staff?
potentially. A part of it is also looking at technology and the way that we do business.
So you're not anticipating more staff in your
I
department
do not
for this ordinance?
Not at this time, but I do anticipate an increase with the culmination of the rent cap limit that we put in place, and this on top of that.
You do, and you're saying a lot of things, Rob. Which is it? Are you going to need more staff or not for this ordinance?
Not specifically to this ordinance, but in the aggregate of all of the changes that we anticipate in the future.
So you will be
Yes.
needing new staff. Okay, yeah. I mean, I think that's going to be our big challenge, Fees, and you know that because we're all going to, look at what we feel is really important and necessary and essential, and we're going to come smack up against, I think, what we're being asked to choose, and there are going to be some hard choices, and that's what's going to be difficult going forward. And at the end of the day, we're probably going to be asking you to do more with less. That's probably going to be the tagline of LA County going forward. You're nodding. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let's turn to Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think it goes without saying that every county resident deserves habitable and safe living conditions, and that's why I was proud to co-author a motion a while ago now with then Supervisor Kuehl, which established the rental housing habitability program. And then in the spring of 2024, I was proud that the board unanimously adopted the associated ordinance, which established a proactive inspection for all units and improved tools to increase accountability and compliance. And so, I'm highlighting and reminding us of this work for two reasons. First, I understand the responsibility we have to ensure that our renters are able to live in safe, habitable homes. Second, I understand how important it is to work hand in hand with stakeholders, tenants, and property owners to meaningfully work through concerns around implementation in both the program guidelines and in the ordinance language itself. And so I'm supportive of establishing a maximum indoor temperature threshold. I believe this kind of policy supports tenants facing health and safety issues due to extreme heat in their home. I am also concerned about the implementation process. It's disingenuous if we establish an ordinance and set a policy and pat ourselves on the back, and it can't be implemented in an effective, efficient manner to actually bring cooling to the people who need it the most. So I'm not challenging the responsibility of property owners to maintain their property or the science related to the health impacts of extreme heat on all people. But I do concur with some of the input that I've received, and I think all of our offices have received, about ensuring intentional and targeted programs and front-loading those conversations. We will potentially have, the stick, if you will, of this ordinance, but it doesn't appear to me that we have a solid plan in order to ensure apartments don't get removed from our already limited housing stock, because the capital for repairs is not easily available, particularly to our smaller property owners. I appreciate the programs the ISD and Clean Power Alliance have put forward, but sometimes these programs are hard for property owners to access, and I'll talk about rebates a little bit later. Small property owners, and in some cases tenants, will be responsible for the large capital costs to make the needed building improvements to become compliant. And it's my understanding that the Department of Public Health did not consult with utility companies nor the Department of Public Works on the potential impacts of this ordinance. Is that accurate? That there was no consultation with those two entities?
I don't believe that utility companies were involved in the initial stakeholder input. And yes, I think that's, as far as Public Works and the potential, I do believe Public Works was in some of the initial discussions, but we can verify that. But you are correct about the utility.
I appreciate that. Couple questions for me, Madam Chair, if I may. There was a reference that there's 100,000 units by Dr. Ferrer in unincorporated communities, and it was also mentioned that the number of units impacted by the rental habitability program has increased since we passed that ordinance. So what led to that new discovery in terms of the expanded number of units? I'm curious.
Originally, when the ordinance was established, they used the assessor data, and that, I think, found about 68,000 homes, rental units. As the inspectors have been going out, we've been identifying more units, and so every time, this number probably will keep increasing a bit, but every time we go out, they find additional units, and I think the assessor's roles have also changed over time. So it's been a couple of factors that have led to this increased number, which is
Is that because the assessor doesn't know that these units are being used as rental stock, or?
Possibly, I can't speak to that, yeah.
Okay, curious.
Yeah, the actual number is 97,124.
So speaking of that stock, what's the average physical state of older building stock, pre-1995, or units in the county, and what kind of cooling system would be needed to achieve the maximum indoor temperature threshold if passive cooling doesn't work?
I think that is a wonderful question, and I do not think we have good data on that. I think as this would, just how inspectors are going out and finding more rental units and getting that on the ground, I think as this program rolls out and our inspectors are in there and we start to receive complaints, and additionally inspectors going out in the rental habitability, we will know more about what the status is in those units.
And the condition of the stock and all of that.
Yep.
We don't have anybody here today representing property owners on the panel, do we? No, okay. One of the slides you presented, one of the questions you talked about was how is the temperature going to be verified? And I thought, yeah, that's a question. So what is your expectation? If I'm a tenant, am I responsible for having taken the temperature and knowing that it's over 82 degrees?
Yeah, great question. And just to reiterate again, part of this whole program is the education heavy, right? So initially letting both landlords and tenants know about things that can be done more along the lines of some of the passive cooling methods and so forth. So really want to stress that there's a lot of education. There's behavioral components of this related to things that individuals can do in their own homes, such as opening up in the evening time, which was mentioned, and so forth. To verify a temperature when our inspectors would go out, of course, this is going to be complaint-based, so we would receive a complaint there. An inspector going out and being able to verify, we do run into some of the challenges related to, if there's a heat wave that breaks the day that we go out, our inspectors going out and be able to verify that temperature may or may not be possible at the time. So part of this is going to be an ongoing sort of working through this with both the landlord, tenant, and our inspector staff. We do foresee a fair amount of our staff being out there and speaking to both landlord and tenant on ways to sort of mitigate this and make that a safe environment for the tenants, as well as if our inspectors go out and they verify a temperature, generally those temperatures are taken 2 feet from the ground. So the simple, to answer your question in a simple manner, is they would be taking a temperature. But we very much recognize that at the time when our inspectors go out, there may or may not be a violation, and that doesn't mean that that will be the end of it. There's going to be a working process between all three parties.
Yeah, I think that's super important. At the end of the day, we do have this ability to issue a fine, but that's not really the goal here. The goal here would be to go out. If there's a complaint, then really what our inspectors are doing is they're going out. They will take that measurement, and if the measurement is over 82, they're going to proceed equally as if they take a measurement and it's not over 82. They're going to help look at the situation that the tenant is living in, and they're going to speak with both the tenant and landlord about what are the opportunities for making sure that that unit can stay at or below 82. Yes, we have the authority to issue citations. You know, the way forward, frankly, isn't going to be to rely on that authority to issue citations. It's going to be to educate folks. And I think all the efforts you've heard about making this affordable for everybody is key to this. It really isn't going to work if it's not affordable for it to happen in most places. I mean, we can issue citations, but that isn't necessarily going to bring folks into compliance easily either, and we've had those experiences. So I think this really is an effort to educate people, to make sure people understand why there is a threshold, how important it is, and then, as always, to make sure that those people that continue to violate are getting support that they need to come into compliance.
So I'm not sure if this is your first time hearing Supervisor Hahn's amendment, but if it's if the requirement is one habitable room has a cooling unit, then that's the one room that your inspectors would measure and not the entire house. Okay. The cooling, the passive cooling slide surprised me in terms of the number of low to medium ratings on so many of the units that will cost money. Would the low to medium units or devices or actions get a unit to 82 degrees by themselves, or would they have to be in conjunction?
I'll start on this and see if anybody else with maybe some of the technical background. A couple thoughts on that. We definitely, in thinking about implementation of this, want folks across the board, landlords and tenants, to think about some of the passive cooling elements. Even several of those together may be more effective than just installing air conditioning, because there's barriers both from a financial perspective of install, the electricity and paying electrical for some tenants for a wall unit may be cost prohibitive as well. So there's issues there. And then we have the bigger picture that I think we're all concerned about the impact on climate. I do think as far as will those be effective is really going to be a case-by-case specific one, right? We all know that a central air conditioning unit or a window unit probably can cool a room more quickly than some of this, but maybe some of those additive together, which is why it's so important when we talk about this education and really working through this with the landlord tenant and our sort of technical expertise there. And I don't know if anybody else wants to.
ISD, no? Min?
Yeah, I'd like to add that, when it's 110 degrees in the valley in an urban heat island, it actually may be 80-something degrees by the coast. So there's going to be a continuum of temperatures across the housing units, and the passive measures will certainly be very helpful and will reduce the need for active measures. But certainly in urban heat islands, in the very hot areas of the valley, I don't believe that the purely passive measures are going to be adequate. And so active measures, which could also include, evaporation coolers that don't use as much electricity, could help alleviate the challenges for those units.
It wasn't lost on me that you talked about planting trees, which we know is important for a variety of reasons. And yet, insurers right now are challenging homeowners to make sure that their trees are not in close proximity to their homes based on fire danger, even when you don't live in a high fire zone. And so, what we gonna do? So thank you for that. Couple more, Madam Chair, if I may. I think the last point I would raise will have to do with the rebates. I represent the county on the AQMD board. And we've had some tough times recently. We had a couple of really important rules, 1111 and 1121. The goal was to reduce NOx emission in gas-fired furnaces. It triggered the memory when you talked about heat pumps. We're really trying to encourage that. And those rules failed miserably because property owners came out and didn't want to be forced from their perspective to do what they could to reduce NOx emissions. Anyway, and we talked about, in that process, we talked about the rebates that were available through AQMD, and we got lots of pushback, and I think some of that is fair. We tried to figure out if we could front load the rebate for our lowest income, because a rebate is a rebate. You get the money after the fact, after you've put out. And I don't know how many of you are still waiting for your rebates for a refrigerator you bought 6 months ago, like I am, and how challenging it is. You know, you send the receipt having purchased a rebate, and then 5 months later, they send me a letter saying, we need proof of delivery. Well, here's the receipt that I bought it, you know. So I'm hoping that in our rebate conversation, that we can have real conversation about the complicated nature. Because when you look at many rebates, what it costs, what it takes to get the rebate, it really sends a signal to me that you're not trying to give me the rebate, really. You're just not. You're asking for, it's just a lot. If there are ways in which we can figure out for those lowest income that we could front load the support to increase the likelihood that people will do what we're asking them to do. You know, we in government can be very delayed. I thought we began to talk about rental, the rent cap. I thought about our rental supports in the past. It took us too long to get the money out the door into people's hands. So as we talk about rebates, I encourage us to be as creative as possible and reduce as many administrative, bureaucratic barriers as possible.
Yeah, so just on our current rebate, which offers $300 for a window unit for low-income folks, it's a point of sale rebate. So you go, you either on your phone or you get or you print out a QR code, and when you go to Home Depot or Lowe's to buy that unit, you scan that code, and it's $300 off immediately.
You are my hero today.
So we're going to keep pushing
since you
that
have
idea.
figured that out, I would hope the other utilities could figure out a way to do it that way as well. Because why we have to get not only a receipt, proof of delivery, jump through 3 hoops in a backflip to get your rebate is unnecessary.
No, we're doing the pre-qualification up front.
Excellent.
You get the QR code, and you don't have to wait for a check for weeks or months.
ISD want to add? Ming, or?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. Michael O., Director of the Internal Services Department. Our Equitable Decarbonization Program is actually a install program, so it will not involve rebates, but we are going to take to heart the reduction of friction through the process for the applicants as well.
Thank you. And if we decide to have conversations with the utilities through this process, let's tell them about the way in which you've done it to reduce bureaucratic drama. So I'll just say in closing, Madam Chair, let me just scan. I think I got all my questions posed, my notes. I'll just say in closing that if the ordinance passes today, I hope that the authors and the Department of Public Health understand how important implementation will be in ensuring your stated goals are actually realized. And I also hope that public health continues to work with property owners and tenants after the ordinance is adopted, as you said, to make sure that this isn't a got you, but a true path towards success for property owners to step up and provide it, and tenants to feel that they too are supported and aren't left kind of holding a bag in terms of hearing from a public health perspective that we want them to live in a cool environment, and yet they really can't do it for a variety of reasons. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I want to introduce my amendment to the motion, and this is the one I talked about a little earlier with respect to giving relief to our smaller landlords and tenants so that we set up and create a fund to help them. And I do realize that Supervisor Hahn has her amendment, but I have questions about having just one room cooled and not having maybe 3 or 4 other rooms in the unit that are not going to achieve the 82 degree Fahrenheit. So I just have that personal concern. So I want to go ahead and read in my amendment, and it reads as follows. I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct the Internal Services Department, ISD, to collaborate with the Chief Executive Office in consultation with the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs and Chief Sustainability Office, and to report back in writing within 6 months with the following recommendations that will include the following. identification and applications for funds that would provide additional technical assistance and financial support to the unincorporated Los Angeles County for small property landlords as they are defined in Chapter 8.52, who require capital improvements to meet the indoor maximum temperature ordinance as described in items 14 and 32 in the August 5th, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting. Funding resources should include potentially available funds such as the County Climate Equity Fund, other state utility grants, and a strategic plan to acquire more funding that should include, but not limited to, the Prop 4 climate bond funds, and establish eligibility guidelines and describe the process that will be utilized to dispense the funds beginning in 2027. I believe, members, that this amendment will allow us to meet the needs of our tenants while also supporting the smaller mom-and-pop landlords that we all care so deeply about. So I will ask for your support on that, and now I will turn to Supervisor Horvath. Supervisor Hunt, I'm sorry, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I understand what your amendment is doing. And again, as far as my amendment, it was a compromise just based on a lot of the negative reaction from many of our small landlords. So it was a compromise. And at least one habitable room was based on the RAND report, which this presentation quoted as something they put forward. So it's a compromise, and yours is a compromise to the compromise. And again, I think they can both live together because, I think anytime we talk about potentially available and, looking to identify, I think we've many times in the past have come up short as it relates to real dollars. But I think it's a good move, and I think they can live together. One of the things I was thinking about listening to everybody, I'm assuming that our project home keys would fall under this ordinance. Would we think that was correct? If it's, 100 units that we're building as for our previously homeless.
Supervisor, we would have to check. There are some exclusions that were built into the ordinance, and I just want to make sure that we give you accurate information.
Right. I mean, I would hope that it would apply. Yes. That we would not think that those who are previously homeless with mental health challenges would be in any less need of cooling.
Yeah, we'd have to confer with county council.
Which I think going forward, as we apply to the state for funds to operate and remodel, previous hotels into Project Room Keys, I would hope that we will now factor that in as part of the cost. And I also know that there's a state law that says we can't really add requirements to the building code, although this is health and safety, so it's different. But I also think going forward, it would behoove us to at least educate builders as we begin to rebuild or proposed buildings that, it would be in their best interest to go ahead and, factor in cooling elements because, we're coming in after they've been built to say, by the way, this is the ordinance in unincorporated. So just those two things going forward, I think we should be cognizant of, and we should, make that a part of how we talk to builders and how we talk, certainly as we package these applications for Project Home Keys going forward, Room Keys Home Keys Plus, yeah. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I just wanted to address a couple of things. First, I Obviously, Clean Power Alliance is here. You are our local utility, so I heard that you weren't involved in stakeholder engagement, but I see you here. So when did you get involved? Was it just today, or what was the process for you to be involved in informing where we are today?
So it was on two sides of one was on the grid side. We did review early portions of the RAND report, which talked about the grid impacts and provided feedback through the sustainability office to that report. And then it's been on the program side, the development of this we call it instant AC savings. Of the instant AC savings, we started developing that as well as the landlord program as soon as you all passed the first motion to develop the ordinance. We saw this coming. We wanted to be prepared. So it's been in the works for a while.
Okay, so it's not news to you. You've been working on it. You've informed to where we've gotten to at this point today.
That's correct.
Okay, and then I just also want to speak to the amendments. I'm certainly supportive of making sure we have funding streams. I know that our state partners and others have set aside funding specifically for this. We've identified potential pots of money, but I think to the directive that Supervisor Mitchell has asked about, being explicit in how we achieve that, I think that's really what your amendment gets at in terms of what are the pots of money, how do you access them, how do we make that real money and not just a good idea. So I'm very supportive of that. I also want to thank Supervisor Hahn for recognizing the importance of what we're discussing today. I understand that there are concerns for small landlords, and I think that's part of why we created some of the concessions that are proposed already in terms of delaying enforcement and creating additional extensions to address what we have heard from associations representing property owners, that there may need to be additional time. And so we want to create a real mechanism for that request to be made so we can be working with property owners on effective implementation. But I feel that creating a carve-out for small landlords without a sunset actually creates a tale of two housing stocks, which I don't support. I think housing in Los Angeles is already tremendously expensive. Many apartments are home to multiple tenants, families, roommates, and even multi-generational households. So asking families who are already struggling to make ends meet, who are trying to find options for their housing, to all be asked to sleep in one small bedroom because that's the only room that will be cooled, I think creates an inequitable circumstance. I don't see it as equitable or fair for residents to be forced to huddle into a single room to stay cool simply because their landlord is considered small. Especially doing that forever, I think is problematic. I think finding a sensible path forward is important, and so I'm happy to continue listening to what can be an option, but I think supporting small landlords while ensuring that all residents receive the same level of protection that has been defined by public health, I think is important. So as currently written, I think that's not moving in the direction that we're looking to achieve with this ordinance.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Supervisor Mitchell.
I just wanted to if maybe County Council could clarify the question on Project Home Key, because I got a note saying that we did think that it would not apply. So if County Council could confirm, just so we could, since the question was raised, we could get confirmation here.
Thank you, Supervisor, for the question. I do have my colleague here who might be able to add to the answer or correct me, but I'm noting from the slide, it did note that the rental units that would not be covered would be owner-occupied, mobile homes, mobile parks, recreational vehicles, or vehicle parks, and then properties that are subject to routine inspections for habitability by other local, state, or federal government agencies. I don't know if the Project Room Keys are subject to those routine inspections.
I think the issue is, are they HUD financed?
I'm sorry.
I mean, are they financed by HUD? So I think that's why we can't really answer because we're not sure about that. But there is a provision in there that would exclude some of our properties based on, how they're financed. So, and Rafael might know as well. I mean, I don't know enough about Project Homekey.
Yeah, we will continue to look at that. We're getting some preliminary thoughts that maybe it does, but we are continuing to research.
That's correct. Our preliminary thoughts are that it does apply to Project Roomkey, but we're going to
The
confirm.
mic, please. Can't hear you. Repeat that again.
Please state your name
Sorry
for the
about
record.
that. Our preliminary analysis is that it would apply, but we're going to follow up to confirm.
Okay. Supervisor Solis and I were having a sidebar walking through our own recollection, having walked through home key projects in our own districts and unincorporated, and many of them are new properties, and I can see, the new combined heating and cooling kind of units that you often see in hotels and motels. But I just wanted to get clear, since the question was raised, if it's would be included. All right.
We will research and get a definitive answer on that.
Thank
We're
you.
not sure
In
at
the,
this time.
in the report back, if this passes, yeah. Okay. Okay, great. Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you. And Supervisor Horvath, I appreciate your how you looked at my amendment, and I know originally I think another compromise to my compromise was that it would sunset in 2032, and I didn't go along with that. But would you consider supporting my amendment if it sunsetted in 2032? Because I do believe then some of this intended funding and resources would be more readily identifiable at that point, and help might have been already given to these small mom and pops, and then we would sunset it in 2032, and then you would have you would not have two tiers of accommodations.
I'm going to look at my lead author. Let us have a conversation about that.
Okay.
I think
Because I think that's what you originally asked, and I was stubborn and I said no. But compromise to the compromise to the compromise, I think would be a good compromise. Giving the small landlords a little more ramp-up time with the Supervisor Solis's amendment of identifying resources, and by 2032, I would be amenable to sunset it.
But would your amendment still include just one room?
Yes.
See, that's
the compromise for small landlords.
That's the part that I.
Well, that's what would be sunsetted in 2032.
Could we just have them get an additional 2 years to come into compliance? So that way it extends the
29, so
period of time, and if the
Well, but if we're allowing everyone possibly 4 years to come into compliance, that's the same thing, 2032. So
that's the point. So as it's currently written, it's
they get 2 years, but then they can get another 2 years.
And you can request another 2 years.
So that's 4 years.
And so if instead of allowing it to be just one room, if it's going to sunset, what I'm hearing you say is that at some point it will sunset and then the whole unit has to be considered.
Correct.
So instead of having one unit be the measure for a period of time, and that is 2 years. So right now, 2 years for enforcement, 2 years for requested extension. What if we just added for small landlords an additional 2 years, so for a total of 6 years, but never just for one room, but for the whole unit?
Okay, I need a chart.
The idea would be that instead of ever using the litmus test of just one room, it would be the whole. It would
you would give them.
Unit,
you wouldn't enforce this. You wouldn't.
There would be an additional 2 years allowed for small landlords to come into compliance.
I think the problem with that, Madam Chair, if I may, is that delays people who have small landlords from getting any relief if the people take the time. So at least if it was one room, that have something versus nothing for up to what I'm now hearing could be 4 years.
I think what we heard from public health is that it doesn't relieve them from compliance. It's just that the enforcement tool doesn't, punitive measure of enforcement doesn't kick in until after 2 years. So it would delay the enforcement tool that is punitive, but it would still, and as I understood it from public health, and I want to be corrected if I'm wrong, but the idea is that it would still go into effect. They still have to come into compliance. The additional time isn't to waive their coming into compliance. The additional time is to allow them to come into full compliance.
And that's your expectation with your amendment?
My expectation was that we would carve out small mom and pop landlords, 10 and under units, from the entire unit being cooled to 82, so just one, at least one, and then in 2032, after we've identified resources and helped folks, they would then be required for the entire unit. It would sunset.
So I'll turn to my lead author, since this was your initial vision. I just want to make
surgically cutting through it all.
Yeah.
I think it's a good compromise.
Well, what I envision is that, originally putting this ordinance forward was tough enough. Let me tell you, this has been already several years in the making here, and I really want to thank public health and the folks that are out in the audience, as well as the ones that are listening to us, that they see us. I think we're looking at making sausage, and I don't necessarily like the taste of the sausage.
Oh.
I mean, I don't have a problem with perhaps extending it, as Supervisor Horvath said, the time, but then to have the whole unit in compliance at that time. So we're giving them more time. We're giving them till what, 2032, Supervisor Horvath? Is that
No, you're saying up to 6 years, which would be
Yeah, so it would be for small property landlords.
34.
An extension may be granted by the director or their designee for up to 4 years to come into compliance for rental housing units beyond the effective enforcement date of January 1st, 2027.
But you said give them another 2 years.
Right.
Yes.
So, we'd go to,
So yours would be 6 years, mine would be 4 years.
With one room.
yeah, with one room.
But by year by 32, they would be required to have the entire unit.
No, but but her amendment is shortening that, right? So you're actually looking
No,
at 2029.
No, she's lengthening it.
Right?
She's saying they have to be in compliance, but it won't be enforced possibly for 6
Right,
years.
compliant.
I mean,
But it gives them time. It gives them time.
So you're saying 2032?
yeah. That the amendment for one room would sunset. So then they would be required for the entire unit.
So that's not 2 years. That would be an additional.
That's from 27 to 32.
That's 4 years.
Yeah, that would be 4 years.
Right.
So
And
that's
yours was 6 years, I thought.
It's 4 years.
So we're the same.
Yes.
Only we want to get
if you
some more
accept.
rooms cooling sooner than later.
I mean, I think the goal is, if we're ultimately trying to get the whole unit into compliance.
Well, I agree, but
Then
I
we're
think
focusing
also
on the
my
whole
goal,
Compromise.
mine was a compromise because I'd heard from small mom and pop landlords who really were hoping that we would, again, I was,
But we are giving them some,
well,
we're going to seek some economic
I
relief.
think mine's cleaner, but I can see that I don't have the support.
So Supervisor Horvath, restate your amendment again, please.
I can have this language circulated as an alternative
Okay.
if you'd like to consider it. It would read in section 1 sub A, for purposes of this section, the term landlord, tenant, rental housing property, and rental housing unit have the same meanings as stated in chapter 8.53 of this code. Small property landlord shall have the same meaning as stated in chapter 8.52. And then in subsection M, it would read, following January 1st, 2027, for small property landlords, an extension may be granted by the director or their designee for up to 4 years to come into compliance for rental housing units beyond the effective enforcement date of January 1st, 2027. And we'll have that circulated.
Okay, but where was the extra 2 years, the possible 6 years? Was that, did I make that up?
So
Possible.
for small property, right now, as it's written, the extension is up to 2 years. My language says extension may be granted by the director or their designee for up to 4 years to come into compliance.
So 4 plus 2? The only reason I think mine is actually stronger is that you get at least one room under 82 degrees starting in 2027.
Yes, go ahead.
That's why I think mine was stronger.
I think we're hearing what the two options are. I'm hearing boos, and I don't want any amendments, but we got to count to 3. So I'm interested, maybe we hear from the public, and
Sure.
you can provide comment on what you're seeing as what is proposed as compromise language. But I think, what we're trying to do here, I understand, is create compromise so we can pass an ordinance today. But I think, I have concerns about limiting extending it at all, but I also have concerns about limiting enforcement to just one room, given, the households that we're looking to serve. So I think there are a lot of considerations at play.
Okay, Supervisor Mitchell.
Let me just say, I appreciate the ordinance went to cluster that allowed for additional time and input, but I'm clear that the initial report back came out in 2023, but the motion to direct the ordinance was just last year. And so sitting here today with lots of read-in motions can be complicated for us. We're down a member as well as the general public. So I certainly would like to see any and everything that's proposed in writing. So I have an opportunity to digest it. Perhaps the public can take a look at it because it feels to me right now it's clear as mud. So I don't know, Madam Chair, if you want to go to public comment, give us a chance to look at the
certainly.
varying motions
We can,
in conjunction with what was put on green sheet
Right.
as well. That would be helpful.
we have quite a few people in the queue, so it will take some time, and we'll make sure that some of the folks in the audience that want to see the amendments, the one I proposed as well, Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Horvath, okay? So let's go to that then. Executive Officer, let's hear public comment on these 2 items, 14 and 32.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Jacqueline Walukas, Joseph Ramos, Hector Ochoa, Catherine Baltazar, Brittany Rivas, Wendy Miranda, Alex Jessette, Laura Gracia, Eric Farrar, Morris Rocha, Kenny Montejano, Shane Henson, Renee Jimenez, Karen Romero Estrada, Grace Hutt, Alexandra Gay, Diego Rodriguez, Ana Salcedo, and Maru Cruz Castillo. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address items 14 and 32, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you, and I appreciate that this is complicated material. I've been trying to follow myself. And one thing that I am clear about, that one cool room is a lifesaver, and that should be brought forward on the earlier side. And extending, which sounds like bullshit negotiations, the enforcement protocol, when it will come in, oh, you have to do it, but we won't enforce it for those years, all feels like froth. We need to make a requirement that there's a cool room so people don't incinerate. Okay, you can sleep in the living room, it's in an apartment. And by the way, 10 units, mom and pops, let's not be fooled. What if I'm a rich guy and I own a building that has 10 units? And no, that's another building with 10 units. That's called a private equity guy. Are they going to be taking advantage of rolling it out as long as possible? I wonder if Mitchell might be right that this has to be. I know that there's a room full of mad fighters for chill, and I'm with you. But maybe we should get it right for a change. And let's check the code, Harrison, because we don't want to inadvertently eliminate something. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yvonne Watson, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, this is Yvonne Martinez-Watson. I am the chair of the Environmental and Social Justice Committee for the Sierra Club Angeles chapter. I'm also the chair of the Environmental and Social Justice Committee for Sierra Club California's Environmental and Social Justice Committee. I am also a renter, and I am heat sensitive, which means that my body reacts to heat. I am really appalled by this idea that we can only have, that you would propose to have only one cool room in a rental unit. Rental units are things that people buy, or I'm sorry, people rent because they're looking for a habitable residence. They're looking for an entire habitable residence, not just a single room. And I can guarantee you, from my personal experience as a renter, the landlords I've had to deal with have either been greedy and unresponsive to the needs of their tenants. So
thank you. Next
that,
speaker.
You're trying to say that, well, they deserve some consideration.
Next speaker, please.
Kat Espinoza, your line is open. You may begin. Good afternoon. My name is Kat Espinoza, and I'm calling in support of item 14. Thank you to the Department of Public Health for introducing this important ordinance, and to Supervisors Solis and Horvath for authorizing the motion that triggered the development of this ordinance. Our planet continues to heat up, resulting in record-breaking temperatures, extreme temperature fluctuations, catastrophic events like January's fires, July floods in Texas, and fire tornadoes in Turkey. Extreme heat is a global threat. I appreciate the foresight the county has in ensuring the people who suffer the most from high temperatures are protected, regardless of where they are in the county, where they live, or how much rent they can afford to pay. The people who felt is most impacted by high heat, seniors, persons with underlying illnesses like asthma, disabilities, and young children, are protected even if they are low income and can only afford to live in older housing. This is an equity issue, this is a public health issue, and this is an issue of tenants' rights. Although I understand some small business owners are worried that they may not be able to afford any upgrades that may potentially have to do after they run out of extensions, there are rebates, discounted services, and
Thank you.
resources to
Next
support
speaker,
them.
please.
One moment. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, Supervisor Horvath et al. Talk down to the constituents once again. The idea of equity is a stuck-on stupid concept and self-gratification. The issue is as old as the hills. You are using our precious tax dollars to support the Biden illegals and fighting ICE and Trump, while citizens and vets are on the streets. Alcatraz awaits for you. Thomas Sowell, Victor Davis Hanson. Supervisor Hahn, enforcement, a light at the end of the tunnel. Staff equals enforcement. The light goes out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Patricia Mack, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, hi. I disagree with this ordinance. I wonder how much are the utility companies paying you guys for this? You know, President Trump just signed this executive order where landlords just can't do what they used to do. Well, get ready. They will be heavily fined. So now you got something else you want people to pay for. Hey, this earth changes all the time. I'm from Chicago. It used to be 10 below in the wintertime. We went through it and it changed. Okay, so we need to stop this. And I think this is nothing but another ploy to make the utility companies make more money. Will people be able to afford this? No, many of them won't. Landlords, they can't raise the rents to make to cover for that. So I need you guys to do your job. And I want to know how many people in Skid Row. You got 80 blocks of homeless people on Skid Row. What are you doing to keep them cool? Okay? They're dying on Skid Row. You've done nothing. You've given them no housing. You've done nothing. You are protecting illegal aliens. Everything.
Thank you. Next speaker.
It hurt the people.
Amanda Grant, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, this is Amanda Grant, and I'm with an organization called SGB Casita. We support this ordinance as a critical step, but I'm here to ask you to close the largest gap. First of all, the one-room rule for small landlords. One room is not enough for overcrowded or multi-generational homes where people sleep in different rooms, care for elders, or watch young kids at the same time. At minimum, every bedroom should be held to the 82-degree requirement. I'd also like to highlight that a 2027 implementation date means that many tenants will be without access to cooling for 2 more summers. Budgeting for capital expenses is an entry-level management skill. Landlords should be able to satisfy these improvements in this time. Also, from what I can tell, 10 units is what LA County considers a small landlord, and that does not sound like a mom and pop to me.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yesenia Cox, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Yesenia Kush, calling on behalf of the Council of Mexican Federations. In strong support of item 14, we're living through the reality of a warming planet, record-breaking temperatures, fires in January here in LA, floods in Texas, and fire tornadoes in places like Turkey. Extreme heat is a growing threat, and it disproportionately harms those with the least protection, seniors, children, people with disabilities, and low-income families, many of whom are immigrant living in older, poorly ventilated buildings. This ordinance is an important step towards protecting tenants from those impacts. Right now, tenants have very few options when it gets dangerously hot. They can try to access a cooling center if one's available or suffer in silence, and that is just inhumane and unacceptable. We urge the board to support this ordinance and ensure our communities aren't left behind as the climate crisis worsens. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Barbara Hensley, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. I want to thank the Department of Public Health for introducing this important ordinance, and to Supervisors Solis and Pravath for authoring the motion that triggered the development of the ordinance. I represent the central group of the Sierra Club. I'm its co-chair, and the central group is the Los Angeles region. I'm a volunteer. I object to Supervisor Hahn's last-minute proposed amendment. And really, think about it. How is that going to be enforced? I can see right now the landlord taking the position that the tenant who is entitled to use their entire place they've rented, not just one room, they're going to say, well, the tenant left the door open, and that's why it's now 84 degrees in there, or that the tenant has too many people in the room and it ran up the temperature in the room.
Thank you. Next speaker.
You're going to get in the.
But I feel like
Tiara Brown, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiara Brown, and I'm calling in support of item 14. Thank you to the Department of Public Health for introducing this important ordinance, and to Supervisors Solis and Horvath for authorizing the motion that triggered the development of this ordinance. Our planet continues to heat up, resulting in record-breaking temperatures, extreme temperatures fluctuating in catastrophic levels, like January's fires, July's floods in Texas, and fire tornadoes in Turkey. Extreme heat is a global threat, and I appreciate the foresight the county has in ensuring the people who suffer the most from high temperatures are protected, regardless of where they are in the county they live and how much their rent is. The people whose health is the most impacted by high heat is seniors, persons with underlying illnesses, with asthma, disabilities, and young children are protected, even if they are low income and can only afford to live in older housing. This is an equity issue, this is a public health issue, and this is an issue of tenants' rights. Although I understand some small business owners are worried that they may not be able to afford.
Edith de Guzman, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Edith de Guzman. I'm a heat adaptation researcher, District 3 resident, and a renter. As our region warms, the stakes of climate adaptation are becoming more urgent. This is true especially for those with limited freedom to control their physical environment, including renters. This board item arrives at a critical moment and offers necessary and decisive action to protect those least equipped to cope with heat impacts and who are often prevented, including by their landlords, from decisions that shape their daily lives. We must reframe cooling as a basic standard of habitability, not a bonus amenity. We must prioritize health over hesitation and equity over efficiency. By protecting our most vulnerable neighbors with the right to cooling, we demonstrate that we understand that lives depend on it. I urge the board to fully support this maximum indoor temperature threshold for rental housing for all habitable rooms. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
His mic isn't on. Can we make sure that mic is on, please?
Good afternoon, Supervisors.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Hector, and I'm speaking as a constituent today of the 1st District in support of the indoor max temperature threshold ordinance. This issue is personal for me. My brother, who is physically and developmentally disabled, nonverbal, and living through kidney failure, cannot regulate his body temperature or communicate when he's in distress. When the apartment gets too hot, it puts his life at risk. And I do believe disabled people are not expendable. Setting an indoor maximum temperature of 82 degrees isn't just reasonable, it's life-saving for families like mine. Heat shouldn't be a silent killer in our homes. I urge the board to adopt this original ordinance and make LA County a leader in climate safety and equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Joseph Ramos for the Apartment of Association of Greater Los Angeles. Small owners with older properties will be financially devastated by this new cooling mandate. Instead of gaining air conditioning, their renters will be forced to find new housing when these buildings are sold to corporations and redeveloped as new owner-occupied luxury housing. We strongly support Supervisor Han's amendment as the only way to sustain small owners and keep their affordable rental housing on the market. 82 degrees is not necessary for health purposes. Basing 82 degrees on a single study of only 16 people in Canada is unreasonable and constitutes junk science. We urge the supervisor to reconsider and set a single temperature of 86 degrees, which is far more reasonable and would enable far more mom and pop owners to stay in business. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Catherine Baltasar, and I'm with Climate Resolve, a local nonprofit working towards equitable, sustainable solutions that protect communities from extreme heat. I am speaking in support of the original ordinance under item 14, Supervisor Horvath and Solis's motion for a single 82-degree indoor heat threshold for all habitable rooms. Throughout history, we've adopted public health standards to protect people from preventable harm. The right side of history has always belonged to those who take action. This is no different. As our climate warms, extreme heat is not just uncomfortable, it's dangerous. And for too many renters in LA, it turns their home into a health standard or health hazard. Just as we wouldn't accept a home without a working smoke detector, we should not accept a home that becomes unsafe during a heat wave. An indoor heat threshold for an entire home ensures that people aren't forced to huddle together in a single room for relief. It promotes safety and provides dignity, especially for families living in overcrowded conditions or those without the means to cool their homes. I ask the rest of the supervisors to please support the original motion without the...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Rene Jimenez, and I am a resident of unincorporated South San Jose Hills and SD1 and work for the San Gabriel Valley Conservation Corps. We are a small nonprofit dedicated to youth development and environmental restoration and protection. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath for their teams for bringing this forward. I urge the board to vote yes on the original ordinance and item 32. For those concerned about costs that landlords and corporations would incur, I'd like to mention a few things. These are not costs, they are investments. These are not costs, they are necessities. One room removes privacy. One room removes comfort. One room is not enough. All rental units deserve to be cooled to livable standards. I usually appreciate the notion of compromise, but the climate crisis will not compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please raise your hands if you're in agreement, because we don't clap. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shane Henson, and I work as a legal aid attorney and public policy advocate at Intercity Law Center, which provides free legal representation to low-income tenants throughout Los Angeles County. Intercity Law Center supports the safe indoor temperature ordinance without any amendments. Extreme heat threatens the most vulnerable in our society, those who cannot properly regulate their internal body temperature, seniors, children, and people with disabilities. The results are deadly. In fact, Scientific American has found that extreme heat is the #1 weather-related cause of death in the United States. Habitability laws ensure all landlords provide their tenants a safe and habitable home. As a legal aid attorney, I've used habitability laws to ensure negligent landlords provide their tenants adequate heating, proper locks, plumbing, and safe electrical wiring. However, under current law, if a tenant asked me for help because they suffered from extreme heat in their home, I would not have the ability to keep them safe. That is unacceptable. Adequate cooling should be a habitability requirement in homes, just like heating is. Please vote in favor of the original ordinance and oppose the SD4 amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Brittany Rivas, and I am a tenant in Walnut Park, SD4, and the care coordinator for Communities for a Better Environment. I support the safe indoor temperature ordinance as originally proposed. Heat is the deadliest form of extreme weather, and it gets worse every year. I do not support Supervisor Hahn's amendment because our communities deserve their whole home to be habitable, and the county deserves strong climate resilience initiatives. Frontline communities regularly battle with various respiratory health conditions, diabetes, and other health disparities, which can be exacerbated with extreme heat and pollutants such as ground level ozone, particulate matter 2.5, and diesel particulate matter. Communities do not simply exist in one room. We have intergenerational homes that family members gather in, and all rooms should be covered. There are 97,000 plus and counting units throughout unincorporated LA County whose tenants need protection from climate change. Adequate cooling should be a habitability requirement in all homes. Please vote yes to center community health and those vulnerable to
Thank you. Next
risk.
speaker.
Hi, my name is Eric Farrar, born and raised in District 4, and I'm a member of Sheet Metal Workers Local 105, where I spent my career making weatherization upgrades like installing cooling roofs. I want to thank Board for moving forward with an indoor heat standard. This is a major win for renters, especially in communities where extreme heat has been ignored for too long. We know whole house cooling is what makes the biggest differences, and our members are ready to install it. Thank you for setting a clear standard that let us do our job and help keep people safe.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, hi, my name is Wendy Miranda. I'm with Esperanza, who is a member of the LA for Resilient and Healthy Homes Coalition. I am also a tenant in SD4. I am here to support the safe indoor temperature ordinance without any amendments. Extreme heat is the most deadly weather condition we face, and it's getting worse and becoming more frequent with climate change. Tenants need protection from these life-threatening conditions and should be seen as a public health issue. Adequate cooling should be a habitability requirement in all homes, all rooms, not just one, just like heating is. So I urge you all to vote in favor of the original ordinance and oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Laura. I'm with Communities for a Better Environment. We have member in Supervisor Solis, Hahn, and Mitchell's district. We support the original Solis and Horvath language. We don't support Supervisor Hahn's amendment because our communities deserve their whole home to be habitable. The amendment ignores cultural and intergenerational households who may have elders and children living under one roof. Also, to be quite frank, the amendment upholds ableism. There are many residents who are homebound, including those living with various disabling conditions, or must remain home due to electric life-saving medical devices. Many of our members live next to refineries, neighborhood oil drilling, metal dismantlers, which release dangerous pollutants. These pollutants become more dangerous when mixed with extreme heat. Without proper cooling in your home, tenants may try to open their window to get relief, but then exposed to poor air quality. We urge the Board of Supervisors to pass the original language without SD4's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Karen Romero Estrada. I'm here on behalf of Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles. I support the original safe indoor temperature ordinance without any amendments. Barring a question from a public commenter in a prior meeting, who could tell me this room's temperature today? While we're comfortable in this room, outside it's 84 degrees, and at 9 a.m. today, it was already uncomfortable. Climate change is making extreme heat events more frequent and severe. Extreme heat can trigger and worsen health conditions, but exposure and risk are unevenly distributed throughout the county. We need a single standard for all rental units to address the health impacts of extreme heat. I urge you to vote in favor of the original ordinance and oppose the amendment from SD4. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Fernando Ochoa, Sergio Lopez, Guadalupe Gonzalez, Kimberly Orbe, Aura Vasquez, Carlos Benavides, Dwight Scott, Janet Torres, Mireya Aguilar, Matthew Buck, Ryan Sanchez Gonzalez, Fred Sutton, Isabel Parada, Claudia Jerez, Carla Gonzalez, Mike I, Chelsea Kirk, Gerard Wright, and Emily Filkin. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Barbara Contreras, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, retrofitting for all of this, a landlord would have to retrofit their attic, the interior of their house, plus they have to consider the electrical panel box that's going to need some upgrading too, especially if it's old. And this is all about cost for tenants and landlords. And the benefactor of all of this, we know, is going to be SCE as a benefactor. If you really want to control climate change, then go after the polluters, oil and coal companies. They are the result of this daily fossil burning that pollutes our air and creates ill health for everybody. And for you attorneys out there, you're waiting. You're sitting there like vultures. You just want to wait for the landlords that you think are negligent so that you have cases, illegitimate cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Doria Shivkowski, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Daria Tchaikovsky from Ukrainian Arts Center, which is in the Hilda Solis's office district. And thank you to all for authorizing this ordinance. I am in support of it. I think everyone has said enough. I will join and please support and vote yes on item 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tim Riley, your line is open. You may begin.
Honorable Supervisors, Tim Riley, Marine Del Rey Las Villas Association. Going back to the Health Department's recommendation 2 years ago, setting the maximum temperature at 82 degrees in all rooms where there's a active cooling and 86 degrees if there's evaporative cooling or no cooling unit. This standard has been followed in major Arizona cities where the heat exceeds way over 100 degrees during the summer, and it works for them. Also, we would support the direction of Supervisor Hahn's motion for one room, habitable room, to be cooled, and but the RAND report made no distinction on the number of units, and we really think that really should apply to all rental properties, a standard of one habitable room being cooled instead of all of them.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Maria Serrano, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Elena Serrano, and I'm with Comité Mexicano. Calling in support of item 14. Thank you to Department of Public Health for introducing this important ordinance, and to Supervisor Solis and Horn authoring the motion that triggered the development of this ordinance. As we know, extreme heat is a global threat, and I appreciate the foresight of the county as ensuring the people who suffer the most from high temperatures are protected, regardless of where they are in what county they live or how much rent they can afford. The people whose health is the most impacted by high heat, seniors, persons with underlying illness such as asthma, disability, and young kids. If they are low income and can only afford to live in an older house, tenants currently have nothing to support them, and it gets hot if they live in a building without cooling measurements. I support this item.
Thank you.
And please support
Thank you.
public health.
As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address items 14 and 32, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we take the next speaker, please?
Janet Gagnon, your line is open. You may begin.
Janet, please begin. Can we take the next caller, please?
Kiana Martinez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Kiana Martinez with SGB Casita, a local organization, and also a resident in Baldwin Park in Solis's district. We support this ordinance as it's a critical step, but it needs to be stronger. I urge you to remove the 2032 sunset on the one-bedroom rule and fix the most dangerous gaps. If enforcement begins in 2027, but the one-bedroom loophole lasts until 2032, that's 7 more summers of renters, especially in small, overcrowded buildings, sleeping in dangerously hot bedrooms. And that's not safety, that's slowly harming. And renters are expected to cool their own homes, but what if they can't afford electricity? So without help paying these bills, some tenants will be left to overheat. That means that there'll be 7 years where babies, children, elders, night shift workers may be sleeping in unsafe conditions. We all know what heat does over time. It worsens heart conditions, disrupts sleep, and increases hospital visits. These consequences of death and hospitalization for our vulnerable communities does not change because they have a small landlord. That will never change. And
Thank you. Next
renters
speaker.
are never told about their rights.
Antoinetta Garcia, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Antonieta Garcia, and I live in the East LA on a corporate area. I'm a renter in East Los Angeles, and I'm here in support of item 14. And I am in favor on item 14 on the tenant protections from extreme heat by Supervisor Solis and Harvard. It is getting hotter. The climate change is here. We need 82 threshold to protect people in their homes and save lives. Also with the underlying people that have like extremely asthma. I have 2 daughters that they have underlying health issues with asthma and also going along with upper airway disorders. We need to really protect our East LA
Thank you. Next speaker.
And we would.
Brian Duarte, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Brian Duarte, and I'm calling against this motion. I understand LA summers are getting, a bit hotter year by year, and we should keep everyone safe. I understand that every area is different, and some experience different levels of heat. Everyone's situation is different, but this proposal seems just to focus on renters without considering the financial strain on mom and pop landlord like myself. Not all landlords are wealthy or real estate gurus. I live in an older home built in the early 1940s, and in order to support multiple AC units, I will need to completely rewire the whole house and install new electrical panel. That means removing all old wiring, fishing new lines to the walls and whatnot, just to meet the electrical demands of modern cooling systems. I've looked into it. I'm not ignoring the issue or trying to cut corners. I live in the same conditions as my tenant. I don't have any central AC either, and I'm not living somewhere more comfortable. While they deal with the heat. The problem is cost. I got in multiple quotes and no one under $10,000. Electrical work
Thank
is
you.
one of the
Next
most
speaker.
expensive trades right now. And
Eric Steele, your line is open. You may begin.
Eric, please begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Eric Steele. I'm in support of item 14. I live in District 1. Thank you, Department of Public Health, for introducing this important ordinance, and to Supervisors Solis and Harvath for authoring the motion that triggered the development of this ordinance. Our planet continues to heat up, resulting in record-breaking temperatures, extreme temperature fluctuations, and catastrophic events like January fires, July floods in Texas, and fire tornadoes in Turkey. Extreme heat is a global threat, and I appreciate the foresight the county has in ensuring the people who suffer the most from high temperatures, and they're being protected regardless of where they live in the county, or how much rent they can afford to pay. The people whose health is the most impacted by the high heat: seniors, persons with underlying illnesses like asthma, disabilities, and young children are protected even if they are low income and can only afford to live in older housing. This is a
Thank you. Next speaker.
This is a public.
Ada Macedo, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Aida Macedo. I'm a constituent of Supervisor Han. I'm calling in support of item 14. I myself and my husband are landlords outside of the county, and I do think it's important that we treat tenants with dignity. I think 82 degrees of indoor temperature is not too much to ask, and I think some of the concerns that people have are remedied with the time that there is to implement this policy, as well as different support programs that can help small landlords make these fixes for the apartments and for buildings. I've always said this in the past, and I know it sounds terrible, but if you can't afford to be a landlord, you shouldn't be a landlord. People deserve to be healthy, and people deserve to live in habitable conditions. Any temperature above 82 degrees is not habitable. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. It's always a pleasure and an honor to be here in front of you. My name is Carlos Benavides. It's critically important to support measures that protect residents from the health risks associated with rising temperatures. Extreme heat is not just uncomfortable, it's a major public health threat. Rising temperatures can lead to a range of heat-related illnesses, from cramps all the way to heat stroke. These conditions are particularly dangerous to vulnerable populations, including older adults, young children, people with chronic health and conditions, and especially with people with disabilities. Supporting protective measures is not only about immediate safety, but also about long-term resilience. Heat stress can have lasting effects on physical and mental health. Proactive policies and addressability provide resources for cooling can be more cost-effective than a reactive approach to a public health crisis. By implementing healthcare systems and build a more resilient and equitable society in the face of a changed climate, that's why I'm in support of the maximum indoor temperature threshold.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Grace Hudd. I'm an SD1 resident and here with SAGE to express my support for the original safe indoor temperature ordinance without amendments. It's clear that we all recognize extreme heat is making people seriously sick in their homes, especially our seniors, children, and community members with disabilities and pre-existing health conditions. But our most vulnerable community members don't just live in buildings owned by large landlords. They live in buildings owned by small landlords too, and they should not get weaker protections from life-threatening heat just because of who their property owner is. It's not unreasonable to ask small landlords to ensure that their rental properties are livable. This is what they signed up for when they decide to rent out properties, and they can rely on annual rent increases and subsidy programs to cover the cost of upgrades. What is unreasonable is to expect for full families to isolate in one room for days during an extreme heat event. Please stand with renters who desperately need these investments in their homes. Please vote yes on this item without amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Is it on? Okay.
There you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Jassett, and I'm here on behalf of Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles and as a tenant in SD1. I support the original safe indoor temperature ordinance and oppose the proposed amendment from SD4. Extreme heat poses a very serious risk to our region's public health, especially as climate change continues to wreak havoc on our county. We need to urgently and thoughtfully enact bold policies that will both mitigate our region's contribution to climate change as well as adapt to this changing reality. Adaptation is especially difficult for renters to do who are at the whim of their landlords and who often aren't able to take the necessary measures to ensure a livable environment in their home. In order to prevent unnecessary deaths and other health complications, it's crucial that the county ensures habitable dwellings by enacting an indoor temperature threshold for the whole home, among other needed changes going forward. Adequate cooling should be a habitability requirement in all homes, just like heating is. Please vote in favor of the original motion and oppose the amendment from SD4, which will further complicate an already difficult to enforce but necessary policy.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Ana Saucedo, and I'm a member of the San Gabriel Valley Conservation Corps. And I'm here with my team, and I'm also a constituent of SD4. And I want to echo the many concerns of my fellow neighbors here of SD4 who are asserting that our families do deserve to have our entire homes be a safe living condition, especially considering the extreme heat which we are all experiencing. And I really appreciate that we're all on the same page about this ordinance should be pushed, and I hear that. And I also hear the concerns of small business owners, and I understand that compromises need to be made. And with that, I would like to point to the low cost adaptations that exist within the original ordinance and that we represent as tree planters. That's what we do every day. And that is a way that everybody can get the right to protect their environment, but that does not compromise our most vulnerable constituents. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Gay, and I'm an attorney with Neighborhood Legal Services of Los Angeles County, a legal aid organization that serves over 100,000 low-income residents each year. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on the safe maximum temperature threshold ordinance, which will provide much-needed protections for tenants who are exposed to hazardous temperatures in their homes. Our organization serves community members who are most vulnerable to heat-related health issues, including older adults, people with disabilities, and families with young children. Many of our clients live in rental housing that is not equipped with cooling technology, and they face unsafe conditions during periods of extreme heat, which are becoming more frequent. Establishing a maximum indoor temperature threshold is a critical step toward ensuring the habitability of homes for tenants in LA County. Tenants living in properties owned by small landlords should receive equal protections, as different standards for rental units based on ownership type undermines public health protections. NLS thanks the board for its leadership in advancing these efforts to ensure the well-being of the communities we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Morris Rocha. I live in District 1, and I'm a member of Smart Local 105. As an HVAC technician, I see how extreme heat puts people at risk, especially families in older homes, units with no cooling. I'm proud to stand in support of this new indoor heat standard. Setting one clear county-wide threshold is the right call. It gives renters protection, and it gives folks like myself clarity on how to build these units. Thank you for getting this right. Let's get to work and start making homes safer and saving lives.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Kenny Montejano. I'm a union sheet metal worker with Smart Local 105, residing in District 4. I'm here today to say thank you. A universal heat standard is what LA County needs. It's what renters can count on, and it's what the climate demands. Now it's time to make sure tenants know their rights and that there's funding to get those systems installed. Our workforce is ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Maru Cruz Castillo, soy promotora de salud mental y bienestar en Alma Family Services.
Good afternoon, my name is Maru Cruz Castillo. I am a promotora of mental health and well-being in Alma Family Services.
En nuestras visitas a la comunidad, escuchamos historias de familias que sufren temperaturas extremas dentro de sus hogares, personas mayores, niños y personas que tienen condiciones de salud. Este calor no solo es incómodo, puede poner sus vidas en riesgo.
In our home visits in the community, we hear stories from families that suffer these high extreme temperatures within their homes. People that are elderly, children, people that have health conditions. This heat isn't just uncomfortable, it can also put their lives at risk.
Esta moción es esencial porque establece un límite claro de 82 grados en viviendas de renta, garantizando un ambiente más seguro y saludable.
This motion is essential because it also establishes a limit of 82 degrees in rental units. It guarantees an environment that is secure and healthy.
También protege a los inquilinos que decidan instalar métodos de enfriamiento portátiles de manera segura, sin temor a represalias. Además, reconoce que los propietarios necesitan apoyo, ofreciendo recursos, asistencia técnica y tiempo para cumplir en los requisitos.
It also protects these renters that decide to also install these portable AC systems without any worry of anyone being hostile against them, and also it also protects any support needed for these owners to be able to have any technical assistance and also to be able to provide this in a timely form.
Es una medida justa, balanceada y necesaria para prevenir emergencias de salud relacionadas con el calor. Les pido su apoyo para apoyarla. Apoyen la ordenanza original.
It is a measure that balances the need to be able to have and address these emergencies and also to be able to address the health needs and address the heat. We need your support. We do ask that you please support this ordinance.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, I'm Diego Rodriguez, and I am the COO of Alma Family Services. I'm speaking in strong support of item 14. As social services providers in most disadvantaged communities, we have seen how extreme heat quietly threatens our children, elders, and those with chronic and mental health conditions. While this ordinance necessitates coordination and investments, the human cost of inaction is far greater. Without this research-supported safe temperature threshold, future heat events will likely trigger ER visits, hospitalizations, and even premature deaths, as seen in other parts of the country. The science is clear, the risks are real, and the time to act is now. We urge you to support and advance Supervisor Solis' original motion, as immediate action is needed to mitigate the devastating impact of climate volatility. Thanks to the board for addressing this issue, and please support this critical motion.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Gonzalez, and I'm a lifelong resident of Boyle Heights. My family members live in Boyle Heights, East Los Angeles, and San Fernando Valley. I am also a physician in our community and have witnessed heat damage to older adults and children. I am in support of item 14 without amendments. Having lived all my life in a house built in the 1920s without an AC, I understand the struggle of keeping cool during hot summers. My mother, now in her 70s, would not be able to tolerate the dangerous Los Angeles heat waves. We often have to seek cooling centers or relatives in other areas with ACs during such times to prevent the unnecessary ER visits due to heat damage. One consideration for one room versus an entire house, we have learned some important lessons with COVID. We know that people do need to isolate. We know that COVID comes in winter and in summer. So we know that the benefit of affecting an entire house is really important so that people can be isolated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I'm Aura Vasquez. I'm in Supervisors Olimichos District. I'm a resident of Mid-City, and I'm also a renter. I'm also the Climate Action Chair for the Sierra Club Angeles chapter, and I urge this board to support the original safe indoor temperature ordinance without any amendments. We need more cool rooms than just one. We're talking about saving lives here. First, I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Hobart for her leadership, or their leadership on environmental justice issues. We definitely see you. And I have been firsthand, I have seen how tenants suffer in silence with no AC, no insulation, and no way to cool down. Many can afford to install a cooling unit, and this is really dangerous. I was once undocumented, and after ACE raids in our city, people in my community are scared to leave their homes. When heat rises, they stay inside, but inside can kill you when heat streams.
Thank you.
So
Next
please
speaker.
vote yes.
Hello, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Sergio Lopez. I am a United Mental Health and Wellness Promoter with Alma Family Services. In our work, we see firsthand how dangerous indoor heat can be, especially for older adults, children, and people living with chronic or mental health conditions. Heat doesn't just cause discomfort, it can trigger serious illness and even death. We thank Supervisor Solis for this motion, which sets a clear 82-degree indoor temperature standard for rental housing. This policy will help prevent heat-related health emergencies and give tenants the right to use safe, portable cooling without fear of retaliation. By combining strong protections for tenants with education, technical support, and time for landlords to comply, this ordinance takes a balance and approach that keeps health at the center. And for many, this will be the difference between dangerous living conditions and a safe home.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, supervisoras. Mi nombre es Guadalupe González. Soy promotora de salud mental y bienestar en Alma Family Service y vengo por la ordenanza original número 14.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Guadalupe Gonzalez, and I am a promotora of mental health and well-being from Alma Family Services, and I come to support Ordinance 14.
En nuestras visitas a la comunidad, escuchamos historias de familias que sufren por temperaturas extremas dentro de sus hogares. Para personas mayores, niños y quienes tienen condiciones de salud, este calor no solo es incómodo, puede poner en riesgo sus vidas.
In our community visits, we hear stories, families that suffer from these extreme temperatures within their homes, people of elderly age, also children who have mental health conditions or health conditions. This heat isn't only uncomfortable, it also puts their lives at risk.
Esta moción es esencial porque establece un límite claro de 82 grados en viviendas de renta, garantizando un ambiente más seguro y saludable. También protege a los inquilinos que decidan instalar métodos de enfriamiento portátiles de manera segura, sin temor a represalias.
This motion is special because it establishes the limit of 82 degrees in rental units, guaranteeing a secure environment that is healthy and also protects these tenants that decide to also install any portable equipment in a secure manner without any retaliation.
Además, reconoce que los propietarios necesitan apoyo, ofreciendo recursos, asistencia técnica y tiempo para cumplir con los requisitos.
It also recognizes that the tenants do need support by offering resources, assistance, technical assistance to be able to comply by these requirements.
Les pido su apoyo para aprobarla. Gracias.
I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kimberly Orbe. I'm the acting chapter director at the Angeles chapter of the Sierra Club, and I'm a renter in District 2. I'm here to speak and support on the original motion introduced by Supervisor Solis and Horvath. Addressing climate change and implementing climate policies is very important. We all know that, and I thank you all for your leadership in doing those things. But it's also important in ensuring that we are protecting tenants against extreme heat, because we know that extreme heat is not just here during the summer. It spans into September, October, and it's just something that we're needing to deal with throughout the year. And you've all heard from everyone here today, their personal stories and how they're affected personally by extreme heat. And I have not been spared myself either, having to put cold towels in the fridge so that I can put those above on myself at night when I was a child, so that I can get some relief from the heat. So I'm really we're all looking to your leadership here to pass an ordinance that puts people's health first, because I know you take to heart and you've listened to what the community who showed up today has said. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Chelsea Kirk. I'm from District 4, Southeast LA, where it's flat and hot and there are a few trees, and I'm speaking in favor of Agenda Item 14 and against the amendment. I must ask, why are landlords the only business owners not expected to invest any money into their business? A restaurant has to meet strict health codes, including small restaurant owners. No one is exempt, because if they were, people would get sick and die otherwise. Well, guess what? Heat causes people to get sick and die. Landlords aren't insolvent. They're allowed to increase rents each year. And so what are they spending that extra income on? What is it for? It's for things like this. I know they're not spending it on the mortgage that's already been paid off, or the low property taxes that are fixed in place because of Prop 13, or are they spending it on their vacations instead? So if landlords can't afford cooling for their tenants, they can also just refinance their property. I just don't really understand why they deserve special treatment when people's lives are at risk. If this amendment passes, I'll have to go back to our membership and say, hey, if you have a small landlord, I'm sorry, you're out of luck. You're not going to get adequate cooling. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Isabel Parada. I'm a renter from Pico Rivera in SD4. I'm here to support the original ordinance in item 14, but I do not support the amendment to SD 14. Our planet is getting hotter and we're seeing the effects. These extreme heat can be deadly. As a renter, I sympathize with my neighbors who can't afford a window unit, or the older lady who lives alone in our building struggling to stay cool during the heat waves. This ordinance protects most at risk: seniors, kids, people with disabilities, and low-income renters. It's about equity, public health, and tenant rights. Please vote yes on item 14 without amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello,
My name is Janet Torres, and I'm a climate justice organizer at SAGE, as well as an SD4 resident. I strongly support the original motion and urge the board to vote no on Supervisor Han's amendment. I've heard countless of stories from tenants struggling with extreme heat. One tenant shared that during heat waves, he has to move his entire family into one small room, the only space with cooling that they currently have, just to stay safe. Everyone deserves a home where they can live with dignity and survive rising temperatures. Please protect tenants and support the original motion without weakening it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Mireya. He vivido en el sur centro de Los Ángeles por más de 20 años y personalmente tengo una enfermedad crónica. Con el verano se hace más dura, más fuerte. Entonces el calor hace hasta que me desmaye. Porque mi cuerpo no aguanta. Entonces es cada vez más enfermedad para mí y para otras personas, adultas mayores, ¿verdad?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Mireya Aguilar, and I live in South Central now for 20 years. And I have a chronic illness, which with the summer, it gets worse, and it just becomes something that the heat, even it makes me faint. And not only does it affect me, it affects other people as well.
Necesitamos manera efectiva de refrescarnos para todos los hogares en donde la salud empeora. Soy miembro de SAGE y vecinos también y edificios antiguos.
So we need an effective way to be able to cool ourselves. Our places should have a safe space to be able to take care of our health. I am a member of SAGE, and we also have other neighbors and these buildings that are also old.
Necesitamos que no esperar muchos años. Estaba escuchando que para el 2027 o para hasta el 2032 es demasiado tiempo. Creo que deberían tomar iniciativas más cercanas a ese tiempo. Espero que lo apoyen. Gracias.
And we cannot be waiting. We need it to happen now. It's I heard 2027, 2032. That's too long. We need something now and solutions now, please, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Sanchez Gonzalez, and I live in El Monte. I'm here representing San Gabriel Valley Conservation Corps to support the original ordinance of Item 14 and oppose Amendment SD4. With Item 14 passing, it will help alleviate the stress of not only the heat people face when summer or bad heat waves come along, but the fear of people getting kicked out when landlords do fix their units or houses temperature problems. Not only that, this item 14 will prevent countless of emergency room visits due to heat exhaustions or even worse, due to high temperatures. I don't believe people will have to suffer due to landlords not wanting to renovate their outdated buildings. Please vote yes on item 14. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Matthew Buck, California Apartment Association. CAA has a commitment to protecting residents during extreme heat, but as currently written, this mandate moves forward without any feasibility study on key issues like electrical capacity, infrastructure readiness, and cost impacts. That's a serious gap. Without this analysis, even well-intended policies can lead to challenges in implementation, affordability, and safety. We respectfully urge the board to adopt a phased and practical approach, beginning with a compliance in just one habitable room, an approach supported by the RAND report. This provides meaningful protection for residents while allowing time to better understand what's needed for broader implementation. Supervisor Han's amendment is a thoughtful step in this direction. We ask the board to build on that leadership and ensure this policy is not only compassionate, but workable and grounded in data. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Fred Sutton with the California Apartment Association. Our members' #1 priority is safe and habitable homes. The RAND report, which is the only study related to the county's aims, recommends one habitable room rather than all rooms. All habitable rooms is basically every room minus a bathroom and hallway and closet. So under this ordinance, you could have your bedrooms, living room, and dining room actively cooled, but the kitchen is not actively cooled and gets to 83 degrees. You are out of compliance and you're creating really tough scenarios in a building that's totally adequately cooled. These projects can take a lot of capital outlays and can be incredibly complicated and invasive. I don't think the board understands with some of these properties what this will actually trigger. We support Supervisor Hahn's amendment, which is in line with the RAND report. We should expand on this. Let's set residents, utilities, and housing providers up for success by mandating one habitable room and working towards a pragmatic approach. That's all we're asking.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Mike I, Senior Director of Affairs at Africa Consulting Group, here representing California Apartment Association. I'd like to start out by saying we're committed to the development of fair, practical, and equitable housing policies that consider both residents' well-being and operational realities of housing providers. We urge the board to adopt a more practical and phased approach, specifically reducing the threshold requirement from all rooms to one rooms in existing buildings. This alternative support is supported by the RAND report, provides a safe harbor during periods of extreme heat, and offers realistic compliance as a starting point for older structures. There are critical logistical issues related to electrical capacity that must be addressed. Air conditioning is among the most energy-intensive systems in households, and many other buildings lack the infrastructure to handle the demand imposed by modern cooling appliances. In fact, the Brand report immediately states that adding over 124,000 AC units will override the grid. CAA supports Supervisor Hahn's amending motion, and we hope you vote for it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Filkin. I'm a tenant in SD2 and a volunteer with the Rent Brigade. I support Supervisor Horvath and Supervisor Solis's original ordinance without amendments. I rent from a small mom and pop landlord. I live in a home that was built in the 1920s, and my landlord installed central AC. On hot days like today, I'm grateful that all the rooms in my home are cool, not just one room. Installing central AC was not a hardship on my landlord, as it was an investment that made the unit more marketable. Landlords understand that offering more amenities attract tenants. Tenants will not tolerate units that are uninhabitable. When tenants are paying off someone else's mortgage and receiving no equity in return, the least landlords can do is provide basic necessities like cooling. We have the resources available to keep all tenants cool in all rooms of their home. We should not delay implementation. Please adopt the original maximum indoor temperature ordinance without amendments.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Fernando Ochoa. I'm born and raised in District 4 in Long Beach. And I serve as political director for Smart Local 105, sheet metal, air, rail, and transportation workers. We represent thousands of union sheet metal workers here in LA County, installing HVAC systems as well as cooling roofs. I'm here today to voice labor's strong support for the original motion to establish a single indoor heat threshold of 82 degrees. There are several available rebate programs. We participate in them, our contractors do, that make cooling affordable. In fact, our own local union even offers up to $1,000 to help these vulnerable residents make these upgrades. And I'm willing to offer each of these suits, as well as the county, for any of their members, $1,000 for each of the units that they need to do an upgrade. Just wanted to stress that. And they also wanted to stress the fact that the Clean Power Alliance, our utility that they invited here today, already did the analysis. So that's a false claim that they said that the grid isn't ready. They've done that analysis. Thank you. We support a single indoor heat threshold. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Dwight Scott, and I'm a member of Smart Local 105. We're the union representing thousands of HVAC installers as far as the metal roofing, architectural sheet metal systems across LA County. And we commend the board for adopting a single countywide heat standard. This is a major step forward for public health, climate resilience, and housing justice. I've worked on projects all across LA County, and the surrounding counties, and I can attest to the importance of installing cooling systems. Local 105 is ready to partner with the county to make these protections real, installing cooling systems, upgrading the buildings, and ensuring that the renters can live safely in their homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
All right. Good afternoon, Gerard Wright with the Greater LA Realtors, a 12,000-member real estate trade association. I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell and Hahn for their suggestions and asking questions about implementation. A question of executing this ordinance on liability. Once a tenant improves, let's say put that window slung unit in, who's liable when that unit, or at least that unit, falls on that property? Is it now the tenant or is it the housing provider? That's an important distinction. The ordinance has no understanding or a question on how that's being implemented. Another question, we heard from the Clean Power Alliance in terms of the grid, but we haven't heard from Southern California Edison. They're the largest utility in LA County. Where do they see about this? This was asked at the cluster. It wasn't asked or answered. Clean Power Alliance is just a small piece of it. Where's SoCal Edison? Where are the other components on how we're going to implement this for, especially a rebate program? Yeah, how are we going to get the resources to help the tenants and the housing providers?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Claudia Jerez, DPSS. Okay, so basically, I got to tell you, I organized myself, and I already have a impact of mental health for these hot weather exposures, and I have it right here. And I'm gonna, continue to write it. I'm gonna tell you, this grid hair that the Mr. over here discussed, that's something that is a very, very, very big deal for all of us. I tell you, I'm going to follow up with San Gabriel Valley, and I'm going to give them some pointers as to what is it that's going to happen, and I'm going to give them some pointers. I'm going to follow up with Danielle and San Gabriel Valley. I got to tell you, this hot weather situation is a very serious situation that we have to come to extremes. You hear? This is an extreme weather, and we have to come this far to stop these people. This far to stop these people from having these hot weathers in these.
Thank you. We will now go back to remote speakers. Moderator, may we have the next caller, please?
Sarah Murray, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Murray with SGB Casita, and I live in Supervisor Solis's district. We support the intent of this ordinance. It's a critical step forward, but we urge you to amend item 32 to address two serious gaps that put lives at risk. As you know, this is a complaint-based system, but many tenants, especially immigrants, undocumented residents, and elders, won't report unsafe heat conditions. Filing a complaint can feel risky, unsafe, or simply out of reach. Without proactive enforcement or anonymous supported pathways, this law will miss the very people it's meant to protect. And as you also know, there's no requirement to inform tenants of their rights. If renters don't know they're protected, they won't come forward, especially non-English speakers and isolated seniors. You have the opportunity to get this right now. This ordinance will be a model for cities across LA County. SGB Casita supports strong heat protections, but we cannot support a system that depends entirely on who feels safe enough to complain. Please amend item 32. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hector Ramirez, your line is open. You may begin.
Buenas tardes. My name is Hector Ramirez. I live in the city of Scottsburg, lifelong renter. I really want to thank the supervisors for this particular motion, and I ask them to approve it. As a person with a disability, I know firsthand, like all of my fellow LA County residents, which 1 out of 4 people have a disability, really welcome the availability to increase the number of not only affordable but accessible housing. When we pay rent, we don't just pay rent to use one room. We pay rent to try to habitate the whole unit. To expect people to try to survive during a heat crisis is both unusual and unnecessary for communities that are already struggling to survive. I really appreciate you putting this into code, and hopefully this could be part of something that people can report when they do code violations or Adult Protective Services reports. We know that elderly, senior, and people with disabilities really struggle to live in homes that are not inhabitable while paying high wages to pay
Thank you.
rent.
Next speaker.
Janet Gagnon, your line is open. You may begin.
Janet Gagnon, AGLA. We represent nearly 10,000 mom and pop owners and strongly support Han's motion to preserve existing affordable housing under the RSTPO. A new, extremely expensive retrofit mandate for all rooms will only succeed in driving more mom and pop owners out of business and their rent-stabilized properties demolished for owner-occupied luxury housing. Electrical panels alone cost tens of thousands of dollars, in addition to wiring, drywall, and paint. The RSTPO was recently drastically reduced to 60% of CPI. Small owners cannot afford a new mandate without actual funding in hand. The Department of Public Health original motion Report supported 86 degrees for evaporator coolers. Renter needs devices that they can afford to use for cooling. AC is too expensive. AC increases heat islands and damages the ozone. We urge adoption of Hahn's amendment to keep small owners in place.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Rent stabilized and increase.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on these items. Items 14 and 32 are before you.
Thank you. I'll turn to Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. First, I wanted to acknowledge, since it was brought up, first I want to say thank you to everyone who participated in this conversation. I think it's clearly important to a number of Angelenos. It's important in terms of policy and how we're moving this county forward. So I want to thank everyone who's been engaged in this conversation. It was mentioned that Clean Power Alliance is very small. I just, maybe because I've been on the board since it's been around, but I just want to acknowledge that it is the largest clean energy provider in the entire country. It's been recognized by the National Department of Energy 2 years in a row as such, so it's not some small, meaningless organization. It is a significant utility for both Los Angeles and Ventura counties, so I just want to acknowledge that. I will be withdrawing the amendment that I proposed. I brought it forward because I want to see us ultimately commit to an entire unit being included in how it is in how we are considering this ordinance. But I understand that's not helpful for the kind of compromise we're looking to achieve. So I'm going to withdraw the amendment. But I do want to acknowledge to some of the comments that were made here, if we do accept an amendment that separates out small landlords, it's been referenced that if you just live in a smaller building, you get treated differently. Actually, the language of our code says it's not if you live in a small building, it's how many units your property owner owns. So if you live in a building that's fewer than 10 units, it still might apply to you because your property owner might own more units in another building. So in order for, since we're being very clear about what enforcement looks like, if you have any lack of clarity about how many units your property owner owns, you can work with the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs. You can call DCBA to confirm whether your address is applicable to the small landlord exemption, because that is in fact the only way to determine how many units a property owner owns, which is why, I was initially not in favor of that, but I understand that we want to move something forward today. And so I just, for the sake of clarity, would like to ask Supervisor Hahn to talk about what your amendment is. I'm withdrawing mine.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. I appreciate that. And again, I think this board has always been very thoughtful and intentional when we look at really doing a pretty significant ordinance as it relates to our tenants and as it relates to our landlords. And this is a significant ordinance, and I think it is right, it is good, it really will make a difference. My compromise, which was actually originally, I think, suggested by you, Supervisor Solis, the first time I had an amendment. So this is kind of a compilation of kind of all of our compromises. So mine would be that every rental housing unit must be able to maintain a maximum indoor temperature of not more than 82 degrees Fahrenheit in all habitable rooms, which are defined in section 11.20.090. Small property landlords only must maintain a maximum indoor temperature of not more than 82 degrees in at least one habitable room by January 1st, 2027, and then all habitable rooms by January 1st, 2032. So it gives them a longer on-ramp to achieve what I think everybody wants to achieve, which is the entire unit has a cooling effect by January 1st, 2032. That is our goal. I think this gets us there in a way that definitely gives respect to both our tenants and our small landlords. So thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Okay, I accept the amendment as presented. And
And we also have your amendment.
Yes, yes, but I wanted to touch base on yours because, I go back and forth thinking, and we've heard it from so many witnesses today and in the last few weeks regarding the allowability of more than just one room. But I get it. We need to get there, and we have to, unfortunately, make these kinds of decisions that allow us to try to implement this in a way that helps some people and yet doesn't lose faith with our community and our residents. So I know our community that's out there in the audience presently is aware of this amendment, and I think many of you have let us know that you would rather see the beginning of one room cool in a habitable unit and then move forward and then have all of the rooms meet that goal by 2032. So I will second your amendment, and that's a hard one. And I wanted to touch base on my amendment that I put forward. I want to just modify it and also submit Supervisor Horvath as my co-author on the amendment that I put forward regarding looking at additional resources for tenants and landlords so that they can help reduce costs in making the transition, so that more cooling mechanisms are in place for people to live in a safer and healthier environment. So I think there are two amendments now before us.
And Madam Chair, were we going to get a report back on our project? We're going to get a report back on whether or not this applies to Project Home Case.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
thank
you will, Supervisor.
Thank you.
So there is, and this is a report back for these two items, but so I will ask our executive officer to call up the amendments.
So, Madam Chair, what we have is we will take item 14 as amended, and those amendments are Supervisor Hahn's amendment as well as yours and Supervisor Horvath's for the report back amendment. We'll take those items before you. We just need a motion and a second.
I'll move. Supervisor Horvath?
I'll second.
Yes.
So I'll call the roll for item 14 as amended. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0. We will now go to item
32.
32 as amended. We need a motion and then a second.
I will move it. Horvath seconds.
Yes.
So item 32 is before you. The roll call is Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0. We will now go back to the board letter as amended. Wait.
We just did them.
Okay.
We just did
All right.
them. So they,
As amended.
Yeah, so they both passed.
So that would be the order.
That will be the order. Okay, very good. They both passed. And I want to thank the folks in the audience for coming and staying here all day, and those of you that were at the presser. I want to thank Supervisor Horvath, Supervisor Hahn, and Supervisor Mitchell, and our staffs who have been working diligently, I think, for the last 48 hours. So thank you. Thank you. Okay, members. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Okay, members, let's move on now to item number 9.
We will now move on to item 9, inspired by immigrant communities for everyone, strengthening the essential role of Promotores and community health workers in linking vulnerable communities to critical health and social services, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Representatives from the Departments of Mental Health, Public Health, Health Services, Consumer and Business Affairs, and the Office of Immigrant Affairs are present. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for co-authoring the motion with me. Colleagues, for many in our community, linguistic and cultural differences have long created unnecessary barriers to accessing healthcare and other critical services here in the county. We consistently see our most vulnerable community members being left out of programs, services, and even life-saving information that they have a right to access. And in the aftermath of the Trump administration's immigration enforcement, this has been further intensified. Immigrant communities are rightly scared, which is keeping them from participating in public life, even to carry out basic activities like going to work or accessing food, healthcare, and other essential services. And unfortunately, we're seeing misinformation circulating throughout our communities, exacerbating the fear so many are already under siege. This is why Promotoras, known as community health workers, I believe are so essential. And essentially, they are health navigators. They are often the first point of connection to critical information and services for some of our most vulnerable communities. Promotores continue to serve as trusted individuals with lived experience and the ability to bridge language and cultural barriers. During this intensified immigration enforcement, they have helped many in our community overcome the fear to seek the support that they need. But we must also be cognizant of the fact that many promotoras and community health workers are themselves from immigrant communities. Yet they continue to step out to support others even as they face the same fears and challenges of possible deportation. We must further support promotoras and community health workers, and that includes via additional mental health support systems, as well as tools and resources necessary to continue supporting their communities as well as their own families. This is why this motion directs the Department of Mental Health, Department of Public Health, Department of Health Services, in partnership with the Center for Strategic Partnerships and OIA, Office of Immigrant Affairs, and the Community Health Workers, Promotoras, and Representative Consortium to report back on the following. 1, needs and opportunities to support promotoras and community health workers, including via enhanced mental health services and immigration legal assistance. The ways in which the capacity and readiness of promotoras and community health workers has been strengthened to respond to increased immigration enforcement, and recommendations on additional training needed by promotoras and community health workers so they are better prepared to promote expanded access to both physical and behavioral health care, social services, immigration information, and defense if necessary, and other critical resources. Throughout my time in this office, I have been dedicated to breaking down those barriers to care and promote the promotoras, as I know they play an essential role, not just here in the County of Los Angeles, but in the state as well as the nation. They are boots on the ground. We need to continue to show our support for them as they continue to work for those who need it the most. I will now ask Supervisor Hahn to make her opening statements.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for inviting me to co-author this motion. Our promotoras and community health workers provide valuable services to our LA County residents. They are the trusted messengers who meet people where they are and provide information and connection to services in culturally relevant ways. During the pandemic, they played a key role in our vaccination efforts. And now, during these devastating immigration raids, these workers are meeting our residents where they are and providing key services and linkages to programs at a time when many of them are afraid to leave their houses. We need to make sure that these important workers are armed with the tools and the resources they need to help our residents with all their needs, including immigration needs. And we also need to make sure that we're protecting the mental health of our workers as they do this difficult work. So this motion today will direct our health departments and the Office of Immigrant Affairs to report back in 30 days with ways that they can provide additional training and support to our promotores and community health workers as they continue to provide valuable services to LA County residents in the face of aggressive immigration enforcement tactics. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I want to thank both my colleagues for bringing this motion forward. I absolutely support it. I have heard countless stories of individuals experiencing the absolute unthinkable due to the enforcement raids that have been happening on our streets. And this motion will seek to provide culturally and competent support and care for people in this very difficult time, which should exist all the time, but is especially essential now. And especially also due to distrust in government. We're relying heavily on our community providers to provide support to our communities, but they are not designed to be governmental infrastructure. And so we have to make sure that we're supporting them because they are serving in this very essential role as that we in government are charged with. But because of the distrust in government, people are not seeking Los Angeles County as their first option to provide the kind of care they need at a time such as this. So even more so today, we have to support our Promotores and everyone who is in our communities, our community health workers in particular, who are seeking to make sure that mental health, legal supports, housing supports, educational supports are actually reaching people in communities as they are intended to. And so I wholeheartedly support this motion and everything that comes with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In full support of the motion, you know, research has shown us for decades that community health workers and promotores is a model that works all over the world. And if you didn't believe it, certainly during COVID, it was reinforced. A cabinet secretary from the state at the time came down and was going door to door with promotores that they had funded to do COVID outreach. And, you know, was really struck by what she was met with at the door in terms of the level of distrust from the general public about any health information coming from their perception of government and all of the historic reasons why that is true in far too many communities. And her point at that, her comment then was, you know, we do this ridiculous kind of ebb and flow funding for community outreach workers when we hit a crisis, when we need help with immunizations, when we needed help with COVID outreach, you know, then we fund them, and then that goes away. And her realization that they need to be a core element of government-supported work in terms of always being available, because we will always need them for one reason or another. And so, and here we are again, in need of their help, in need of their trusted relationships with community, to be able to give community accurate, timely information. So yes, I support, I look forward to the report back and really hope that both the state and we can figure out these contract relationships we have community-based organizations, that we figure out how to maintain them over time so they don't experience this ebb and flow in terms of funding, because we have always needed them and we're always gonna need them to get information out to community, particularly those community, as this cabinet secretary referred to, as communities that we hardly serve, not hard to serve, but communities that we hardly serve. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. I know that all three departments that are here, or four, have had extensive work with the community and with our promotores. And I just recall that one unique opportunity that actually was a challenge that we faced, Dr. Ferrer. We had people coming out, promotores from different departments, out during Exide to talk about the lead poisoning and just to talk to the community about, have they ever faced cancers? Have they ever faced any other illnesses? Or did they know that there was services, medical services available? And I was so moved by the people that came out and spoke to the community. That was one occasion. But I know there are many instances, even during the unfortunate tragedy that occurred in Monterey Park, where we had 11 people who were killed at a business. There was a shooter who took lives. We had promotores go out and talk to people from mental health and other departments. And it meant a lot to have people who could relate to the community and that they could trust. Those are just two examples that I know of, but I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the Office of Immigrant Affairs, because these are also boots on the ground, but they're fragile. They're fragile. Many of them require additional supports even from our own county, because they may not make enough to carry out all the things that they would want to with their members, and many are also caretakers as well. So they're under a lot of strain, but they give, and they're trusted, and we should reward them. So I thought this was a good way of helping to stand them up, especially during this hard time. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, seeing that there's no other questions by the board, we'll go to public comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Maria Sanchez, Nayeli Perry, Diego Rodriguez, Jasmine Flores, Maria Leon Papu Tagofu, Maru Cruz Castillo, Sergio Lopez, Guadalupe Gonzalez, Maria Ponce de Leon, Alicia Escalante, Cristina Cardenas, Claudia Jerez, Dr. Ezrullah Mohammed. As a reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 9, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0, now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Illegal immigrants have nothing to fear from ICE but your fear-mongering by you. You spend one taxpayer penny on illegals. Alligator Alcatraz awaits you. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be assisting ICE in deporting all Biden-era border crossers and night flights. Have the esteemed counsel explain aiding and abetting felony to you. You are victimizing them. You are slavers. You have reached endpoint and it's time to pay the piper. I pray that the Democrat Party persons, assassins, perverts, and child molesters, and now treason will meet in Alcatraz as they poison and pervert the minds of our children and hence child molesters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
I like Promotores. This is a great area, and these people make a huge world of difference for what is a often labyrinthic, complicated health system. They can help provide. I have a friend works as a translator at the Children's Hospital, but recently, sadly, they pushed back on the contracted workers because of the federal crunch, which is horrible. I think maybe Solis and Han would remember this woman to help me translate the article about Primo Villanueva, because I thought Spanish speakers in LA County would want to read it. Not a great UCLA hero that always gets buried under the other stars because there was such vitriolic racism back there, prior speaker. But now, it never happened because people, I don't know, I'll be happy to resend it. But thanks for supporting the Promotores. It's a shame we couldn't do the same for the home care workers, where earlier we were introduced to, once again, just a shocking reveal.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Provide a little more.
Yaz Heriberto, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Jazz, resident of Walnut Park. On 7/31/25, which is on Thursday at Plaza Alameda, ICE staging was in full effect in the parking lot. This was around 9:10 o'clock a.m. Same plaza where there's Chuck E. Cheese. On 7/30/25, Wednesday.
I think, ma'am, I think you're off topic. I think you're off topic. Can you come back? Just stay on the line for public comment, okay? This is on the Promotoras, okay? Thank you. Let's go to the in-person speakers.
Sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Sanchez. As a member of the LA County Community Health Worker and Promotoras Consortium. I'm also a CSW with Altamay Health Services, and I'm here to support item number 9. Thanks to Supervisors Solis and Han for their motion to strengthen the role of the community health worker and promotoras. I work with persons with medical chronic condition, homelessness, and high riser. High risers are a person that they go to the emergency room more than 5 times in 6 months. We connect the community with healthcare and resources from LA County. We help to prevent ER visits. With the immigration rates, our community are afraid to attend doctor and specialist appointment, and they can impact their health and they can collapse the healthcare system. As a CSW, I was helping at the Pasadena Convention Center supporting the people that were affected with the January fires. During the race, I'm being delivery food for my patient. Please vote yes for that and approve the item number 9. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Naili Perry. I represent the Sol Neighborhood Educational Center. I support item 9 and thank Supervisors Solis and Han for this motion as extensive promoters and community health workers. This item calls for real support, mental health care, trauma training, tools and to respond to situations the immigration enforcement fears and resources to protect our communities. We are on the front lines, and we also need care. I urge you to pass this motion. Let's work together for a better life in USA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Board. My name is Papu Tungafao, and I'm a member of the Los Angeles Community Health Worker Promotores Consortium. I am also a community health worker who has worked in Los Angeles County during the height of the COVID pandemic and its aftermath. I would like to speak in support of item number 9. I would like to thank Supervisors Solis and Han for their motion to strengthen the essential role of promotora and community health workers. As a community health worker, I know through experience how indispensable our work is in not only connecting at-risk communities to critical health and social services that they would otherwise not receive or have access to, such as mental health, medical care, or food insecurity, but also as a trustworthy source of information and service within our communities. Considering recent increased immigration enforcement, our communities have been forced to live in fear, and therefore receiving or utilizing services has become more arduous than ever. Promotores and community health workers need additional support to take care of ourselves and our communities, especially in a time where distrust towards government is at an all-time high. I implore the board to support this important motion. Thank you very much for your continued effort in supporting and strengthening our communities and not abandoning us during this current crisis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jasmine Flores, and I'm here representing East Los Angeles Women's Center. And I'm here to support item number 9. Thank you, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Han, for your motion to support promotoras and community health workers. I have been a promotora for over 10 years, and I know how important our work is. We share critical information and resources with community, especially with people who have through trauma, violence, and who live in fear. Because of recent immigration rates, many people in our community are feeling scared and unsure about their future. This situation is hurting families economically and financially. Every day we see how fear is affecting the health and stability of our people we serve. Being a promotora is not just a job. It is about healing, helping others feel strong, and giving them hope. Now more than ever, promotoras and community health workers need more support so we can care for ourselves and our community. Please vote yes on this motion. It will give us more support so we can continue helping our community and be a bridge of trust for those who need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Magdalena Leonel, lead promotora de East Los Angeles Women's Center, promotora por 18 años. Me gustaría hablar en apoyo a la moción número 9.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maria Magdalena Leonel, lead promotora of East Los Angeles, a women's center, and a promoter for 18 years, and I would like to talk and support motion number 9.
Quiero agradecer a la supervisora Solís y Han por su moción para fortalecer el papel esencial de las promotoras y trabajadores comunitarios de salud. En East Los Angeles Women's Center, las promotoras somos promotoras contra la violencia y fuimos una de las primeras que apoyamos en pandemia, ¿verdad? Por eso es importante el apoyo que buscamos acerca de la salud mental y el apoyo de migración.
We would like to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Han for your motion to strengthen the essential responsibility of promotoras. We work with the communities, and in East Los Angeles Women's Center, we were one of the first to be in action in the pandemic, and also we are part of also helping the community in immigration and other matters.
Con el aumento de la aplicación de leyes migratorias, muchas comunidades viven con miedo. A veces nosotras también vivimos con miedo, pero aún así, teniendo documentos o no teniendo documentos, salimos a apoyar a nuestra comunidad con información más confiable.
With all of the increases of these laws, immigration laws, our communities live in fear, and sometimes we're in fear as well. But we all go out and we still continue to work together with the community, even though because we know that they need our support.
Las promotoras
Thank
y
you. Next
trabajadoras.
speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Diego Rodriguez. I'm the CEO of ALMA and a member of the LA's Community Health Workers Consortium. We strongly support this motion. Every day, promotores dedicate their lives to meeting people where they're at, building trust and connecting them with care and resources they urgently need. At ALMA, through decades of dedicated work, we have seen the difference that promoters make every day. We have also seen the growing demands and pressures they face as the needs in our neighborhoods evolve. As a provider and consortium partners, we look forward to working with the county to enhancing the capacity and infrastructure that allow this workforce to thrive during these troubling times. This includes protecting and investing further in these critical agents of health and wellness. Together, we can ensure that our communities have an even stronger safety net and a trusted network of care. Thank you, and I strongly urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Alicia Escalante y soy promotora con The Wellness Center. Me gustaría hablar para apoyar la moción número 9.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Escalante, and I'm a promotora from the Wellness Center, and I would like to speak in support of item 9.
Quiero dar las gracias a la supervisora Solís y Han por su moción para reforzar el papel esencial de las promotoras y los trabajadores sanitarios comunitarios.
I would like to thank Supervisor Solis and Han for their motion to strengthen the responsibility, the essential responsibility of promotoras and their work in the communities.
Como promotora, sé de primera mano lo importante que es nuestro trabajo para conectar a las comunidades con servicios sociales y de salud fundamentales que de otro modo no recibirían.
As a promotora, I know firsthand the importance of our work to be able to connect the communities with social services and health services fundamentally for them that in any other way they would not be able to receive it.
Con el aumento de las medidas de control de la inmigración, nuestras comunidades viven con miedo.
With the new increase of the immigration laws and the control of the immigration, our communities live in fear.
A veces nosotros vivimos también con miedo.
Sometimes we also are in fear.
Las promotoras y los trabajadores sanitarios comunitarios necesitamos apoyo adicional para cuidar de nosotros mismos y de nuestras comunidades.
Las promotoras and our healthcare workers in the community also need additional support to be able to take care of ourselves in our communities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Cristina Cardenas, and I'm with the Wellness Center at the Historic General Hospital. We're here in support of item 9. I'd love to thank Solis and Han for your motion to strengthen the essential role of promotoras and community health workers. The strongest link in reaching our community has been through promotoras. First through the pandemic with vaccine hesitancy, and now during this time of unsecurity in the immigration raids, to connect communities with food, shelter, legal assistance, and immigration help. Promotoras were on the front lines and were faced with the choice of staying safe or helping the community and improving the quality of life for others. They chose this profession to go out into the community when others felt threatened. As community workers, it is essential for them to leave their homes and make those decisions. Now more than ever, it's essential for the resources and the timing for supporting immigration enforcement that's created so much fear and uncertainty. The community is once again in need and retreating into their homes just as they did during the pandemic. And once again, promotoras are willing to return to the community to serve as liaisons.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Ponce de León, promotora de salud de Clínica Monseñor Romero por 10 años.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is María Ponce de León, promotora from the Clínica Monseñor for 10 years.
El vínculo más fuerte para llegar a nuestra comunidad ha sido a través de todas las promotoras comunitarias. Primeramente durante la pandemia y ahora durante las redadas de inmigración inseguras. Para conectar a las familias con alimentos, refugios, asistencia legal, ayuda en materia de inmigración.
The strongest connection to be able to get to our communities has been through promotoras in our community. First, during the pandemic, and now during these immigration raids that are insecure, to be able to connect families with food, shelter, legal assistance, and also to be able to help them with immigration documentation.
Las promotoras hemos estado en primera línea ante las decisiones de mantener a salvo y ayudar a las comunidades a mejorar la calidad de vida de los demás.
Promotoras have been firsthand and also the ones that are there to be able to keep safe and to help the community to better their quality of life, and also to be able to keep going forward in the community when other uncertainties are there.
Hemos elegido estar en esta profesión para salir a la comunidad cuando otros se sentían amenazados.
We have selected to be in this profession with our community while others felt threatened.
Como promotora hemos tenido que tener la decisión de dejar a nuestras familias para responder en el momento que se necesite.
As promotoras, we have been leaving our families behind to be able to go and assist in the moments that we are needed.
Thank you. Next speaker,
Thank you. We
please.
ask for your vote.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Sergio Lopez, United Mental Health Promoter with Alma Family Services. While we have received training and support from Alma, we have seen a growing need in the community, and we've heard and from our colleagues how tensions are high and stress is increasing for those of us offering help. We thank Supervisor Solis for bringing forward this motion to strengthening support for promotoras and community health workers. We know firsthand how important it is to have comprehensive training, tools, and mental health resources so we can continue to serve effectively, especially now when fear and barriers keep many from seeking the care and services they need. We support efforts to expand and invest in Promotores programs because we are trusted messengers who educate, empower, and connect our most vulnerable neighbors to critical health, social services, and legal resources. Not only that, being a community health worker has helped me be a better person, and as well as a referee and a youth coach for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, supervisoras. Mi nombre es Maru Cruz Castillo. Soy promotora de salud mental y bienestar con Alma Family Services.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Maru Cruz Castillo. I am a promotora in mental health well-being at
Alma Family Services.
Alma Family Center.
Vivo en una de las comunidades más afectadas por la falta de recursos y el impacto del estrés diario. Mi trabajo es acompañar a las personas en los momentos más difíciles, escucharlas sin juicio y guiarlas hacia la ayuda que necesitan.
I live in one of the communities that is most affected with least resources and that is impacted daily. My work is to be able to be with these individuals in their most difficult moments, listen to them without judgment, and also to be able to guide them for whatever it is that they need.
Esto no solo es dar información, es cuidar, acompañar y crear confianza para que las familias puedan abrirse y recibir apoyo.
This isn't just to provide information, it's to take care, to be there with them, to have their trust, and to be there with families so that they can receive that support.
Sabemos que cuando una persona recibe atención con respeto y comprensión cultural, aumenta la posibilidad de que siga cuidando su salud y la de su familia.
We understand that when a person receives cultural respect and attention, it increases the possibilities to be able to be guided, taken care of with them and their family.
Por eso, fortalecer la labor de las promotoras es fortalecer todo un sistema de cuidado cercano, humano y afectuoso.
That's why to be able to strengthen the labor of promotoras is also to strengthen a whole system to be able to take care of the human being and also their affection.
Invertir en nosotras significa que más personas podrán acceder a servicios de salud mental, física y social en forma segura y digna.
To invest in us, that means that more people will have the accessibility to be able to have mental health, physically, social, and support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Supervisors, items 9, support for community health workers and promotoras, is well-intentioned, but without equity infrastructure, it's incomplete. These workers are often deployed into complex trauma zones without the tools, training, or protections they need. I built the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline Framework precisely to close that gap by aligning clinical knowledge, cultural relevance, and systems accountability. We cannot keep pushing frontline workers into institutional harm without structural support. That's not trust, that's not equity, that's risk outsourcing. I encourage you to include the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline Framework and its prescriptive solutions if you want public safety as public health.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Guadalupe González y estoy aquí para apoyar a la supervisora Hilda Solís en su moción número 9. Desde que inicié como promotora en Alma Family Service durante el tiempo de la pandemia, he visto lo importante que es cuando las personas reciben atención con respeto y comprensión cultural y aumenta en ellos la posibilidad de que sigan cuidando su salud y la de su familia. Por eso, fortalecer la labor de las promotoras es fortalecer todo un sistema de cuidado cercano, humano y afectivo.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Guadalupe Gonzalez. I am here to support Supervisor Solis with motion number 9. Ever since I started being a promotora during the pandemic, I have seen everything that has happened in the communities, and where I have seen that receiving the attention and the comprehension, the cultural possibilities for these individuals increases their health as well as the support in their families. And by supporting las promotoras, you are also strengthening a system with care, human care, and effectiveness.
Invertir en nosotras significa que más personas podrán acceder a servicios de salud mental, física y social de forma segura y digna, ya que el nuestro no solo es un trabajo, sino que es un acompañamiento a las personas más vulnerables para acercarlas a los servicios que la comunidad les ofrece.
By investing in us, this means that you are also going to have people that are able to reach better services for mental health, for also better physical health, and also having a safe and secure life. Their well-being and our communities also, we are able to support the services that we provide for these individuals.
Por eso es la importancia de apoyar esta moción de la supervisora Hilda Solís. Gracias.
That's why it's important to support this motion for Ms. Supervisor Hilda Solis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Claudia Jerez, DPSS, and DWC. Okay, so there's 58. Okay, now, so I oppose this item, and this is why. I have some recommendations. Number one, you have to run vital, digit ground background checks. Just like, you know, when I went to LA County and I put in my digits, okay, they have to have fingerprinted, they need to be fingerprinted, there needs to be a new standard developed to interface with immigrants, so there needs to be a new standard when they interface with immigrants. 3, they need to develop a complaint form mechanism to report violations by immigrants, by the promotoras, or by the people assisting them. So there must be a complaint form, there must be fingerprinted, and there must be a standard of what is it that they are going to do with the community. They must be fingerprinted, and this will reduce violations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Madam Supervisors. My name is Ruth Rivera, and on behalf of East Los Angeles Women's Center, we are in full support of Motion 9. I want to thank everybody for all the efforts we've done, and I also want to say that I have seen firsthand how essential our promotoras are to our community. For us, they are the heart of our organization. They have the trust of the community. They have a commitment in making all their communities safer and healthier. The rise of immigration rates have ravaged our communities and have inflicted fear across the board. Even through all this, promotoras risk their own safety and face fears because of the genuine love and care they have for their communities and their work. Without any doubt or hesitation, they show up. I hope you support this motion so we may care for them just like they have taken care of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 9 is before you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I'll ask the EO to Well, I will move this item, seconded by Supervisor Hahn, and let's call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, las promotoras. Okay. Thank you. Okay, members, moving on to item number 10.
Item number
Executive
10 is funding for health at stake, empowering communities to vaccinate today, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for joining me on this important motion, and thank you to my colleagues for their consideration. Vaccinations and immunizations play a critical role in preventing debilitating and infectious diseases. Globally, immunizations prevent 3.5 to 5 million deaths annually, and vaccine-preventable diseases such as measles, COVID-19, influenza, hepatitis A, and others remain a serious risk to public health. There have already been more measles cases in California this year than all of 2024, with 1,300 cases in the U.S. this year alone. 92% of reported measles cases occurred in individuals who were either unvaccinated or whose vaccination status couldn't be confirmed. In Los Angeles County, the rate at which coronavirus tests are coming back positive is rising. And for the week ending July 12th, 6.4% of specimens tested by labs were positive, up from 4.8% the prior week. Through a campaign of disinformation and the purging of expert scientific advisors, Health and Human Services Secretary Kennedy continues to put our communities at risk of increased preventable diseases. It's essential that communities receive accurate vaccine information to make informed decisions about their own health and the health of their friends and family. Due to the policies of the federal administration, LA County Public Health Services have already been severely impacted. Just to name a few, the Public Health Vaccine Preventable Disease Control Program has lost 27 permanent staff due to a 26% cut to the immunization grant. Public Health's ability to provide mobile clinics at community events and other locations has been impacted. Public Health had to immediately curtail adolescent vaccination and outreach due to the rescission in federal funding for the National Association of County and City Health Officials. There could be additional impacts to mobile vaccine efforts through the rescission of about $45 million of epidemiology and laboratory capacity supplemental funding, which is currently under preliminary injunction. And LA County could lose up to $200 million in annual public health funding under a federal budget proposal cutting essential funding for public health emergency preparedness, chronic disease prevention, vaccination education, and outreach. The CDC and NIH have also faced substantial funding cuts affecting vaccine research and public health. When vaccine outreach is cut, communities already facing the biggest barriers suffer first. That's why LA County must continue to invest in education and outreach by working with trusted community partners and providers. The Department of Public Health is maximizing impact by training local providers to share accurate, science-based vaccine information so people can make informed decisions for themselves. Everyone deserves access to trusted information and resources that protect public health. I look forward to the public health report on how these efforts are being strengthened and their impact on our communities. Turn it back to you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for the motion. Colleagues, as you know, vaccines are considered one of the greatest public health achievements of our time. Vaccines are the fastest and most effective way to protect ourselves and our loved ones from preventable and often life-threatening diseases. In fact, over the last 50 years, vaccines have saved at least 154 million lives and have reduced infant deaths by 40% worldwide. We all know that vaccines ultimately put an end to the COVID pandemic. I still remember vividly seeing the weekly data COVID-19 vaccine numbers in my district, which had one of the highest case rates, hospitalizations, and sadly deaths in the county. But with aggressive vaccination campaigns and the help of our mobile teams, we helped reach the highest vaccination rate in the county and saw these rates plummet. Vaccines saved the lives of so many of my residents, and we all saw how vaccines helped us curb the spread of the Mpox outbreak a few years ago. However, the country is experiencing growing misinformation around vaccines. And recently, Health and Human Service Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. removed every member of the independent panel advising the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on vaccines, eroding rigor and public trust in vaccine recommendations. DPH is experiencing a 26% federal funding reduction to the Vaccine Preventable Disease Control Program, which will significantly impact in a negative way the county's ability to protect our residents from vaccine preventable diseases. Amid irresponsible actions by the Trump administration, the future of vaccine access in the United States and the country we know is at risk. The county should continue wherever it can to promote and ensure continued access to all vaccinations and work with our promotoras, community health workers, providers, and our school districts to disseminate accurate and complete information so that our communities can keep themselves safe. I will be voting aye on the matter. Thank you. Any other members wish to be recognized? Seeing none, let's go to the public. Are there any public comments?
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Claudia Jerez. As a reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 10, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0, now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have our first speaker, please?
Madam Chair, there are no remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We have no speakers. Claudia Jerez, please begin. Oh, she's not speaking.
It looks like there's no one for in-person public comment.
Okay, very good. Okay, then this item is before us, moved by Supervisor Horvath. I will second to approve. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Moving on to item number 11, Executive Officer.
Item 11 is advocating for Planned Parenthood Health Centers, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Horvath.
I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for joining me as a co-author on this critical motion. And I especially want to thank Planned Parenthood Los Angeles and Planned Parenthood affiliates of California for your partnership in drafting it. The many attempts to defund Planned Parenthood, an essential health provider for millions, have never succeeded. But today we're facing an unprecedented coordinated attack. H.R. 1, signed by President Trump on July 4th, includes vague but clearly targeted language designed to eliminate Planned Parenthood from participating in Medicaid or Medi-Cal here in California. It doesn't name the organization, but make no mistake, this is a direct attack. Planned Parenthood Health Centers in LA County, PPLA, have long been reimbursed for preventative, life-saving services provided to Medi-Cal patients. These services do not include abortion, which receives no federal funding. As one of the county's largest providers of sexual and reproductive health care, PPLA operates 23 health centers and provides over 250,000 patient visits per year. Their outreach teams, including Promotores, Comunitarias, and the Black Health Initiative, reach tens of thousands more, especially in historically underserved communities. Their essential services include birth control, STI testing and treatment, cancer screenings, wellness exams, health education, mental health, vaccines, HIV PrEP and PEP, and more. A federal circuit court has issued a temporary injunction allowing Planned Parenthood to remain in the Medi-Cal program, but the threat to this essential provider network remains very real. If these health centers close, the consequences will be nothing short of devastating. Cancers will go undetected. More people will contract HIV and STIs. Birth control will be harder to access, and entire communities will lose trusted care. This harm will fall hardest on people who already face systemic barriers to care, including Black, Latino, and Indigenous communities, LGBTQ+ people, and women. The motion before us directs CEO Lair, in partnership with Public Health, to send a 5-signature letter to Governor Newsom, California legislative leadership, and the Los Angeles County State Legislative Delegation in support of urgent state budget requests and policy actions that are necessary to keep Planned Parenthood health centers open across the county and all of California. To Planned Parenthood and to every patient who depends on these services, you're not alone. We are in this fight with you.
Supervisor Hahn.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. I'm pleased to be co-authoring this very important motion with you. Colleagues, it's no secret that this federal administration continues to target healthcare and the frontline providers who provide care to our most vulnerable and indigent community members. With this president signing his big, beautiful bill into law last month, it had immediate impacts on Planned Parenthood as they were prohibited to receive Medicaid reimbursements for any service they provide to their patients. I have long supported Planned Parenthood's remarkable and much-needed work. There is a misconception that Planned Parenthood only provides abortion care, but they provide other services that many people in our communities depend on, that Supervisor Horvath outlined. I'm going to say them again: STI testing and treatment, cancer screenings, vaccines, wellness exams, mental health services. Yes, they also provide reproductive health services like birth control, pregnancy services, and emergency contraception. This bill goes beyond hurting Planned Parenthood, as it also harms our most vulnerable, the ones who depend on Medicaid for services. I worry that harmful health policies will not just impact that one individual, but families for generations to come. It's more than just saying we support Planned Parenthood in the county. But with this historic all-women board, we want to make sure our leaders in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. are aware of where we stand. Thank you to all who have spoken on this, will be speaking on this. Your work and your stories are important to what we do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the authors of the motion. You know, it's 2025 and women's bodies continue to be politicized and our choice and decisions continue to be questioned. And it seems to me that Planned Parenthood has been under constant attack since forever. I've served on 2 Planned Parenthood affiliate boards, joining the first one, Planned Parenthood Sacramento Valley, over 30 years ago. And yet Planned Parenthood has persisted and provided services to all of our family, friends, and neighbors. It's clear that we cannot sit back and allow these sexist defunding efforts to take place, because there's too much at stake for our communities. 8 of the 23 Planned Parenthood locations in LA County are in the 2nd District and are uniquely positioned in areas of highest need. Medi-Cal recipients rely on Planned Parenthood as a trusted provider of culturally competent, affordable, and judgment-free essential healthcare services. This attack would mean our communities cannot do what the name suggests: plan their pregnancies. These services are a critical safeguard for equitable health access, and defunding Planned Parenthood removes that safeguard, worsening health disparities and leading to poorer health outcomes, which means people will die. And so while I'm appreciative of the judge in Massachusetts for issuing a nationwide injunction to block this funding ban, the questionable constitutionality of this ban, for now, we must continue to act. I'm supportive of this letter as it reaffirms that we as a county are here and supportive of everyone's rights to make informed decisions about their own bodies and health. And we urge the state of California to do everything it can to mitigate the impacts of harmful federal actions and provide support through policies and emergency funding to sustain care. I think it may have been Supervisor Horvath earlier who asked of the CEO. You know, what can we do? We're getting really bad news from the federal government. What can we do? I would argue, colleagues, that it's time for some good old-fashioned clinic defense. Yes, they need funding, but Planned Parenthood Los Angeles has a couple of clinics. Linwood, I believe, is one, but certainly a clinic in the 2nd District, Compton, where, frankly, white supremacists have taken up space, blocking access to the front door of the clinic, redirecting clinic patients to a mobile unit outside, claiming to provide pregnancy services. And so in addition to this, some good old-fashioned clinic defense from the entire community needs to step up to do all that we can to protect this much-needed community asset, an essential provider in our overall healthcare provider network, to make sure that we continue to have access to what the law should allow us to, access to services on demand based on our desire for the kinds of services we choose to have access to. So I look forward to supporting this letter going to our state elected leaders.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. I too want to thank Supervisor Horvath and Supervisor Hahn for bringing the motion before us. We all know that Planned Parenthood has been a cornerstone of life-saving medical treatment and services to millions of vulnerable women and families across the United States. And I had the privilege of partnering with them throughout my career in public service, whether it was in the state legislature, in Congress, in the cabinet, and now back home as a supervisor. I've always known that I could turn to Planned Parenthood when someone needed essential care. With 23 locations throughout the county, Planned Parenthood provides comprehensive and reproductive health care, including family planning, cancer screenings for low-income patients. Planned Parenthood Los Angeles serves approximately 1,000 patients every day. 85% of those patients rely on Medicaid. And it's devastating that just 3 years ago, after the harmful decision to repeal Roe versus Wade, communities across this country, including the county, continue to experience its horrific implications. With the recent passage of the big bill, the Trump administration and congressional Republicans are explicitly targeting Planned Parenthood and punish them for providing abortion and other critical reproductive health services. To me, it's unconscionable. California is a safe haven for abortion access, regardless of an individual's residency or immigration status. And in the County of Los Angeles, the Abortion Access Safe Haven pilot program also safeguards patient access to abortion and vital family planning information. We must do all we can to continue to support Planned Parenthood and our residents' ability to access this critical healthcare service that they need now more than ever. I will be voting aye. With that, any other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, let's go to public comment.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you. Claudia Jerez and Margaret Taylor. Moderator, may we have our first speaker, please?
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. And on this subject, we have the typical County Board of Supervisors response. Instead of saying, hey, these are the new rules of the game. Why don't we use this thing reimagine? How about reimagining getting smart? All of those things, the 90% of the things you talked about were doable by put it under another name, another organization. And then the federal government will give you monies for that. The things that they're not going to fund is abortions or anything, birth control situation. Get over it and get on with it. And then, of course, we always have Mitchell with the race card. And until we get rid of people like her, nothing is going to change. Los Angeles County is going to be just invaded by racism and all that thing to go. It's just disgusting. So reinvent yourselves. Do everybody a favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sunitha Menon, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Sunitha Menon. Pronouns are she and they. I'm the Executive Director of the LGBTQ+ Commission. Today I'm speaking in a personal capacity to thank you for putting forward this motion to create a 5-signature letter to the governor about the importance of keeping Planned Parenthood open. We know the majority of services provided by Planned Parenthood are not abortion services, but much needed health services accessed by everyone, regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, or age. We know that Planned Parenthood provides a wide range of healthcare services that are inclusive and affirming for anyone who needs them, including our community. And I want to thank you again for putting this together. We know Planned Parenthood emphasizes their health centers are safe and welcoming spaces for everyone, regardless of sexual orientation and gender identity, and those spaces are decreasing. Thank you again, and I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, I am, supportive of Planned Parenthood. I believe that we're in a situation, but I will say, like in previous motion, I get distrust in government, therefore, to private parties all the time. They hit under one too many times. I feel like Supervisors and add the little moniker where everyone goes, distrust in government. That's not the way I choose to view it. I choose to view it as we want government that is transparent and accountable and behaves nicely, like most of you most of the time. Of course, the 10% is there's enough to do plenty of damage, but anyone in the room at the moment, at this exact moment, is doing anything. Anyway, it's great. It's a great opportunity to say thank you once again for the team to beat. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Taylor. I am the Vice President of Strategy and Advocacy for Planned Parenthood, Los Angeles. The reconciliation bill prohibited Planned Parenthood health centers from receiving Medicaid reimbursement for the essential services we provide. Without it, many folks will go untreated and, as Supervisor Mitchell said, die. I'm here today to urge your support for the motion to support emergency state funding of Planned Parenthood health centers. Thank you to Supervisor Horvath for authoring this motion, to Supervisor Mitchell for always being a champion for us, and to all the supervisors who have managed to stand with us over the years. I'm going to be brief. The motion authorizes a letter to Governor Newsom and key state leaders urging them to both swiftly provide emergency funding and policy support and keep our doors open.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Claudia Jerez, DPSS, DWC. Okay, so item 11, I oppose that. Requests and recommendations. One, alternative to Planned Parenthood. As a response to the new approach to the new rules of the game, which that gentleman said, and a new standard plan for youth for accessing sexual education resources and classes. So youth is a target here. You hear? Because the youth are the ones that are most vulnerable to sexual predators and to people that have ill intentions towards them. So you need to know that youth are the ones that are vulnerable here because they don't know any better. And they think they know everything, and they don't know nothing, you know? They got to talk to their parents. Parents have to educate them into what is reasonable, what is acceptable, and everything.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Claudia Powell. I am the Intern Director for Community Engagement and Public Affairs for Planned Parenthood Los Angeles. Thank you so much for all the support that you have given Planned Parenthood throughout the years. Today I'm here because I want to make sure that everyone support this proposition. We want to make sure that people have access to reproductive health. We know already how many challenges our communities have, and not having access to reproductive health, not having access to education really will be devastating. I'm here in behalf of Planned Parenthood, we have been around 60 years providing STS testing, birth control, and cancer screening. We are part of the fabric of the community. We are essential for the community.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board,
Thank you.
that concludes public comment on this item. Item 11 is before you.
Great. Seeing no further comments, this item is before us. Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Great. Thank you. Moving on to item number 26, Executive Officer.
Item 26 is report on the county's Office of Education on the Head Start program and federal policy changes, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Representatives from the Los Angeles County Office of Education are present. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. I know that we wanted to bring forward this conversation just given everything that is happening and the concern that we're hearing from our communities. And we're grateful for our Office of Education's commitment to children and families, especially in the face of a policy change that contradicts both the mission of Head Start and our county's values. For nearly 60 years, Head Start has served as one of the most impactful tools we have to reduce poverty, advance economic opportunity, and to improve long-term outcomes for children and families. These programs give parents the opportunity to rejoin the workforce and to provide children with high-quality education, access to healthy food, and critical health services. The decision to exclude undocumented and quote-unquote non-qualified immigrant families has real and immediate consequences. It creates fear, confusion, and distrust in communities who are already marginalized and may even deter eligible families from enrolling altogether. This decision removes access to essential services at a time when our broader social safety net is already being dismantled. And it goes against our shared belief that every child has a fundamental right to education and to care. We support our Office of Education, our local providers, and our families being impacted by a harmful and unnecessary policy shift. And we want to understand how our board can help, both in this moment and moving forward. So to that end, I just have a few questions, and then we'll turn it back to my colleagues. Have there been any early signs of families disenrolling or avoiding enrollment since this announcement?
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. Yes, we have seen some families confused, expressing concern and fear about whether or not it would be safe to send their children to school and questioning whether they would continue to be entitled to participate in this program.
And how is the Office of Education working with other Head Start program operators across the county to coordinate messaging and ensure consistency in how this is being handled, given that this isn't just a fear, this is a reality?
Absolutely. So we work closely with 24 delegate agencies across the county that we meet with regularly, and a big part of that is a parent component where parents are involved as well. We've been communicating what the changes are. We've been giving them information about their rights. We've been talking to them about the opportunities should they choose to be able to participate in a home-based program if they don't feel comfortable sending their children to school. If in some cases parents have expressed a concern about whether or not they feel safe sending their children to school. So those are some of the things that we've spoken to our parents and some of our Head Start delegate agencies.
And what role can the county's Office of Immigrant Affairs or our legal aid partners play in protecting families' rights and helping to address the confusion that's going on?
Well, the good news is that we've all been working together to work on this whole Know Your Rights campaign, ensuring that every agency is getting information. We're all serving the same children and families, and our teams have been working together to come up with plans alongside of some of our legal groups such as MALDEF and others who have been working really hard to ensure our families continue to have access to these critical services.
Is the Office of Education involved in the public comment process on this, and how can the county support or amplify your efforts?
Yeah, we are involved in the public comment and we're collecting information, but also just being here today, having the opportunity to speak out and to ensure that people are getting the information.
I want to make sure we're on record through the official channels. We know that there's clearly a difference in values, but we need to be on record about it and use whatever channels are available to us, even though we know the frustration that we've experienced thus far. Should we be engaging with the National Head Start Association or any others to push for federal legislative action to protect the enrollment process for all children?
Absolutely. Absolutely, and we are. And I'm gonna, I have with me today two of my staff members that I'd like to introduce. One is Dr. Maricela Ramirez, who is my Chief Education Officer, and Mr. Luis Bautista, who's the Executive Director of Head Start and Early Learning. So, Luis, do you want to speak more specifically to what we're doing nationally?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Eduardo. LACO is coordinating certainly with the Head Start California Association as well as National Head Start Association. Both organizations are consistently advising grantees at this point to make no changes to our enrollment process until there is further guidance issued from the Office of Head Start. So despite the rule change that went into effect on July 14th, we continue to invite and enroll families regardless of status.
I think that's helpful to know. We just had a conversation with a collection of legal leaders in the legal community who are specifically engaged on all the issues that have resulted from the ICE raids, from this announcement, and so much more. And they expressly brought up what asking what the county is doing to protect our young people and to work in our schools, with all of this that is happening. And they asked how they could be helpful. So to people who are listening, in addition to this board, what would you ask people out in the community to do? Because we do know that some of the channels that will provide support don't want to be listed publicly and have sort of tried to stay under the radar. So what can you share, and how would you encourage people to engage with you and engage on this issue?
We've had multiple opportunities to convene various organizations. We've had leaders from our legal advocates speaking and talking about how we can get involved, the messaging that we're sending out to the community, and how we're working on ensuring that we have one common message and making it as clear as possible. So reaching out, going onto our website, they can get in contact with us, and we're always looking. As I said, this is something that's going to take more than any one office. It's going to require all of us working together to ensure that we continue to offer the services to our families.
Is there anything I haven't asked you or I haven't suggested in order, that you need? I know sometimes you need us to bring something up in order for you to talk about it. So I've tried to think about all of those things, but is there anything that we've missed or anything else that we should be doing or that you want our communities to know given this news and its impact in Los Angeles County?
I think you covered it pretty well, but I'm going to look to Luis Bautista to see if there's anything about the public comment period that we can give a little bit more information on.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Eduardo. The public comment window is open until August 13th, so we certainly encourage everyone to take advantage of this opportunity to express their opinion about what the rule change does in terms of its impact to families and communities across the country. LACO is certainly preparing to submit public comment, and we'll take advantage of it not only to request clarifications around the rules and its implications, but to also to express our deep concern about what this will do to Head Start, which for 60 years has not really done this work in terms of verifying immigration status. And so there are real concerns about the administrative burdens that this will create, certainly the impact that it will have on communities' trust in the program. And just to note, this verification requirement will be for everyone moving forward. And so Head Start here locally in LA County enrolls a significant number of families and children that are experiencing homelessness. Families that are experiencing homelessness may have difficulty presenting documentation that provides proof of their eligibility with this new rule. So we are now talking about a huge impact, right, in terms of those that we'll be able to ultimately reach and serve in our programs.
It's, I think, incredibly helpful. We know this administration made clear even before they took office what their intentions were with our Department of Education overall and our commitment to education nationwide. So while this sounds like an initial step, we know what their ultimate goal is, which is why we need to be acting now, to be on record, to make sure that we're mobilized, to make sure that we're informed and engaged and working in partnership in all the ways that we need to. So thank you for coming to share with us today what your experience has been and to make sure that we are engaged in supporting you in all the ways that we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, and thank you for asking me to co-author this item. If I recall, Head Start was established back in 1965, as your draft shows us here, and it was created by President Johnson, the war on poverty. So have we forgotten what poverty looks like? Have we forgotten what it means to impact working families and low-income families, homeless families, as well as undocumented families, mixed families? And I would ask that we do everything in our power to try to elevate this, to advocate, and do whatever it takes to coalesce with other groups as well, nationally, as well as healthcare providers who also have the same clients, and even LA Care. I just serve on the board, but I want to mention that, and my staff is happy to help coordinate whatever is necessary there, because we do have to be all boots on the ground on this issue. I'm incredibly disappointed with their take on trying to determine citizenship or public charge, and I think we have a reprieve for a little bit, but not a lot, September, and then we're going to have to figure out how we go about actually verifying the clients or children that are going to be in the program. That's going to be a tremendous effort and a headache, especially when you see budgets that are, the elasticity isn't there anymore to be able to verify. So I think the whole intent is to keep people in poverty and to keep them off the rolls and deter them from enrolling in these programs that have been so successful. We know that for a fact. But I'm concerned also what kind of coalition building are we doing on the ground when it comes to parents that are deported, and what happens to their children? Are we giving them preparation beyond just know your rights? Are we working with the DCFS in some way? Because this happened before, and it's inevitable. It's probably happening right now, and are we allowed to do that? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, we've already had planned and are conducting workshops. Unfortunately, it's necessary to talk to parents about having an emergency plan. Should they be detained? Who would be responsible for their children? Setting up the legal documents that are necessary to have a legal guardian should you be separated from your children. So it's beyond just these are your rights, but it's also preparing families for the reality that should they be separated from their children, who will pick their children up from school, who will be responsible for ensuring the safety and well-being of their children.
So you're doing that now? You have
Yes.
those planned? Good, so let us know. That's really critical. The other thing I would ask, and you probably are doing it, a lot of our same children are faced with food insecurity. Are we also making sure we're messaging to where the local pantry or food drop-offs or pickups are being applied? Because I know for a fact in the city of El Monte, where I reside, one of the school districts is doing that, and they're actually delivering food to families. So I'm just asking if that's something that's in your plan right now.
Yes, it is. And, one of the things that I've been doing, especially during the summer when it feels like we should have a little bit more time when school's out, is meeting with each of the department heads here in the county that serve children and families, and looking at how we can share information, because there are a lot of county departments that are doing incredibly good work, like our Parks and Recreation and libraries and public health and the Department of Mental Health and DCFS. So we've been having meetings and really thinking about and being more strategic about how we can work together to ensure we're giving the same message, and that any resources that the county has that they want to get out, we're sending it out through all of our districts as well.
Might that be a little strike team that you all pull together as a part of what we're looking at? Because this is going to be a growing concern as we go on, obviously, and just so we know that everyone is engaged and we can help motivate that in a way that hopefully is meaningful and we don't duplicate services.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I have next in the queue Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first of all, greetings to my fellow First Five Commissioners. Good to see you today. As I look at the PowerPoint you shared, you remind us that, during the welfare reform of the 90s, it was deemed that Head Start was not a public charge. And so I'm hoping that we are promoting that information now, just so people know that as of now, it's not a public charge. My second comment is, as my colleagues have asked, what can we do and how can we coalition build? I acknowledge also that on slide 7, you say that LACO serves more than 7,000 children and families every year, and that LA County grantees serve 21,000 children and families every year. That's familiar to me, having given my history and association with the grantee, Crystal Sayers, and just knowing of other numerous CBO grantees over many, many years, who will have, fewer institutional resources to do all this administrative work. It makes me very nervous. The administrative margin on any child care, child development program is always slim. And so is there effort from LACO to support the grantees who are providing Head Start services to so many of LA County's children, to navigate these treacherous, scary waters? How are you giving them information to support their families? Are we checking kind of their practices in terms of how they are frankly protecting the families and children in their care as well? I'm sure they're probably scared to death as CBOs of trying to figure out how to navigate this and not lose a very important funding source and program that they run. So what are you hearing from the grantees who are serving a significant number of LA County's children?
So not only are we convening the grantees that we work with, but we actually bring all of the early childhood education programs together multiple times a year. And I'm going to defer to either Mr. Bautista, if you want to speak to that, and Dr. Ramirez, if you want to add to some of the various things that we've done recently.
Sure. I mean, I think there's a lot of certain ongoing conversation at this point in terms of how to really respond to this rule change, not only by LACO and its own delegates, but certainly in coordination with all of the other grantees here in LA County. I sit on the Head Start California board, and so part of what I'm doing is, of course, making sure that the messaging, right, is consistent in terms of what we're deciding as Head Start California, and Head Start California is also working very closely with National Head Start Association on this.
And additionally, I'd like to add that we also invite the directors from agencies regularly to our offices where we share information. And additionally, we also invite them to larger events at LACO with the other local educational agencies where we provide information not only on the specific topic, but on immigration and beyond, and all of the different pieces of information that we've learned, so then we can share with our delegates, who then of course share with our families, and our trickles down to the children we serve.
I appreciate that. Last question, Madam Chair. I was just struck. This 80,000 children in California, and frankly 750 nationwide, feels like a small number to me, particularly California 80,000. I just would have assumed, given in LA County alone, the number of children who live in poverty, statewide, the number of children who live in deep poverty, who certainly qualify for Head Start. Is that number, is this like post-COVID? Is this a new trend? Am I off base in terms of thinking this number feels low?
That number was higher at one point, but this is a current number. The number of children being served in Head Start over the last several years has dropped significantly or consistently. in part because programs have had to do enrollment reduction. Without additional federal funding coming through to absorb the cost of increasing salaries, operational costs, grantees were informed that they needed to submit enrollment reduction requests to serve less children but keep the same level of funding. So at one point we were at 1 million children, and now we're at 750,000 nationally.
That is really bad.
Thank you very much. Next, Supervisor Hahn.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the discussion so far. I do think it's important that we continue to highlight, who this early Head Start program actually serves, and just keep reminding people that it serves pregnant women with families with children from birth to age 3. It helps those who have income at or below the federal poverty level, are qualified to get public assistance, are homeless, or have children in foster care. And for the first time in its 60-year history, our federal government is attempting to exclude children from Head Start based on their immigration status. And that move seems to be unlawful, and we know it's harmful. And I'm wondering if part of our message we can remind people about what Head Start actually accomplishes for these children. I mean, it's not just another daycare. It's not just a place where parents drop their kids off. I mean, I served in Congress with Loretta Sanchez, a congresswoman, who talked about starting her in Head Start. And then she became a member of Congress, right? Who else, Polly? Yeah, okay. So we're talking about, it's not just a benign program. Maybe talk to us a little bit about, does this help them get ready for school? Does this have, teach them skills that, can be transferred, again, once they're school age ready? What does Head Start actually do for kids, and what would it mean to those kids if they were denied this very valuable program?
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. I mean, Head Start is an incredible program. Primary focus is making sure that underserved, low-income children are prepared and ready to attend school when they start kindergarten. So it's really making sure that they are ready. What I'd like to suggest is, if we start the PowerPoint, I have in the PowerPoint a lot of the information about some of the data, some of the outcomes, the purpose of Head Start, and really clearly going into some of the changes, and that may be helpful in answering some of your questions.
Yes, please.
So again, first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you the new Head Start rule and the impact that it has on early education and on the families we serve. This presentation introduces the new Head Start rule regarding citizenship and immigration status verification that took effect July 14, 2025. It highlights the key changes, the reasons behind them, and what to expect moving forward. The focus is on understanding the updated requirements and preparing for their impact on enrollment and program operations. Next slide, please. Let me start by being very clear about LACO's commitment to children and families. LACO is unwavering in its dedication to placing children at the center of all educational policies and decision. It underscores the organization's stance against any measures that might unfairly impact children due to factors outside of their control. Our focus is on safeguarding children's fundamental rights to education and overall well-being, ensuring that no unnecessary barriers hinder their development or access to opportunities. This commitment reflects a child-first philosophy that guides all actions and policies within LACO, emphasizing the importance of creating supportive environments where every child can thrive regardless of their circumstances. So a little bit of background on Head Start in response to some of your question. It was established in 1965 as part of President Johnson's War on Poverty. It provides comprehensive services including preschool, childcare, health, nutrition, and family support targeting vulnerable children, such as those experiencing homelessness or in foster care. And this is all, again, to ensure school readiness. Importantly, for over 60 years, Head Start has not required proof of immigration status for enrollment, emphasizing inclusivity and support for all eligible children, regardless of their background. Next slide. Since its inception in 1965, Head Start has served 40 million children, highlighting its long-standing commitment to early childhood development. Annually, over 750,000 children and pregnant women benefit from its services, demonstrating its ongoing impact. The program operates through more than 1,600 local agencies across the nation, ensuring accessibility and community-based support. Notably, 90% of children, of our Head Start children, meet or exceed school readiness goals, underscoring the program's success in preparing children for academic achievement and future learning opportunities. These figures collectively emphasize Head Start's vital role in supporting early education and family well-being nationwide. Next slide, please. The outcomes are remarkable. We see strong improvements in early literacy, math, and social-emotional skills, which are foundational for lifelong learning and development. The increased access to developmental screening and early intervention ensures that children receive support when they need it most, helping to address challenges early on. Importantly, children in Head Start show higher kindergarten readiness compared to their peers who did not participate, setting them up for academic success. Beyond immediate benefits, these early gains translate into long-term advantages, including higher graduation rates, reduced involvement in criminal activities, demonstrating the lasting impact of quality early childhood education. The Head Start programs also emphasize the critical role of family engagement, of empowering parents, fostering those positive outcomes for both parents and children. And we all know that when parents are actively involved in decision-making, they develop essential skills such as confidence, leadership, and advocacy, which empower them to better support their families. Notably, over 85% of Head Start parents participate in these activities, highlighting strong community involvement. The family support extends beyond engagement, helping families with employment opportunities, housing stability, and continuing their education. These factors collectively contribute to overall family well-being, which research shows is closely linked to improved developmental and educational outcomes for children. Head Start also produces significant achievements in the areas of health and wellness. Notably, 90% of enrolled children receive regular medical and dental exams, ensuring early detection and treatment for health issues. There is a strong emphasis on holistic well-being, focusing on nutrition, physical activity, mental health to support overall childhood development. Head Start programs also build robust partnerships with local health providers, which enhances access to quality care and resources. These combined efforts have led to measurable outcomes, including reduction in childhood obesity rates and fewer untreated health problems, demonstrating the positive impact of Head Start's comprehensive approach to child health. Next slide, please. In terms of its positive impact on the community, Head Start has created over 200,000 jobs, employing many former Head Start parents, which demonstrates a strong commitment to empowering the community. The organization also strengthens local service networks by building partnerships, enhancing collaboration, and a sharing of resources. Additionally, it generates long-term cost savings across education, welfare, and justice systems, showing its role in reducing public expenses. And finally, the focus on promoting economic mobility and equity underscores Head Start's dedication to creating opportunities and improving quality of life for underserved populations. Next slide. Next, I'll provide an overview of Head Start's scale and funding at local, state, and national levels. For example, the Los Angeles County Office of Education serves over 7,000 children annually with a $200+ million budget, while the entire county's grantees serve 21,000 children with federal funding exceeding $500 million. In California, Head Start supports over 80,000 children with $1.3 billion annually, and nationally, Head Start reaches 750,000 children with $12 billion in funding. This underscores the program's extensive reach and significant investment. Next slide, please. In 1998, the Department of Health and Human Services clarified that Head Start was not considered a federal public benefit under the 1996 Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act, or PRWORA, commonly known as welfare reform. This interpretation allowed Head Start to continue enrolling children without requiring documentation of immigration status, maintaining its open access policy for decades. Next slide, please. So what changed? On July 10, 2025, Health and Human Services issued a new notice reclassifying Head Start as a, quote, federal public benefit under PRWORA. This change means that only U.S. citizens and qualified individuals such as lawful permanent residents, refugees, and asylees are eligible for enrollment. Consequently, undocumented children are now excluded from Head Start programs, marking a significant policy shift with potential impacts on access and enrollment. Next slide. This timeline outlines the rapid regulatory changes following the July 10, 2025 announcement. The notice was published in the Federal Register on July 14, effective immediately with a 30-day public comment period. By July 21, 20 states, DC, and various Head Start Association filed a lawsuit challenging the rule for procedural and legal reasons. Meanwhile, Head Start providers are in a state of uncertainty, awaiting formal guidance on how to proceed amid ongoing legal disputes. Next slide, please. So the implication for Head Start providers is significant. The new verification requirement imposes significant challenges for Head Start providers. Programs must now verify citizenship or immigration status for enrollment, a process not previously required. This adds an administrative burden, including increased staffing and documentation efforts. Additionally, fear and mistrust among immigrant families may lead to declines in enrollment, even among eligible U.S. citizen children, potentially undermining the program's mission to serve our most vulnerable populations. Next slide, please. The legal and advocacy response has also been swift. A coalition of 21 attorneys general filed suit arguing the rulemaking was improper and harmful to families. The National Head Start Association called the change alarming emphasizing the program's historic openness and warning of confusion and fear among families. Most recently, a U.S. District Court in Rhode Island issued a pause allowing programs in challenging states, including California, to delay verification requirements until at least September 3rd, 2025, providing temporary relief amid ongoing litigation. Next slide. Looking ahead, the public comment period remains open through August 13, 2025, allowing stakeholders to voice concerns. Federal agencies, including the Office of Head Start, have yet to issue detailed guidance, leaving programs uncertain about implementation. Possible outcomes include further court injunctions, delaying or overturning the rule, issuance of clear implementation guidelines, or legislative and judicial actions that may clarify or modify eligibility standards. The situation remains fluid and very closely watched. Next slide. Let me close by reiterating LACO's commitment to children and families. Our commitment reinforces LACO's role as an advocate for children's rights and a foundational support systems within the community. And we will continue to advocate to ensure every child eligible for Head Start or every child that needs Head Start is able to continue to participate in this program. Next slide, please. I thank you for your commitment, supervisors, to this matter. This concludes the overview of the new Head Start Citizenship and Immigration Status Verification Rule, its background, its implications, and ongoing developments. We're here to answer any additional questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I hope that we can help disseminate this further to our colleagues in other departments, but also to our school districts and to our nonprofits. It's very well done, and I appreciate all the work, and we continue. I believe all of us here will be supportive of whatever actions that are necessary. So again, thank you. And with that, EO, let's go to any public comment that we might have. And again, thank you to the department and to the families.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Claudia Jerez. Moderator, may we have our first speaker, please?
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Too much Kool-Aid. You created this monster, and now it's time to pay the piper. Since you feel so strongly about perpetuating your criminal enterprise, use your fourth largest world budget to self-fund your California values and tell the feds to go to hell. Seeking to compel the nation to fund your California criminal behavior is abject arrogance. And evidently, Supervisor Solis wants U.S. citizens to cure world poverty. Deport all Biden illegals now. Thank you. And God bless.
Thank you.
Next speaker,
please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah. Another grim feature that they've introduced, the citizenship check. But, you know, we have to find a way to provide, you know, the services anyway, wink, wink. That's the way we do it in America. So, you know, that's what the not-for-profits are there for. But let's put their seatbelts on, though, because they get so hungry and there's so much distrust in government. Let's give it all to the not-for-profits. I worry because the not-for-profits figure out, like, well, let's pay one another, like, for 4 years out. Okay, that leaves still a huge pile. Right, okay, well, then let's expand the off. Right, good idea, because they can't serve that many people humanly. But let's see. Maybe this is what a grim day on the Head Start program. Thank you for this, though.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Yes, DWC DPS, Claudia Jerez. Okay, so Ms. Han actually talked about talked about what does Head Start, what does it accomplish? That's a very important question. What does it accomplish? You know, that's something we need to consider. Now, the immigrant population, you know, is a population that comes to this country and they have no knowledge of how our civic government works. So what? Are we going to throw them to the side and kick them? Or are we going to embrace them? Normally, the United States has embraced every immigrant. And that's why that particular, that rule has been, that's why the ACLU is there in DC and the 20 states, because we're not going to kick them to the curb. We're going to embrace them and we're going to teach them how civic government works and how that works in order to make America the best country.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. This report will be received and filed.
Very good. Hearing no objections, that will be the order.
Madam Chair, we have public comment next.
Yes, let's turn to public comment then, Executive Office.
So this will be for public comment on items not held by supervisors, including closed session matters and general public comment. And I also understand you would like to continue items CS 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 for 1 week. With that, I'll read the instructions for the general public comment. So we will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by supervisors, including closed session matters and general public comment. The consent items will be acted upon with one motion. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be for all items not held by the board for discussion. David Werlin, Rochelle Lewis, Maria Cibrian, Maria Diaz, Pearl Gonzalez, Dorcas Williams, Brittany Rivas, Karen Romero Estrada, Wendy Miranda, Guadalupe Gonzalez, Joseph Ramos, Claudia Jerez, Dr. Chavez, Dr. Isrula Mohammed, Roy Gorham, Gerard Wright. Moderator, may we have our first speaker, please?
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Thank you. I guess it's only 3 o'clock, but you have to go into closed session.
Yes, 1 minute.
Well, I was just working on a PRA to item number 16, 17, and 32. Thank you. A PRA to Fauble at the city saying, "Dear Fauble, I'd love to see the Covington and Burling contract for up to $500,000 to fight some kind of federal investigation, and he's going to give it to me." Which is why I pivot to Dawn Harrison and I go, "Hey, wait, where's the bill for the one that we did at the county level, and why is it 4 years later and you still haven't provided it?" So I'm just kind of thinking, isn't it possible to just get it? If you want to redact a thing or two, you know, that's fine with me, but, you know, it's a big deal, so that would be helpful. And getting back to the agenda today, I feel like, you know, today worked a little bit better maybe. We missed Barger, of course, and it was very nice to have the giant air conditioning presentation for 4 hours in the middle. Thought that worked very well as an alternative to the long closed session. That gave Horvath something
Thank
to
you. Next speaker,
ruminate
please.
over. Okay.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, great. 3 o'clock, but I need a break here. So, first of all, we need notes on the sexual thing. How would you give it? 1.5 million for the sexual situation? There's sex everywhere, and you refuse to codify it and you criminalize the sex trade. Are you ready for this? That's obscene. And Supervisors Louise can't even police Roland Heights. And then we have, on the sex thing, you can't even take care of the gonorrhea, syphilis, and chlamydia situation, which is supposed to be a health crisis in our county. It's ridiculous. And last but not least, they immediately remove all BLM and George Floyd evidence any place in Los Angeles County and replace it with the innocents killed in the Black Riot. You people are disgraceful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jazz Araberto, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Jazz, resident of Walnut Park. Just wanted to address a few concerns with ICE. They've been in Plaza Alameda. They've been in Los Toros Carniceria on Santa Fe. Keep in mind that some of these kidnappers are still masked and some aren't. Police policies right now that are being implemented at this point, unfortunately, are not working. And the community is concerned, and rightfully so. The question is, how do residents report these kidnappings and to whom? The community needs explicit directions in both English and Spanish, amongst other languages. What role do the sheriffs play when school starts? That will be next week. We need all eyes on the ground. We need to protect our children. I would also encourage you to make sure that our school crossing guards are trained to deal with such troubling circumstances. We are not in normal times. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael Schenk, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. This is for general public comment. My name is Michael Schenk, and I live in Supervisor Solis's district. I'm asking the board to please audit the information that Sheriff Robert Luna shares with DHS via the Joint Regional Intelligence Center, since the California Values Act, SB 54, prohibits state and local law enforcement from sharing personal information with immigration enforcement. Immigration agents have already been found by the ACLU to be abusing Fusion Center data to carry out deportations. If continued abuses are found, I ask that we cease sharing information with the JRIC that could be used by ICE. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caitlin Brown, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Brown. I live in District 5, and I am also calling to ask for an audit of the information that's being shared with the Joint Regional Intelligence Center, because this body is responsible for the Civilian Oversight Board and monitoring of the department. I really would like to know how information collected potentially on all of us through remote sensing is being shared, and why it's being given from sources like public utilities and areas that are not necessarily thought of as key components of counterterrorism, which is purportedly what the Regional Intelligence Center is supposed to be focused on. So please give us information about what is being shared and how it's being shared with federal agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mel Balke, Belke, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, hi, this is Mel Bailey out of District 2. I live in District 2. I work with my LA County employee, and recently was injured by one of your ISB employees. I say that because I also take care of my father. Both of my parents are dealing with stage 4 cancer, and I really need your help to help me with my parents. I'm catching in on late with the whole in-home support service discussion, but can you please just take that into consideration? I know this is the item you discussed, but as one of your county employees, I really need your help now more than ever, because I'm injured at home and I can't help them, and there's nobody else. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Anthony Arnis, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Anthony Arenas from Supervisorial District 3 and with the Justice LA Coalition. Since I spoke last week, another life was lost in custody. 29 people have lost their lives in LASD custody this year alone. This is the fastest rate of in-custody deaths in the last 20 years, and not one has this board asked the Sheriff's Department to account for their responsibility for our community members' deaths. I demand the board adopt a plan to close the dangerous and decrepit Men's Central Jail with no replacement and 10,000 community treatment beds. The crisis in LA County jails is a deadly consequence of mass incarceration, and I'm looking to you to take concrete steps to save lives. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good afternoon, DPSS, DWC, Claudia Jerez. So I want to just read quickly an excerpt of the paper that I have written for the county. The recent serious emergency events have created a new, very unstable reality for all of us. This instability creates anxiety, pressure, stress, could lead to emotional distress and a collapse of the mental health state of the residents, requiring intervention support by all the leadership body of Los Angeles County, including the police. You need to know that these fires are causing a mental health stress on us. And I gotta tell you, you have to recognize it, that it's causing a mental health stress on us, emotional distress, and you don't know how people are gonna react. So as leadership body that you are, and as medical, and you're associated with medicine and the doctors and everything, and the mental health and the hospitals, you need to recognize that these are very serious for all of us.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the City of Los Angeles here for listening today of what biological single women are still asking for, respect, equal pay, and that we're not gonna go backwards, such as remove our braids to accommodate the mindset of biological male who might objectify us because of our curves, or if we're pregnant. We can't wear fitted clothes, but if we're single, we're attracting too much attention. So please, everyone here in front of me with the City of Los Angeles, as an employee, previous employee, however you males here want to identify this scene, or how you ever want to interpret it, we need an answer from the City of Los Angeles, because the County of Los Angeles has nothing to do with it unless they withhold the funds that was transferred from the city to the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I would like to request 2 minutes to address public comment and also an item that's not being held today. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Dr. Israrullah Mohammed. I'm a clinical psychologist and author of the Bureaucare to Custody Cemetery Pipeline, a structural equity framework formally submitted into the county record in April 2025. Today's agenda spans homelessness, behavioral health settlements, public health workforce, promotores, and emergency planning. Together, they tell a familiar story. Systems are strained, responses are reactive, and accountability remains fragmented. The Bureaucare framework and its companion BDC-3A pipeline prevention model were designed to prevent these very outcomes. Instead, their content has been adopted without fidelity, stripped of attribution, and implemented while the author remains excluded under ADA displacement. This is not innovation. It is institutional risk recycled. Equity without attribution is exploitation. Trauma-informed language without structural reform is performance. Supervisors, the tools to reform are here. The record is clear. The next decision is yours. Will the county build equity on transparency, or continue the systemic use of frameworks without acknowledgement of their source? This month alone, Care Court coordination failed a family, mine, despite an active petition and a court order. PMRT refused documentation, and DMH leadership deferred responsibility. The Bureaucare framework was designed to prevent exactly this, but adoption without engagement cannot replace accountable care. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our time for public comment on these items.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the following items are before you: 3 through 8, 12 and 13, 15 through 18, 20 through 25, 27 and 28, 29A and 29B, 34, 1D and 2D. On CS 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, Supervisor Solis requests that these items be continued 1 week to August 12, 2025. These items are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell, to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn? Oh,
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, apologies. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
We look alike.
Was it aye?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Madam Chair, I believe there are no specials, so we can move on to adjournments.
All right, we will do adjournments beginning with District 4. Adjournment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Josette Williams, who passed away at the age of 52. Josette, known as Josie, was part of the county family. She began her career in 2001 as a temporary exam proctor with the Department of Human Resources, then promoted through the years, serving as personnel assistant, senior personnel assistant, principal personnel assistant, and human resource analyst 2 and 3. She was a dedicated and respected employee, faithfully serving the countywide Talent Assessment Division for over 24 years, exemplifying professionalism, integrity, and a commitment to the merit-based civil service system and equitable hiring practices until her passing on July 2nd. Josie supported her community, frequently organizing donations and volunteer efforts to help unhoused individuals in Lakewood, Compton, and Long Beach, and she crafted self-defense keychains for women's groups. She was an extraordinary public servant, devoted to equity and community upliftment. Josie was a dedicated mother, daughter, family member, partner, friend, and co-worker that brought love and joy to so many people. She will be missed greatly. Josie is survived by her son, Keharai, her parents, Mary Jo and Harold, and her partner, James Lee. Do we want to have all members for a county employee? Yeah, okay. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Diane Garrett Casto. Diane passed away on June 24th after a nearly 15-year battle with cancer. In 1960, Diane became the second African-American flight attendant at TWA, which became known as American Airlines, and served as a loyal member of the airline community both in the air and on the ground. She gave 35 years of dedicated service to American Airlines customers, leading the Long Beach ticket office and a variety of roles at LAX. She chose to give up flight attendant duties to stay closer to home and raise her son. In retirement, Diane dedicated her time to her church, St. John Fisher, and to supporting the efforts of the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, NOBLE. Our families had built a lasting friendship that started over a century ago as neighbors when my grandparents moved to Los Angeles from Canada. Shortly after their move, my grandfather died, leaving my grandmothers alone in a new country with 7 sons. The Garretts supported my grandmother any way they could, from providing food to looking after the boys. The support created a bond between my father and Homer Garrett, who was Diane's father and the first African-American California Highway Patrol officer. Despite the retaliation they received from their neighbors for being African-American and owning a home, the Garretts showed the Hans neighborly love and kindness at a time when they truly needed it. That relationship continued when I hired Diane's son, Chris Massey, as my legislative deputy in my early years at City Hall as a councilwoman. Diane was a 55-year resident of the 4th District and survived by her son, Chris, her daughter-in-law, Elizabeth, and her beloved granddaughter, Bertie. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't have any adjournments. Supervisor Solis doesn't, and Supervisor Mitchell? Supervisor Horvath.
I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of William Bill Elwell, a San Fernando Valley legend and the unapologetic soul behind Bill's Burgers. He passed away on July 21st, 2025 at the age of 98. Since founding his iconic 10 by 20 foot Van Nuys burger stand in 1965, Bill became as famous for his rules as for his burgers. Cash only, no substitutions, and of course, you can't have it your way. This is not Burger King. For 60 years, Bill stood behind the same griddle, believed to date back to the 1920s. serving up some of the best burgers in Los Angeles with a side of gruff charm. His wit and uncompromising standards became part of the experience. Beneath the gruff exterior was a man of deep integrity and dedication. He embodied the spirit of the Valley, and especially the small business community, showing up every day, rain or shine, to serve his neighbors, food lovers, and generations of loyal customers. Born in Ventura on November 23, 1926, Bill served in World War II and worked in a number of trades before becoming a burger icon. He is survived by his son, James Elwell, and his daughter, Charlene Morris, along with 8 grandchildren, 12 great-grandchildren, 3 great-great-grandchildren, and many nieces and nephews. May we remember Bill Elwell not only for the burgers he served, but for the authenticity, grit, and heart he brought to every day on the job. His legacy is now part of the history of the Valley and every burger lover's memory. Next, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Scott Fuchs. It is with deep sorrow that we recognize the passing of Scott, a member of our Los Angeles County family who died unexpectedly on August 1st, 2025, at the age of 52. Scott had recently returned to Los Angeles from Colorado and was proud to call West Hollywood home. He joined the county's Internal Services Department on July 7th as a contract monitor in the Custodial Services North District section. Though his time with us was brief, Scott made a strong and positive impression. His colleagues remember him for his professionalism, kind spirit, and eagerness to serve. Scott had just celebrated his 52nd birthday and was looking forward to building a life here in Los Angeles. He is survived by his fiancée and family, whom we are keeping in our thoughts and working to support during this incredibly difficult time. I also want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Los Angeles County Fire Department and the Department of Human Resources for their immediate and compassionate response and providing resources and support to our employees who were impacted by his tragic loss. May Scott Fuchs's memory be a reminder of how precious life is, and may we honor him by continuing to care for one another in the workplace and beyond. All members. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Robin Kay, a beloved music supervisor, mentor, and cherished member of the creative community. Robin passed away on July 10th, 2025 at the age of 70. She was a resident of Encino. Best known for her longstanding work on American Idol, Robin brought light, kindness, and joy to every set. Over the course of more than a decade, she helped shape the musical journey of countless aspiring artists, placing and clearing songs with meticulous care, always going the extra mile to make others shine. She was more than a behind-the-scenes force. She was a source of warmth, calm, and encouragement in an often chaotic industry. Those who had the privilege of working with her remember her as a cornerstone of the Idol family and a compassionate colleague who truly cared. Robin was tragically killed alongside her beloved husband, Tom DeLuca, in a senseless act of violence. Their loss is deeply felt across the music and entertainment community. Robin is survived by her extended family, friends, and the many artists and collaborators whose lives she touched. May her legacy of empathy, excellence, and generosity continue to shine bright. And of course, I would also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Tom DeLuca, a gifted songwriter, singer, and beloved partner to music supervisor Robin Kay. Tom DeLuca passed away on July 10th, 2025 at the age of 70, and he too was a resident of Encino. Tom built a quiet but impactful career rooted in his deep love of music, and his debut album, Down to the Wire, released by Epic Records in 1986, introduced listeners to his raw and reflective voice. He continued writing, composing, and collaborating over the decades, bringing heartfelt storytelling to projects with artists like Kid Rock and Meredith Brooks. His final album, Street Rock, released in 2022, stands as a testament to his lifelong commitment to honest expression through song. Those who knew Tom remember a man of quiet brilliance and soulful creativity, but above all, Tom will be remembered for his life with Robin. Their tragic and sudden passing has left a profound void in the lives of those who knew and loved them. May we remember Tom for the music he gave the world and the love he gave to those closest to him. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will take all motions as seconded. If there's no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be the order.
Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
Members of the public, the board will now be going into closed session. While the board is in closed session, we will be showing a video presentation. Supervisor Barger has a video presentation recognizing the Antelope Valley's Animal Care and Control's Clear the Shelter campaign. In accordance with the Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS7, conference with labor negotiators, Fezia Davenport, and designated staff, and item number CS8, public employment, consideration of candidates for the position of interim director of the Aging and Disabilities Department.
Hi, I'm Leah Cohen. I'm the Communications Director for the LA County Department of Animal Care and Control. We're here at the Lancaster Animal Care Center just showing you some dogs and cats that are available for adoption during Clear the Shelters. So Clear the Shelters is an NBC Universal campaign. It's about raising awareness about the incredible pets that are in shelters across the country and especially here in Los Angeles County. We are waiving fees all August, and that includes spay-neuter, vaccination, and microchip. But the campaign is really more than that. It's about giving every pet a second chance. So here in the Antelope Valley, we are seeing higher intakes than almost any other care center, just more animals coming in than are going out. So every kennel space is precious. We need more adopters coming here. We want people to sign up to become fosters, and this part of our community just really needs our help.
Nelson Gonzalez, and I'm the manager of the Lancaster Animal Care Center. So what I always suggest to people that are thinking about adopting is they might have an idea of a particular breed or a very specific finite animal that they might be interested in. So I always give them advice to be open to other opportunities, because they might be surprised something that they might not consider would really capture their attention. Not necessarily sticking to the breed, but more of personality. What is it that you're looking for? Are you an active person? Do you want to go on hikes, runs? Then you may want to explore a particular breed that has a lot of energy. Or if you are interested in a more mellow, laid-back activity, a pet that will match your lifestyle.
If you've ever thought about adopting, now is the time. The Antelope Valley in particular really needs community support, and when you adopt, you're saving a life, but you're also getting a new best friend.
We are now back in open session. Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on August 5th, 2025. Item number CS7, conference with labor negotiators, Visa Davenport and designated staff. No reportable action was taken. Item number CS8, public employment, consideration of candidates for the position of interim director of the Aging and Disabilities Department. No reportable action was taken.
That concludes today's meeting. The next regular meeting of the board will be held Tuesday, August 12th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m.